Okay. All right, task force members. Can you hear me, Karen? Okay. All right, task force members, welcome back to the continuing conversations on revisions to the draft task force report. If you have any difficulties, technical difficulties, please raise your virtual hand and the team will work with you. Before I turn it over to Karen and Beth, I thought, we'll go over the process of going through the amendments one time so that all of us have a clear understanding, particularly Karen, right, as she's trying to manage the conversations. So task force member who proposed the amendment, when Beth brings it up, we'll have the opportunity to go over the proposed amendment and kind of give the thought process for the entire task force to consider. And what we're going to do is we're going to have DOT staff weigh in at that point on that amendment, okay, and kind of talk about what we think from the department's perspective. Then Karen is going to be engaging the task force members on their thoughts related to the amendment that was proposed by that particular task force member. And then in the interim, if the department has a friendly amendment that they want to bring forth, we'll display the friendly amendment or a suggested amendment to the proposed amendment by the task force member. So then, we'll go around and have conversation again about the department proposed amendment. Karen is going to ask for any concerns, take comments, and then if we'll make minor editorial changes as needed, and then we go forward. So that way, we have a consistent process with every amendment, and we ensure that we give the opportunity for task force members to talk about the amendment, and then give opportunity for all the task force members to provide input based on the feedback that the department has given. Okay. With that, Karen and Beth, you want to take over?
Sure thing. Before we get started, very quickly, Tommy Bull, I think Cecil Pendergrass's hand may have gone up in response to the technical issues. His hand has been going up and down. We need to make sure we're seeing it. And then Commissioner McDaniel, you've had your hand raised. I didn't know if that was left over from before, if we could lower your hand. Thank you so much. So Beth, we're good to go. Nope, it's back. Beth, go ahead.
Okay. All right, we're going to continue on from where we left off. So we are still on page number 2, lines 15 through 17. We have a proposed amendment from Wendy Matthews. Wendy, would you like to present your amendment?
Thanks, Beth. Just thought it was important to include this phrase based on the limited data and analysis, because that was also utilized in a previous paragraph, and I don't see it on the screen right now, but just clarifying that our recommendations on guiding principles and instructions were also based on limited data and analysis, as was written a little bit further up.
Yes, so you could see that in line 5, that is relative to needs. And this one is relative to the recommendations.
Right.
All right, so in the process, we're going to ask DOT to weigh in on the amendment. Is that? Wait.
Hey, Wendy, thank you for the amendment. I think when we talk about potential needs, we state at a high level. So the limited data and analysis is an accurate statement, but I think we did have enough high level sketch planning level data and needs kind of to guide the guiding principles, instructions. Maybe we can kind of, instead of a value judgment that it's limited, maybe we can just say, kind of factually, just say based on the data and analysis provided. that's a suggestion for you to consider, Wendy.
Yeah, so Wendy, I'll let you weigh in if you like, or we can work on that draft language to show.
I guess I'm just not clear how, it seems like it'll be fine. I'm just not clear on how we're differentiating between need and that set of data versus drilling down into the principles and instructions and how that differs, how that data differs. But I think Weiwei's comment is it's fine, it works.
Okay, so then we'll work on getting that language in the gray box here in a second. As we do that, there's still some other task force member comments. Bill McDaniel, your hand is up, and you probably want to go back to before. So by all means, Commissioner McDaniel.
Yes, good afternoon. And you have to, so when the red arrow is pointing down, that means I'm not raised. Is that what it is?
It's up now.
Okay, so let me.
It's not now, and it's down
Somebody
now.
fix. You have a technical assistant that's helping me make my hand go up and down. In the previous language that staff proposed, I did raise it right at the end, but then we jumped and went to lunch. I wanted to suggest maybe the last words were that the corridor would travel along major highway routes. And I was concerned about that verbiage of and/or a specific definition of a major highway. And because we've had several discussions of where it in fact could go, and I didn't want to get leading people in one direction on what is considered a major highway when it was an existing corridor. There seemed to be consensus amongst our group that even some of the local county roads that interconnect could suffice if in fact that route were chosen by the legislature, governor, and department. So that was my previous hand raising.
Okay, so that was on the amended language or a different part of that paragraph. Remind me again.
I think it was Jason's suggestion. He was coming
Amendment. Okay.
on Wendy's previous amendment. The staff suggested language had major highway systems, I think is the final three words. So
We could actually, we're on it. Are we on? No, we need to scroll back one amendment screen, please, to Wendy Matthews, number 1. That should show the language. There we go.
there you go. Major highway corridors was that language. I know what the intent is. It's just my concern was there may be, what's the definition of a major highway corridor, Jason?
So hi, I jumped on because we're pulling up the glossary that's attached to the report. We have a definition for major highway. I believe it goes along with exactly what you just described, but we're going to show it on the screen so you can see it.
You don't have to, as long as it covers what we need to do. I'm good with it. It just when you proposed that language, I thought that might lead us into a place that we don't necessarily need to go. So
no, thank you for the catch, and we tried to cover it in the glossary, and you can see that. So we're going to move on if that's all right.
I'm totally fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we'll go back to Wendy Matthews, number 4 amendment. I don't know is there available language already for that now to put in? She was okay with the amendment. We just need to show the language. While we're waiting, Cecil Pendergrass, do you have a comment on this amendment, or are you just letting us know that you have your are working out the hand raises?
Yeah, actually, I've had it up since like 11 a.m. I don't know if there's a technical issue on mine. I was trying to respond back to an earlier conversation on Amendment 1. My comments were not planning or citing a sunshine violation. I'm saying due to sunshine, we're not able to meet and speak about this. Some of the same, I just want to make sure some of the circles that were lobbying some of the changes were not already members of the committee. I don't have a list now of all the task force members. I know there's some local not-for-profit or for-profit conservation groups who were trying to get some amendments done that had contacted our office. And that's why I was making sure that I'm not able to talk to other commissioners, other members of the task force. That's why I was trying to find out where that came from, that language for that First Amendment by Commissioner Taylor. Was not implementing any type of sunshine violation. Was saying due to sunshine, we're not able to talk about that. I was trying to make that comment a couple hours ago before we took the break, but I was never recognized for that. Thank you.
Yeah, your hand keeps going up and down, which is why I asked Tommy to help you out. We're not quite sure what that is, and I appreciate the clarification regarding sunshine. So is the language is out there? No, yeah, it is out there. So Wendy, is that back to you in terms of being able to see it now? That's acceptable?
Let me just read it for the group.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Beth.
No problem. So Wendy, you had proposed based on the limited data and analysis, and this states based on the data and analysis provided.
Yes, that makes it clear. That'll be fine.
Okay, great.
Are there any concerns with the revised amendment? Please raise your hands, task force members, if you do. Seeing none, we'll move on to the next amendment. Thank you. Beth?
Okay, we are still on page 2, but there's a lot of information on page 2. So the next area is now lines 18 through 25. We actually have 2 task force members that have submitted amendments to this, Elizabeth Fleming and Commissioner Taylor. Elizabeth, yours covers more of that paragraph, so could you please present your amendment?
Okay. So should I read where the change is, or how would you want me to do it? It's this section, there's identical language that is here, and it occurs again in the approach and framework on page 10. So they're identical suggestions. And the first is that in completing this report, the task force's intent is to provide consensus recommendations, and I'm suggesting we change that to the charge was, because the charge, that's more accurate than our own intentions. And then further down, I'm changing one word from all to individual in the sentence that says consensus on the report does not constitute agreement by, it was all, now I'm saying individual task force members that at this phase in the program, delivery, project specific needs or environmental and economic feasibility are not fully developed. And so then the next change suggested is placing the word potential in the sentences. So it's rather, the report is intended to provide consensus recommendations for how needs should be evaluated and how potential corridor development and related activities should move forward to implement the statute. And the word potential, I just put in my notes is that was consistent with how it's used in other sections of the report, the same kind of wording.
Thank you, Elizabeth. The next amendment are, unless, keep going, okay. I'm gonna keep going. The next amendment for this section is Commissioner Penny Taylor. Let's scroll to that amendment. Elizabeth, we're not ignoring you. It's just they both refer to some of the same language. So we want to make sure that both of you are able to express what you'd like to see changed. So Commissioner Taylor, I believe that yours are more of a text revision. So if you'd like to present that, please go ahead.
Okay, so line staff edit 23, I'm not sure, line 24. Okay, it reads the statute and support for the environment, and I'm suggesting the statute and protect the environment, not support the environment, protect. So I'm suggesting that we change the word support to protect. And then I don't believe enhance the quality of life is there. Yeah, enhance the quality of life. So we're adding the word enhance and the prosperity of the study area and the state. So what I'm suggesting is adding the words protect, enhance the, and the prosperity of the study and the state. So these are changes that I think pretty much follow what we're doing as the feeling or the decisions or the conversation in the task force.
And I'd just like to state, Commissioner Taylor, those changes that you are recommending or requesting for lines 24 and 25 are consistent with the statutory language.
Well, that's good.
That might be where you got it. I don't know. But there's also an edit that you had for line 23.
Yes, statutorily defined purposes. Again and again, I think it's very important to make it very clear to someone who isn't familiar with the process, but maybe looks back and say, what did, you know, what's going on here? If we just make it very clear at every point that these purposes are statutorily defined. These aren't purposes that the task force has agreed upon. This is what was given us. And I think it's important that we make that clear.
So one thing that I might want to note here, Commissioner Taylor, now we don't know, we're going to have some language put forward by staff, which may cover this entire paragraph. I'm not sure.
Okay.
But one of the things that I might point out is if the statement said built upon the statutory defined purposes, that would be very consistent with other language throughout the report.
Okay.
Needs built upon. So I just wanted to point that out as well.
That's fine.
Okay. So Karen.
So with that, we will have Jason weigh in on the department's position.
Hi, so let me say a couple things. The first being, I think both of the amendments offered by the last two, by Commissioner Taylor and Wendy were completely, they're spot on. We have no real issues with it. The second one though is as we reread this paragraph, we realized several times that there was, sorry, they were telling me they couldn't hear me. We realized that there were clarifications in the paragraph that we could make that solidified what the intent of the paragraph was. So we took a shot as staff to try to kind of modify the whole paragraph into more of a what really happened kind of tone. We're going to put that on the screen now. We're going to put it in the gray text. It does incorporate both Commissioner Taylor and the previous edits. So they're all incorporated into the paragraph that we wrote, and we'd like you to take a look at it and give it some thought. Thank you.
So Jason, just to clarify, so would that be Elizabeth Fleming's and Commissioner Taylor's?
Yes, thank you. I forgot a last name and went brain dead, so that's on me.
So while they're working on that, Cecil, Commissioner Pendergrass, you do have your hand up. If that, is that intentional? Now it's down.
I had put my hand down about 5 minutes ago. Was it still showing up?
It was, okay. So we just must have, now it's back up. So, all right.
Down now?
It's up now.
It's showing down on my end.
Okay. Well, maybe there's a delay. So it's showing up on mine. So thank you.
Bear with us as we get the revised language into the gray box. It'll take just a moment.
Beth, do you want to go ahead and read that?
Yes, so let me go through and read this paragraph now. In completing this report, the task force's charge was to provide consensus recommendations for how FDOT can work with local governments and other agencies and partners to carry out the MCORS program as specified in the statute. I won't read that. Individual task force members consent to the report with a qualifier that FDOT needs to continue to fully develop program delivery, project-specific needs, environmental feasibility, and economic feasibility. These consensus recommendations address how needs for the statutorily defined purposes and feasibility should be evaluated and how corridor development and related activities should move forward to implement the statute and protect the environment, enhance quality of life, and the prosperity of the study area and the state. And I don't think the rest is the same, I believe. Future activities related to project-specific needs, environmental feasibility, and economic feasibility will be fully developed by FDOT consistent with the task force's recommendation. So that was a mouthful, but that is taking into account the two amendments with maybe some slight modification. So Elizabeth?
Penny actually has her hand up, so maybe Penny can go first. Why?
Okay.
Yes, I'm satisfied. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Taylor. Elizabeth Fleming?
I'm still trying, it's hard to see it on the screen. The first part I see, and that part about the qualifier, with a qualifier, consent to the report, the qualifier.
Some other task force members that if you'd like some more time, but I'll give you a minute here to read it and then weigh in, Elizabeth.
Yeah, I see, I can see the changes, but I'm afraid that we do want to be clear about what we're giving consensus to. And this says that it's the report. I need a little more time. So what do others think if they have?
Sure. We have Shannon Estenos and Pam Johnson that have comments. Shannon?
Actually, mine was more of a question, and it was related to that. And I apologize if I missed it this morning. I had a few technical difficulties getting in, but individual task force members consent to the report. Is there still going to be the options of consent, approve, do not object, and so forth? And how does those options relate to consent to the report? Because we still have a lot of amendments to go. So depending on how those go, probably determines where folks are going to come down on those choices.
Yes, so if you recall, consent had 4 different definitions from support all the way through to agree not to oppose.
Okay, so I got it. All right, so consent.
So that still holds for the term consent, yes.
Okay, understood. Sorry about that. Thank you.
And that will be on the report as a whole after we finish the revised draft report after we finish with the amendments.
That's the entire package.
Understood. Thank you.
So Pam Johnson?
I just want to agree with those changes that were made.
All right, thank you for those comments. Any other task force members?
Hi, again, real quick, we inadvertently left off one of the phrase potential that Elizabeth Fleming had in originally. We're adding it back in. It doesn't substantially change it, but we had said that we had incorporated all of her comments, so we wanted to make sure it was captured. So if you see a word just magically appear in the middle, that's why.
Yes, and could we please in that first line italicize charge was too, please? Just to show that that change also was made.
Commissioner Taylor, you have your hand raised?
Yes, this is direct to Elizabeth. Elizabeth, are you troubled about the consent, the word consent to the report? Is that what's troubling you?
I'm not so much as troubled as stymied by the process at this point, because my colleague on the other two task forces is proposing this identical language. It's in all three reports, and I don't feel comfortable unilaterally signing off. I need to confer with my colleague.
Okay.
Can we table this section and move on and come
Yeah.
back to it? And can I get this language?
Yeah, so
Elizabeth,
we will, go ahead, okay.
yeah, Elizabeth, we can do that. I think that's a reasonable request. We'll table it for now and come back. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll move on. We are moving on to page 3. Elizabeth, don't go very far because we have, oh, this is the same exact language, so I think we can table this as well. This is where, wait, am I looking at the right one? Just make sure. Oh no, this is different. I apologize. Okay. All right. So this is text revisions with the addition of the word potential. So Elizabeth, would you like to present your amendment?
Yes, in lines 9 through 34, I added the word potential 2 times to indicate that it's about the task force met, what we did, discuss key considerations for planning. It said transportation corridors. I added potential, specific issues such as the Florida Panther, and it goes on. And then down towards the bottom, it said as what the task force developed specific recommendations related to identifying and evaluating high-level needs associated to the statutory purpose, as well as guiding principles and instructions for, and I struck advancing and put potential corridor development and related activities to help accomplish these needs. And note that language again, the potential is consistent with how it's used elsewhere in the document. And it's just, I think, making it more clear that at this point in time, we're talking about potential corridors and not actual corridors that have been delineated.
So Jason, are you going to weigh in on this?
Sure. Thank you, Elizabeth, for the amendment. We have no comment on this one. We don't believe it changes the meaning or the intent for the department, and I have no opposition or instructions. Thank you.
So now I'll take it to the task force members to see if any task force members want to weigh in, and to expedite it, I'll just ask if there's any concerns over the proposed amendment. I am not seeing any hand raises. So then we can accept that as is. If you want to just quickly move the amendment text into the staff gray text, we're good to go.
We're just going to keep following the protocol, make sure that we get the language into the gray box. Okay, so this is making, hopefully this is satisfactory. We're just making a statement that the change will be the same as what was proposed in the amendment. So I suppose we can move on. Okay.
Beth, you're on mute.
I knew that was going to happen to me eventually. Sorry.
That kind of day.
Moving on to Wendy Matthews' amendment. This is in the data and mapping tools, lines 17 through 19. Wendy, would you like to present your amendment?
Well, after reading the staff comment about, this is about the GIS tool and the data utilized in that tool. And then your staff comment talks about that, in future work that DOT internal tools will be used. And I was a little bit disappointed to see that those existing tools are more robust than the task force tool, and kind of left me thinking, well, what data did we not see? But I am fine with leaving that out, leaving my proposed amendment out, because I understand now that GIS tool is no longer going to be populated, that it's going to be moving on into a new DOT planning phase. So I don't think there's a need for this amendment now.
Okay, so are you suggesting to withdraw the amendment?
Well, am I clear that once this task force is over, that the GIS tool on the MCOR's website will no longer be managed?
Yes, ma'am. I wanted to just clarify something just for the good of the order. Our regular kind of robust system that we use, and you're right, it has a lot more layers than the tool that was provided to the task force, because we have a lot of layers that are confidential. We have a lot of layers that are not publicly available, but that tool is also publicly available. The public can sign up and utilize it, and that tool is updated regularly. I think it's quarterly. So it'll continue on in the future as projects develop out of the
Wendy, are you satisfied with that?
I think so, yeah. I mean, does it hurt to add what I'm proposing, or is there a problem with that, but I'm fine either way, but.
Just give us a second here.
Okay.
Sorry, we're having a discussion. Yeah, great. I have no opposition to this. I think the department will support the GIS tool going forward, and we will keep the layers that are in there updated as new information becomes available on those layers that are included currently.
Thank you, Jason. I appreciate it.
Okay, so if our team could please make a note of that in the gray box. Oh. No, I think, oh, you're copying it. I see. Great.
Right, so for those following along at home, what we've decided to do is the amendment as proposed will actually go forward, right? So that was with the concurrence of DOT. So if there are any task force members that have any concerns with that, you can raise your hands now. Okay, I'm seeing none. So that language is in the gray box.
It is, so I think we can move forward now.
Right.
Okay. We actually have 3 amendments in a row here that pertain to the public engagement section. So what we'd like to do is address the 3 of those together, but also ask each task force member to please present their amendment. So first we have Paul Gray.
Can you hear me?
You sure
Yes.
can.
Okay. Sure can. Am I garbled? Is it? All right. Sorry. I've been having computer trouble. Yeah. So I just thought, when talking about saying, 1,000 people send in a comment, we should have some directionality of to what that comment was. I mean, was it in favor or was it not? And I know on social media, people are saying 90% of the comments that have been received are opposed to the roads. And, if that's the case, and I know not every letter's completely opposed or completely in favor, there's a lot of nuance. And this is how many people weighed in and didn't like the idea, and this is how many people weighed in and did like the idea. The legislators and the governor, they're not going to be able to go read all the public comments. They don't have time. So we should give them more information on what the general tone of the comments was. And if it's a sign-on letter that had 1,000 signatures, identify it as such. But we'll give a little bit more information on whether people were generally supportive or not.
I see Will is on the screen. Will, are you wanting to respond?
Yeah, Dr. Gray. So we've discussed how the department has, tried to really focus on action items when it comes to public comments. And so if they did have concerns, we tried to categorize those concerns. And that's that table. We just resent that back out this weekend that had not only all the public comments that were in FDOT listens, but all the written comments that were received with other methods like comment cards or mail-ins. So what we try to do is put a tool in your toolbox of how to use that information to help craft the guiding principles and instructions. We did the same thing as you heard earlier when it came to public comment as it regards to the report itself. So certainly the letters had concerns, and we tried to categorize those concerns so you guys could take action on those concerns. The other thing we did do, I think there's 2 additional form letters that are populated in that folder now for you. So instead of having to read all of them, you can actually get a sentiment very quickly on what those form letters contain. So, actionable items has certainly been our focus, and what you could use those actionable items to do to complete your charge as a task force. So those are available to you, and those just came to you again Saturday, the most recent ones we've got.
Well, I guess, one thing, someone says they're concerned about water resources. They might think the road might have a chance to improve water resources if we rebuilt it. I know, especially down along Highway 29, that's a feeling. And so just saying people were concerned about water resources doesn't mean they're in favor or opposed to the road. And that's kind of what I was hoping to get clarity on, is just because someone says they're interested in something, what would be their interest? So that was just what I was hoping you guys could tease out a little bit more.
Well, I think you bring up a great point. So, that concern of water resources could be improvements or current state of affairs. So, we had to sift through a lot of data to try to get it to a grouping that you could take action items on. But, they may offer a sentiment of opposition but at the same token, it may be an opposition based on a very specific concern. And so we want to bring those specific concerns to you to help address those and give us a foundation of moving forward to the next stage.
And Dr. Gray, we also make a reference on page 5, lines 14 and 15. We have a statement about the majority of the comments expressing opposition or concern. So we had encapsulated that as well.
All right, I'll look at that too.
You're probably going to see it in a moment. I'm wondering if before we go into any general task force dialogue here, there are 2 others, and they're all somewhat related, so I think it would be good to go through them. The next one that we have is from Commissioner Penny Taylor. Which is, it's really to add an additional sentence prior to the start of this page. Commissioner Taylor, would you like to present this amendment? Yes, it's that highlight you see at the bottom. It's just to add this sentence.
It's my understanding from what I just read is that you have now tabulated them according to the form letters. So there's, I don't know, 1,000 and related to this form letter and 2,000s related to this form letter. Is that correct? Or did I misread that? Or was that the direction of the prior amendment? So what my concern is it's nice to say we had 10,000 opposing it and most of them were form letters, but I think we need to do a little bit more. And I did call the office and they said that that's a huge task and we do have a lack of manpower. So I'm just putting it in there. I think it's important that it's easy to gloss it over. If we had it, in my opinion, it is easy for those strongly supporting it just to gloss it over. Oh, well. But if you had the numbers there, the numbers don't lie. So that's where I was going with it, and to categorize it according to the form letter. And in fact, the fact that it's not there, that just should be noted.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I think you've got it right. We've what we've done is taken the form letters and just put them in a separate folder for you guys, and then we rose to the top the different types of form letters. So you could, instead of reading 10,000 and some change letters individually, you could see, hey, these are the prevalent form letters that are coming through, and you can get the sentiment or the concern of that bulk very quickly using that method.
So each let's just say for this conversation, each form letter has its own folder, and you've already tabulated it according. These are, this is the form letter, and oh, by the way, there are 500 here.
We did not go to that detail. So we did create a folder for all form letters, and we did give you the prevalent form letter type with kind of so you can kind of get the sentiment of what's being provided.
Okay, thank you. Then my amendment stands as written, but I'm certainly open to comments on it.
Okay, and let's look at one more related to the subject matter of public engagement. So we're going to move on to Wendy Matthews, number 16. So this is related, scroll up just a little bit, please, on the report. That should do it for us. This relates to lines 17 through 22. Wendy, you're suggesting categories with percentages to be reflected. Could you please present your amendment?
Yes, so I just, so I'm an ecologist and I have a, data mind, and data and facts are really important to telling a story. And I think it's important that we include either a percentage of the number of public comments that were provided for each category, or an actual number. I know that the Suncoast final report has a number of comments in each category. And I strongly think we need to include some sort of a data point to represent the number of comments for each of the categories.
So Wendy, I was actually just looking for something here. In the presentation that I gave this morning, there were some categories with common themes. We do have percentage, as you saw, we do have percentage calculations for those categories. And Will, I see you popped up there.
So we got a couple different options. We may not have the categories exactly like you've got them, Wendy, but we've got the categories that were prevalent for written comments up until this weekend. And we also have, as Beth was referring to, the written comments to the task force report as well. So we did take the liberty of choosing those categories based on the prevalent theme that we saw. So we can give you those two sets of percentages so you can kind of rank what was more important or what was more prevalent with the information coming in through public comment. And we can work on that here in parallel to this task force and get that populated for you to review.
Yeah, Will, I think that would help a lot in showing how these different comment buckets, if you will, how they really did rank in terms of public comment. So I'd like to see what you guys have for that.
So if we could table this one and give us maybe about an hour, and we'll circle back with you with some graphics or at least percentages for you.
Great, thank you.
If I might quickly ask then Commissioner Taylor, with that kind of breakdown, will that address your comment, your amendment as well?
I'm not, would you just run through that again, please? What exactly describe the breakdown then?
Well, I'll tell you what, we'll since we've tabled it, we'll table it and I'll
Yes.
ask you that.
Yes, I'm very,
Okay.
I'm very comfortable. Thank you.
I know, Andrew, you have your hand raised. Is this something you, I will, if you want to speak now or bring it back with the table when we bring this back?
I can speak later if you're
Okay.
bringing it back.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everyone. We do have one more, which is from Penny Taylor. This is more with reference to the resolutions that are cited here. We'll table the rest, but perhaps we'll move on to this one. If we could scroll up to the other blue highlighted area. Oh, nope, back down, please. That's good, right there. Thank you. So Commissioner Taylor, I know that your Board of County Commissioners recently passed a resolution. Would you like to present this amendment that you've submitted?
Yes, and the placement will be where you would like it placed, but I do believe it should be where it's highlighted there. And basically, last Tuesday, we passed a resolution that we support the multi-use corridors MCORS program only if it doesn't supplant or delay existing FDOT work program projects in Collier County, which means it's tentative. That's a tentative support because frankly, we've had projects that we've been delayed now twice. And understanding the outlining of the costs within the statute and the intention of Tallahassee to put 35 million, I think that's what it is, aside on an annual basis, and facing what we're facing now economically, by unanimous support, my board supported this resolution. Thank you.
Yeah, and I would thank you. I thank you too for bringing it forward. I do want to point out that there are several other amendments later in the report related to that conditional support or tentative support, as you said. We will bring that back at that point in time to
Thank
have
you.
a discussion about some of the language that's in that part of the report. I see Commissioner Doherty has his hand raised. I don't know if that's for this or for later in the report. Commissioner Doherty.
Thank you, Karen. I just wanted to suggest that I appreciate this, the resolution from Collier County. However, I would recommend that we defer this item until we talk about the action plan later on. And one of the amendments I proposed, I think, speaks to this. So if we could, and then we'll see if we need to edit that at that point. Thank you.
All right. Before we move on, I had also said I had requested that Commissioner Constance hold his thought from this morning's public comment to the public engagement section. That's this section now. I don't know, Commissioner Constance, if you are with us and able to do that. I know you had to drop off now and then. There you are.
Karen, got me?
Yes.
Okay. So I guess what I wanted to do was just let the folks know that today's comments from Citizen Young, Cross, Dwork, Schwartz, Kelly, Sternhausen, Barman, and there's several others. We listen to you at the end of every meeting. I would say the majority of the task force members stayed on for public comment and listened. And I don't think many of us disagree with your concerns. And I don't really want to go through everything because I can repeat what they said. But I think that we're going to, this needs to be said. You know, there are certain realities that, you know, we can't stop growth. We can't close our borders. We can't stop climate change. We can't stop sea level rise. And we can't stop explosive growth. And that explosive growth is occurring in Southwest Florida. I hope I speak for most of the task force members in saying that we will not violate the current conservation lands and the current wildlife corridors because that's part of our maps and that's what we've discussed. And I appreciate my fellow commissioner, Commissioner Doherty, in his amendments to come that speak to the fact that we really don't want our work plans affected. And I wanted to make sure that I got that on the record. Thank you very much.
Okay, we will bring that up back later. So thank you.
Okay, before we leave this public engagement section, Secretary, I see you popped up here.
Yeah. Hey, Commissioner Taylor, I appreciate you bringing up the resolution that's passed by Collier County. So what I was going to suggest is while we are talking about the impacts to the work program and that language in the action plan section, I was going to propose adding the resolution to this list here because albeit it was a resolution with condition, right? So what we could do is we could say provided resolution. The sentence that preceding the list of communities that pass resolutions, right? It says the following local government organizations provided resolutions in support of the corridor. So change that to in support with or without conditions of the corridor and list Collier County in there. Will you be okay with that, Commissioner Taylor?
Yes, I'm very comfortable with that. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Great, can we go ahead and populate the gray box with that? So this refers to line 32. Just want to make sure you see it captured.
And while we're doing that, I have a task force member has requested to comment, Andrew Dickman. Andrew?
Yeah, hi, thanks. For clarification, this isn't just local governments, is it other interested agencies and organizations, NGOs, things like that, that could propose resolutions?
Yeah, so I guess because we're talking about that sentence, the following local government organizations, you've got the Sebring Airport Authority, is
Okay,
I believe what that's bringing that up. Is that
okay.
right?
So if some
Yeah.
of the other nonprofit organizations wanted to pass resolutions, they could be recognized as well.
I would. These were specifically meant to be local governmental agencies, but
I'm sorry, I'm just confused by the language. It says presentations to interested, okay. It says and organizations. All right.
I should probably stop talking off the cuff and wait until the language appears in the text.
Okay,
So,
all right.
in the box.
It was just unclear to me that,
Right.
I mean, obviously I want local governments to weigh in. I mean, they have representatives, but they, I think it's appropriate for them to weigh in collectively by resolution, but I wasn't clear if that meant presentation to interested agencies and organizations would include some of the non-governmental organizations like Friends of Florida or other folks, or if that doesn't include them. I'm gonna drop my hand.
Okay. Yes, and Andrew, that's a different subject matter, presentations.
Thanks.
So we have language now populated?
Oh, here it is. Okay. So I'm going to read this language. The following local government organizations provided resolution in support of the corridor with and without conditions. And then we will add a bullet that adds Collier County Board of County Commissioners.
Hey, Karen, can I make a comment? So Andrew, based on your comment, we're going to focus on local municipalities only, take out Sebring Airport Authority from the list, okay?
Thank you.
Okay, so you can see we are adding that into the gray box. Delete Sebring Airport Authority. Okay, Karen, are there any hands raised at this point? Okay, and just a reminder, we're going to come back to public engagement on that categorization once we have something ready for the task force to see.
You're muted.
The second time. Okay, we're going to move on. We've made it to page 6. Commissioner Taylor. This is under study area overview and the area of environment. You had some language that you wanted to add here related to groundwater and drinking water supply. The only thing I'll point out with the text addition is these are state level statistics as opposed to region level statistics. And with that, Commissioner Taylor, if you'd like to present the amendment.
Guys, if I've learned anything about water being on the Florida Association of Counties Water Committee, is that water knows no boundaries. And yes, I'd like it to stay. I think it's germane to this whole conversation. And I think we definitely need to talk about groundwater. And please note that there is a footnote with it. It's from a published paper by Dr. Shukla and Dr. Jabber from University of Florida.
Yes, we appreciated the footnote. Jason, did you or anyone want to weigh in? Okay, so my understanding is DOT does not have any concerns with this. So are there any other task force members that have any concerns with the amendment? LK, did you want to jump in? Okay. So are any other task force members have concern? Raise your hand. Then that amendment will move forward. Do you want to just in the gray box say the amendment is accepted? Or have you the phrasing you used before, Brandy?
All right, so we're going to move forward.
Mute, mute.
I was doing so well at the beginning. Okay, exciting. We're going to move to page 10 now. And Andrew, this is your amendment. Page 10, you'd like to have this language inserted at line 10. I guess no, excuse me, this is a modification to lines 10 and 11. So with that, please present your amendment.
Yeah, I was trying to get to precision here, and I don't recall that we reviewed data nor discussed every potential impact of the corridor in detail. And the language that I see suggests was that the task force process was designed to occur prior to the corridor planning process. I'm unclear, are you talking about the PD&E planning process, or is there a process in between this task force and the PD&E? I'm unclear. I don't know if there's a PD&E happening now or an in-between process. Thanks, Jason. See you.
Sure. So let me give a little bit of explanation of the process we've talked about before, Andrew, but I just want to make sure for the group. So when the department does a project, typically we go through a planning process, and we call that the planning phase. And then after the planning phase, we go through what we like to refer to as PEL. It's planning and environmental linkage. It's an in-between phase that happens in between a formal planning process and a PD&E phase. None of that's happened on the corridor yet. So when we say prior to the corridor planning process, we could say prior to the corridor planning and development process, because it's basically no steps have happened except for the task force. We like to think of the task force as a pre-planning decision. So it's a discussion that happens before we start into our robust information. So after the task force, we will incorporate the task force report into our processes, and we will go forward with our planning and environmental linkage. We'll do what we call ETDM and the ACE process, and then after that, we'll go into PD&E. So we're still, as far as we're concerned, we're still very, very early in the process. So what I would suggest, and I see your language here, I think if we put prior to the corridor planning and development process for clarity, because that's the intent, is we want to make sure that it's well known that all of this happens before any of the regular processes of the department.
Andrew, what are your thoughts about that?
That helps me a lot, Jason. Thank you. And compliments on your acronyms. You're really a specialist on that.
We'll get that up on the screen for you. Just give us 1 second.
Thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
So Karen, with that is going to be placed on the screen. I don't know if there are any other task force members that have been asking to weigh in on this.
So could you recap that for task force members that no one's weighing in yet?
Sure.
Is why we're waiting.
Basically, instead of the strike throughs that Andrew has put forward, in that second line where it says prior to the corridor planning process, we would insert planning and development process. And so the language would stay, except we would add and development after planning.
Any comments from task force members? They must be waiting to see it. So
Thank you for your patience. I think we're very close to getting it up onto the screen for you. Okay, so there it is, and you can see where the words and development were added, underlined. So that is the language that I just read. So Karen, any hand raise?
right, so task force members, any concerns with this amendment as modified? I'm not seeing any, so we look good to go to the next amendment.
Terrific. Okay, so we're going to stay on this page and we're going to scroll to the next amendment. Stay on this report page, excuse me. So now we have an amendment from Commissioner Penny Taylor, and this has to do with when you get into the high level, whoop, let's make sure I'm doing this right. Yes, the high level needs section. If you see the highlight there in blue where it says high level needs bulleted, Commissioner Taylor, please feel free to present your amendment.
Thank you very much. Briefly, I believe the question why is in response to the purpose, not the needs. And I think I have a disagreement with our secretary on this. So I await his comments.
No, Commissioner Taylor, I was going to say, we agree with you. We're going to make the amendment incorporated.
You look from side to side. I thought, oh, I've done it again. So let's just leave it there. That's great. Thank you.
Well, you're reading too much into my expressions there, Commissioner.
Very
All right.
good.
So just one more hurdle. Do any of the task force members have any concern with this? We'll just see if there's any hands. Okay, so the amendment's good to go. So if you just want to mark that in the text box.
Thank you.
And while we're marking that, see, things are not always as they seem.
Well said.
Okay, moving right along. All right, this is a repeat of the prior language that we are waiting for from the introduction and overview that has to do with, or excuse me, introduction overview that has to do with consensus. I just want to check one thing. We do have, let's see. We do have some language though from Wendy Matthews that's in addition to what Elizabeth had proposed. So if we could go down to Wendy Matthews number 14.
And Elizabeth is ready to weigh in when.
Okay. I'm sorry, Elizabeth, I didn't mean to skip over you, but I know it's the same exact language that you presented before. So we'll make sure to come back to you.
Okay.
So Wendy?
Yeah, so this is just a clarification statement that, it just clarifies that the task force has not agreed to any of specific corridor projects, just a note of clarification.
Yes, so I think this one comes back with the other one we've tabled. And we'll have to look at that with the language, right, Beth?
Yes, I just wanted to make sure the department was aware of the language. So as they're still working on the consensus language, that they would have this available. And here is Jason.
Hi, Wendy. Thank you. Earlier, we brought up the rewrite of the paragraph. We'll take a look at whether this gets incorporated, your language gets incorporated in that, or if it's already covered by that rewrite, because it was significantly rewritten to cover what we do now and what the intent of the task force was. I think it may already be covered, but let us take a look at that and get right back to you, okay?
Sure, that sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I apologize, Elizabeth. Was there more that you wanted to add?
At this point, before I go down the wrong path, I just want to tell you our thoughts so far. The rewrite confuses me. And the sentence before, the way it was written, and this is not a sentence we asked for a change. DOT changed this as part of incorporating the edits. But where it says now, individual task force members consent to the report with a qualifier that FDOT, then it says needs to continue to fully develop program delivery. I don't even know what that means. And then the project specific needs, environmental feasibility. I would prefer, and DOT can help with wording, that we say what the state of affairs is. So individual task force members consent to the report with a qualifier that FDOT needs to undertake a needs assessment, determine environmental feasibility, determine economic feasibility, and so on and so forth, or leave it the way it was. I find the new rewrite is confusing. And I think it has implications that I want to be sure that I'm making, being aware of. And I don't think that's the intention. So we want this to be clear so that everybody that picks up this report reads it and knows what it means, including task force members.
Thank you for that comment. We agree with you. We're looking at that language again. And I think that sentence that you're speaking of that says, when it goes into the program delivery, it says FDOT needs to continue to fully develop program delivery project specific needs. I think we'll rewrite that little section to say FDOT needs to develop, and then it goes on. So we take out the continue and we take out the program delivery and we talk about specifically what we're going to do. So give us just a few minutes to make that edit. Will that satisfy your concern if we make that change and are much clearer in that sentence?
Yes, because
Okay.
we've got a qualifier, and I'm striving for clarity. That will make everything easier for everybody.
We are too. We would like to just have it exactly what we're going to do in the future. And I'll say from my point of view, the reason we want it clear is so when we go to the next phase, we clearly have a level of instructions that we can take into planning and project development. So thank you for the advice, and we'll make the change and we'll get it back up on the screen here in just a few minutes.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
So just so I'm clear, I'm going to ask a question of the department. We have 2 items tabled right now where we're waiting for language. One is in the public engagement, and the other is the consensus language. Do we need to come back a little bit later and let you continue to work on those?
Hey, Um, Beth, what I would suggest is let's go through this language. It's a minor edit that we need to do, and let's go over this one, this particular amendment. That way we finish couple of amendments that we tabled, right? This one and the last one.
All right, so we are still discussing amendment number 2 from Elizabeth Fleming, with Wendy's subsequent one. And then Andrew Dickman, you have your hand raised. Did you want to?
Yeah, real quickly, I know this idea of the qualified consensus comes up a couple times in the report, and I think y'all said this would be discussed later on. Is that correct? That we'll have a chance to discuss this?
This was the one that they
Where it
were
says-
working on the language that was being tabled.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, because the word consensus, I think, is
All right.
baffling me a little bit. So we'll talk about that later, right? Okay, good.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Beth.
Well, what we have here is there were 3 amendments that were submitted related to the consensus language in the report. One of the amendments was in the introduction and overview, and the other 2 were here in approach and framework, where the report language is identical related to consensus. So the department had presented language for that Elizabeth, who was one of the amendment proposers, asked if she could think about it and talk with her colleague that represents her entity on other task forces. So we were taking that time for that. And she has just come back and provided some feedback based on that. And we were discussing a modification to what the department put forward earlier.
Okay.
That gives you some clarity on where we are.
Maybe, and I may be wrong, but I thought it was Shannon that asked the question about consensus. And I thought y'all said that we were going to discuss that at the end. I thought that was the idea, that we were going to talk about that at the end.
That was a different question.
Yeah.
That was related to the definition of what is consensus, the different 4 categories.
Thank you.
That was a different question.
Thank you.
Again, we're just waiting to populate the screen, so bear with us. We want to make sure that you are able to see these changes. Okay, we have language. I'm going to go ahead and read this for those that are having a hard time seeing the screen. So here is the new proposed consensus language. In completing this report, the task force's charge was to provide consensus recommendations for how FDOT can work with local governments and other agencies and partner to carry out the MCORS program as specified in section, the statute. I won't read that. Individual task force members consent to the report with a qualifier that FDOT must still develop project-specific needs, environmental feasibility, and economic feasibility for future projects. These consensus recommendations address how needs for the statutorily defined purposes and feasibility should be evaluated and how potential corridor development and related activities should move forward to implement the statute and protect the environment and enhance quality of life and the prosperity of the study area and the state. Future activities related to project-specific needs, environmental feasibility, and economic feasibility will be fully developed by FDOT consistent with the task force's recommendations. So this would appear here in this approach and framework, and also the same language that was in the introduction and overview. So that is the latest proposed language.
I just want to offer 2 points real quick. Thank you, Beth. First, to Elizabeth, we rewrote the sentence that you discussed to try to offer very clear what the individual task force consent with the qualifier means. And it means that you're telling us that we still have to do those 3 things on the screen for future projects. It's what we intend to do. But we, as you said, and we're trying to mimic that, we wanted to offer very clear distinction of what this means. The second one, to Wendy, or that specific corridor project should be constructed language. It's what I said earlier. I think it's already captured in this paragraph that the future projects were not addressed by the task team, and they have to be addressed by the department as time goes on. So those are the only 2 points. Thank you.
So let's do another check-in with our task force members that proposed the amendments.
So Elizabeth has her hands raised. Elizabeth?
That satisfies my concern for clarity, and I won't speak to what Wendy is raising, but I'm satisfied with this change, and I appreciate you working with us on it.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
Wendy, are you ready to weigh in?
Thanks, Karen. I think the rewrite addresses our little clarification, but I am a little bit. The sentence, individual task force members consent to the report with a qualifier. Why do we have to have this task force members consent to the report? Why can't we just say task force members submit this report? I understand you're trying to build consensus here, but it just seems like this consent word is coming up, is woven throughout the report, and I don't understand why we can't just indicate that the task is submitting the report.
So, yeah, okay, Jason?
Wendy, thank you. Thank you for that. If the task team wants to change the word consent to submit, the department would not object. I understand your position there. And then the sentence would just read, individual task force members submit this report with a qualifier that F dot. And if that's what your proposition is, I don't think we have a concern with it.
That is what I would ask. Thank you.
My turn to be on mute. So there are a couple of task force members that do want to weigh in. So we're talking about what's on the screen now with the modification of submit instead of anyways, with the replacement with to
Instead
add
of
submit
consent.
consent. Thank you. So
You're welcome.
Andrew Penny Taylor, and then Commissioner Taylor, and then Andrew Dickman. Commissioner Taylor.
I agree to the change that replacing consensus with submit, or excuse me, submit with a qualifier. So I believe that anyway,
They're
I've lost.
highlighting it on the screen now. They're highlighting
Yeah.
the submit. They're
Submit,
making the
okay,
change.
they've changed it. Good, good, good. Yes, I would agree to that change. And of course, the change that I asked for is included in this passage. So I'm comfortable with this. Thank you.
Okay. Andrew Dickman, you have your hands raised.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm still reading this. Can you move on to the next person?
Are there other task force members that want to weigh in? Elizabeth Fleming.
This is what happens with editing with a group. But if we are able to do this, do we have to say individual task force members or just the task force submits the report?
Yeah, with the changes, it's I'm going to wait for someone on DOT to come on, but that seems appropriate.
Yeah, Elizabeth, that is a very good suggestion. We should reword it to say task team submits the reports or task force submits the reports.
See, we're getting simpler along the way.
So working together to get to consensus.
So let's be clear that where it says individual in italics, it would now say the task force submits.
That's what I suggested, yes.
Okay, so Wendy Matthews has raised her hand, and I'm giving Andrew a little more time. So Wendy.
Thanks. I just want to agree with Elizabeth's requested edit. I think that change is very good, and thank you.
Okay, great. Mr. Dickman, are you ready yet? You're the last one with a hand raised.
I think those work for me. Yeah, I can address my concern later on in the report. I think I have some amendments that I wanted to suggest, so thank you.
All right. So I think we have some language as shown in the gray box that the original proposers are okay with the proposed amendments, and we've had some task force comments. Any other task force member concerns on the change? I'm not seeing any hands, but I'm giving some time for the delays.
And again, I just want to note that this same change will be made on page 2 in the introduction and overview.
Right, because we tabled that one to work through the language, and so now we've worked through the language.
So this would replace lines 18 through 25 on page 2.
I'm seeing hand raise again from Mr. Dickman. Did you?
Yeah, I guess I was in agreement in that context, but when you just went back to page 2, I'm still confused about, I know what the definition of consensus is according to the dictionary, but I'm not quite sure how you're using it. So when you say, oh, okay, we're gonna go back to page 2 and use that as well, that really throws me off. I was okay with it at this section, but maybe just take out consensus and you'll be fine.
The only thing I want to point out, Andrew, is this language that you see highlighted here, an approach and framework, that exact same language is on page 2. So you're saying the context is what you think is a little bit of a challenge? from your
Well,
perspective?
I mean, in page 2, I think is where the question came up, and I don't know who brought it up, but it was said, okay, well, we'll address consensus later on. Correct me if I'm wrong. I thought you said we were going to address consensus later on. And, you know, I don't think there's 100% consensus by anybody on this entire document. So, you know, in this context right now, you know, why not just say the task force, hold on, the recommendations from this task force address how the needs, I mean, doesn't necessarily, I just feel uncomfortable with the word consensus. I mean, I've looked it up in several dictionaries, and it means that there's a group, a group agreement, and it just implies that we all agree on this entire document. I'm sorry, but it does.
So Andrew, if you're just talking about in the beginning of the sentence, the very first sentence says, completing this report, the task force charge was to provide, and you want to take out that word consentence and just say was to provide recommendations for how. Is that your request?
Yeah, I mean, does it, let me look at the statute. Does it say consensus? I don't know.
I think we're fine with removing the word consentence from both here and the beginning of the report.
Okay, if the law doesn't say consensus, then take it out.
I think we're going to double check that, but
I would just suggest, Jason, it's also mentioned about halfway down where it says these consensus recommendations.
Yeah, it does say consensus building mechanism, but it doesn't say we're going to reach consensus.
Way.
Hey, Andrew, I think I hear that you have concerns about the word consensus because we haven't gotten there yet. Later on today, once we have the report all revised based on amendments from members, we'll kind of show the report and gauge if we have any more amendments. So we're comfortable removing the word consensus from the 2 sentences in this section. So it's not presumptuous that we have consensus. I understand what your concerns are, but we will have a block of time later on today to discuss, you know, once we have the report as amended, if there's anything else that would cause you not to provide your consensus. That's later on.
That's exactly what I thought you said. Not you, but thank you for clarifying that. I thought you said we were going to circle back to this later on, so thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you, Andrew. Karen, any other? I think we can move forward. Nope, with the language has been amended in the box. So, and no additional comments. So we can move forward. Okay, now we move to page 11. Under high level needs. So we'll wait for the report to catch up. And Commissioner Taylor. Okay, this is referring to line 15 and 16 that is highlighted. You had a recommended change. Would you like to present it?
Yes, thank you. I'm just, again, using the words and built upon instead of developed.
Commissioner Taylor, for consistency in other parts of the report, let me just bring something to your attention. This would be consistent, I think, with line 21, use the same language. If it were to say, and built upon the statutory purposes, perhaps?
Perfect.
Let me read this again. High level needs for the corridor built upon the statutory purposes and developed recommendations. That would be consistent.
Yeah, yes, thank you. I'm very comfortable with that. Thank you very much.
Okay, so for our team, I know, Karen, we're going to make sure other task force members are okay with that. Let me just read what we're intending here. So the language here where it says the task force identified potential high-level needs for the corridor. After that, we will add built upon the statutory purposes and developed recommendations, and the rest would remain the same.
So Commissioner Taylor is fine with those changes. Are there any other task force members that have any concerns with the changes proposed as proposed? I'm not seeing any hands come up, so we're just getting that in the staff box, gray box of the amendment form.
No, this is it's not as said there. Would you like me to reread it for staff?
Somebody's racing me to the mute button. So Commissioner Constance, that's okay.
Yeah, thank you. Just real quick, I don't want to be a wordsmither, but Beth, wouldn't be statutory criteria?
Are you talking about built upon statutory criteria?
Yeah.
What I
You said
would say, we have a few different areas in the report where we use the terms that recommendations as well as high-level needs are built upon the statutory purposes, or the purposes as laid out in statute. So that's just using language that's kind of consistent throughout.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Certainly.
It looks like they have language now for you to read to the group.
Okay, that looks like what I just read, so I'll do it one more time. Based on the information provided, the task force identified potential high-level needs for the corridor, built upon the statutory purposes, and developed recommendations for how FDOT should assess the needs for a corridor of the scale specified in statute as part of future planning and project development.
All right, so I think we can move on to the next amendment.
Okay, so Commissioner Taylor, you get to be on again. So moving down to lines 23 and 24. What Commissioner Taylor is suggesting here is placing a period after economic development and adding a new sentence. So Commissioner Taylor, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Again, it's about the environment. And so I think the sentence is pretty self-explanatory. One critical high-level need that could be jeopardized by a new transportation corridor, and I noticed that I said could be, I didn't say it is the maintaining of, enhancing of environmental sensitivity of the land the corridor traverses through. Quality of life is also a high-level need that cannot be narrowly defined. People oftentimes interpret quality of life differently. I think it's self-explanatory, and I welcome comments from the task force.
So is there, okay, so this can go straight to the task force for comments and discussion. Any members that have concerns? letting everybody read through it. Raise your hand if you need more time. Otherwise, I'm not seeing anyone. Jerry Burr is asking for more time. So I know why people are reading. I will mention that, you know, many of our task force meetings, there was a lot of discussion about how transportation needs, you know, are for economic development, but there are also some opportunities for environmental stewardship and correcting some of the wrongs of the past, and then also some quality of life issues. So Jerry, did you raise your hand? Are you good? Yeah, Gerald Burr.
Yep, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Hey, Commissioner Taylor, one suggestion that I was thinking we could go with is, you know, I understand why you are suggesting this particular amendment is to bring that additional attention to the protection of the environment and a better interpretation of quality of life, right? So what I would suggest is instead of striking off the environmental and stewardship and quality of life, keep those two words in there, but continue with this sentence so that it gets a little bit more emphasis on it. Are you okay with that?
Thank you, Karen. All right, and so how would it read? Okay.
So it would read, the sentence would read such as economic development and environmental stewardship and quality of life, period. And then it would continue on with what you added, which is one critical high-level need that could be jeopardized by a new transportation corridor, pretty much keeping the same language that you suggested.
I'm comfortable with that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other concerns from the task force? So the revised amendment is basically just to add the new sentence that's at the bottom. So that's getting in the box now. The strike-throughs will.
Yeah, remove the strike through and then include the new sentences after.
Yeah, so it's just a new sentence like that.
I would just say new sentences as proposed.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so I think we can continue moving forward. Commissioner Taylor, I'm about to give you the floor again. So this is beginning line 25. There are actually two parts here. The first part is more of a text revision on line 25. And the second one perhaps is a bit more of a substantive comment and change. And that second item is actually on line 27. I believe I've got it right. So it's lines 25 for the first part, line 27 for the second part. Okay, Commissioner Taylor.
Again, this is again, to, yeah, my notes are a little different than this, but, okay, so we're just on line 34. You said line 12, staff line edit. That's the page, and then the line number is 32 in your staff, because I did the red line. Okay, so we're changing, we're just going to strike protect the environment and replace it with the task force recognizes significant need to protect the environment. Again, it's emphasizing the importance of the environment in this process. And so I think those are just stronger words rather than protecting the environment. I believe I believe it's an accurate statement.
Commissioner Taylor, we have no concerns with your proposed language.
Thank you very much.
We do have task force members that want to weigh in. Jerry Burr.
Yeah, I have a problem with the change to line 25. I think we did find significant issues with the rural communities as far as economic development and so on. There's really horrible poverty in that area, and I think that this road could add to that and revitalize those areas. I think especially if we're going to add the word significant need in the environmental, I think we need to also add it with regard to the human needs as well.
Yes, and Jerry, that particular sentence includes the human needs and the environmental needs, with the exception that Commissioner Taylor wants to pull the environmental needs into a separate sentence rather than part of that first sentence.
So based on that, just a thought, if you change the beginning of the sentence to say, the task force identified significant needs in the study area related to the 6 statutory purposes, including ... and then end like Commissioner Taylor was suggesting right there after life, and then adding the new sentence that Commissioner Taylor has suggested, would that be okay? Commissioner Taylor, would you be all right if we left found significant and just changed it to identified significant needs?
Yes, I'm very comfortable with that. Thank you very much.
Okay, let us make that adjustment and we'll get it on the screen.
So while they're doing that, are there any other task force members that want to weigh in on the topic? So they're cobbling together some sentences again over there. We'll have some silence while that gets put up on the screen.
Okay, let me read this. In general, the task force identified significant needs in the study area related to the 6 statutory purposes, including revitalizing rural communities, supporting economic development, and enhancing quality of life. The task force also recognized the significant need to protect the environment. So there is the newly proposed language.
Any additional comments from the task force? I am not seeing any. So, LK, we'll take a break.
All right, thanks, Karen. Hey, thank you, task force members. We made a lot of progress in the afternoon. Thanks for your thoughtful explanations of your amendments and the feedback that we received. I think the new process is working great. So we will now take a 15-minute break. We ask that you keep this meeting open on your computer during our break so that we can get to work at hand promptly at 3:30. We will have the meeting muted during this time. If you need any technical assistance during our break, please reach out to Tommy Bull. Thank you. We'll see you at 3:30. All right, task force members, we are back. So we'll continue our conversation on the amendments. We'll continue using the same process that we started using in the after lunch since it's moving well. I do want to say that today is our last and final meeting. So we are going to go through going through all the amendments and going through the final report. We'll not end the meeting till we are done. Okay, thank you.
So we are back to kind of continue with the amendments. We're going to go continue where we left off, which Beth?
Yes, we have one more on page 11. So we're going to get the report up. And
actually, while you're doing that, I see Shannon has her hand raised. Shannon, do you have a clarifying question? Shannon,
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know why I keep, the ends are looking like ours to me. Go ahead.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm wondering, is this the language we were just looking at right before the break? I had a little bit of technical difficulty. I don't know what's going on with my computer today, but is this the language that we ended on before the break?
no, this is the next amendment. So we can scroll back to the one that we concluded with before going to break.
I apologize for that. I just want to, I tried to rewind on the Florida channel, but it wouldn't allow me to do it. Let's see. Oh. Okay, I still am concerned about this notion that the task force identified significant needs. I don't feel like that's what we did. I feel like the task force considered potential needs in the study area, which is, kind of the word I don't feel like we identified needs in any kind of anything that remotely resembled a specific way.
We do have language, for example, on line 16 that says, unless we modified it, the task force identified potential high-level needs. So perhaps if we change that language to be consistent, Shannon, and say, in general, the task force identified potential high-level needs in the study area.
Yeah, I think you've got to put potential back in. Yeah, because that's really what DOT's job is going to have to be moving forward, is to identify those actual needs.
Hi, Shannon and Beth. Just to bring up the point, the reason that it was included like this in the language in the gray is because another task force member identified that there were significant needs as it pertained to revitalizing rural communities, and we were trying to meet in the middle and still include that word significant. And I understand that that's the argument here, but I think there was more than there were a few task force members had different thoughts on the sentence. So. Maybe open it back up, because I'm sorry, I can't recall who said that the first time.
That was Jerry Burr had raised the fact that some of the rural communities had, human needs as well as environmental needs. So that was where that thought came from. So if there's an additional way to phrase it, Shannon, I see you raised your hand again.
Well, I was just trying to unmute. Sorry, I was trying to unmute. I apologize. I'm not trying to identified significant. It's the identified needs that I'm concerned about, because the following sentence, the task force also recognized the significant need to protect the environment, uses the word need slightly different here. We could say in general, the task force recognized needs in the study area related to, or even significant, recognized significant needs in the study area related to 6 statutory purposes, including revitalizing rural communities. The word identified sounds as though we quantified some needs, which we really didn't do.
Hey, Shannon, I like that term, the term that you used, recognized.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, that's a little bit better.
Yeah, so I just want to go back to the original proposers, which were Wendy and Penny, Commissioner Taylor, to make sure that that's, I think it was Commissioner Taylor.
It's Commissioner Taylor and then Jerry Burr weighed in.
Right.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Yes. I like that change, and I'm satisfied with this. Thank you.
So how about Jerry?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I'm okay with the change.
Okay, so let's please change the word identified to recognized.
And then I'll ask the task force members one more time if there's any concerns with the amendment as now shown in the gray box. Shannon, I'm going to lower your hand. I think it's from before. And I'm not seeing any members raise their hands, so thank you for bringing that up, Shannon. I think we've got that revised and taken care of, and so we now can move on to the next amendment, Beth.
Great. Okay, so we'll scroll to the next amendment, which is from Wendy Matthews, relating to the same page, lines 29 and 30 that you can see highlighted there. Wendy, one thing that I might suggest is that the language that you have here, you mentioned in a prior amendment, excuse me. So what we've done is we've inserted the prior agreed upon language to address your concerns. So, please feel free to present your amendment and also take a look at, inserting this. So perhaps we could move through this one very quickly.
Yes, that works for me. Thank you.
Great.
Okay.
Was that quick enough?
That was great. And I just want to remind task force members, this is an exact replication of the language to address Wendy's recommendation earlier in the introduction and overview. And by the way, Wendy, we're going to see this again on another amendment that you have.
Right. Okay. Thanks, Beth.
Sure.
So any concerns from task force members? Seeing this on a second time? I'm not seeing any, so Beth, go ahead to the next amendment.
Great. So we get to skip a page because there weren't any comments there. We're going to go to page 13. And Commissioner Taylor, you had a recommended text revision here related to line 13. So please feel free to go through your amendment.
Okay, so I'd like to strike through the word, oh my goodness.
Two.
Okay, two, yeah. So anyway, I wanted to read by encouraging the co-location. So what I'm doing is describing and grounding what the main issue is with broadband and the important role that a road can play in terms of making the co-location of all utilities a lot less expensive by doing it at the same time. So that's exactly what this line is doing.
So Commissioner Taylor, would it be helpful if I read what that would look like with your changes? Because it may
Yes,
be.
I think so. Thank you. Yeah.
Is that okay, Secretary?
Yes.
I see. All right, so it would say, starting on line 11, the task force recommended FDOT evaluate opportunities to improve infrastructure connections between communities and regional roadway networks and support the expansion of rural utility infrastructure, including broadband, water, and sewer, by encouraging the co-location of utility lines as the road is constructed. Then the next sentence would begin, this will enhance quality of life for rural and underserved areas. So I hope I got that right, Commissioner Taylor.
Yes, you did.
So Commissioner Taylor, we are okay with that change. I think it makes sense to expand it. So Karen, if you may want to ask other task force members.
Thank you.
I certainly will. Any task force members want to comment or have any concerns with this amendment? Bill Ferry would like to weigh in. Bill?
Not really as much of a concern, but more of a comment that it does kind of assume that those utilities such as sewer and water are located or they're put in all at the same time along with broadband, for example. In practicality, that's not really the case. It's kind of mixing apples and oranges to a certain degree. Having said that, I really don't oppose it. It's pretty innocuous, and it's really just trying to really advance the idea of co-locate and try to be more efficient. So no objections here. I'm just kind of pointing out that it's not quite what happens in the road and the right of way.
Thank you, Bill.
Jennifer Carpenter has raised her hand. Jennifer?
Yeah, I think have a similar concern just about the language that talks about as the road is constructed, because it may not all happen at the same time, but we still want to encourage for the allowance of that co-location. So could we just take out as the road is constructed and simplify it?
Yes, so Commissioner Taylor, is that acceptable to you? That seems like a simplification. So you're with your intent
Yes,
was to promote co-location. So, yep.
Yes, I'm comfortable with that. Thank
Okay.
you.
Great. So the sentence would stop after the co-location of utility lines. Any other task force amendments, comments or concerns? I'm not seeing any, so if we can get the text up on the.
Yes. For our team, it may be helpful to copy lines 11 through 14 and then make the edits. All right, that looks like the edits as last amended. So basically after the word sewer, the sentence goes on to say by encouraging the co-location of utility lines and start of a new sentence, this will enhance quality of life.
Shannon Estenos, you have a comment?
No, just a quick question. It's just a grammatical question. Are we saying, I can barely read it, it's so small, opportunities to improve infrastructure connections between communities and roadway networks, or between communities and between roadway networks? You get my meaning? We're saying between communities and roadway networks, right?
Yes, this is under the high level need, help rural and underserved areas improve infrastructure for people, freight, and technology. And the way it is worded now, it's between communities and regional roadway networks.
Okay, got it. All right, very good. Thank you.
Okay, I think with that, we can go on to the next amendment.
Okay, great. We are actually going to go, I believe, to page 15.
Beth?
Okay, so page 15, Wendy, we have an amendment that you have requested. It actually pertains to lines 13 and 15 beneath that high level need. So if you would like to present your amendment, please do.
Yes, we're just asking to reiterate the statutory mandate for special consideration of impacts to Florida Panther, and then the fact that the statute requires the identification of opportunities for land acquisition. So we're just trying to incorporate that. Our revised language is trying to incorporate that.
Wendy, I think it makes perfect sense to reiterate the statute language here, particularly related to Florida Panther, so we're good with the change. So Karen, you want to ask task force members for comments?
Sure. Any of the task force members have any comments or concerns with the change? Seeing none, that amendment will be accepted as is. So if you'd mark that in the report.
Great. Okay, so we're going to move forward. The next amendment's really two amendments from Commissioner Penny Taylor. For this first part, I'm going to ask that we scroll back to the bottom of page 14. We're going to have to scroll up a little bit. There we go. Okay, well, if you go up just a little. No, I'm sorry, the other way. I apologize. Where we can see lines 35 through 39 clearly. Great, thank you very much. Okay, so Commissioner Taylor's first portion of the amendment addresses the actual language for the high level need. So perhaps we need to do this in two parts, Commissioner Taylor, because they're two different high level needs that you're addressing. So if you wouldn't mind taking the first one first.
Okay, so again, I'm emphasizing critical. I'd like to add a sentence, these agricultural lands may be in critical areas of environmental sensitivity. Forgive me, I don't think and areas, but it could also say and. I think that's a mistake though. So the idea again is to tie the environment to agricultural lands in terms of the environmental sensitivity of these agricultural lands.
So just for clarity, let me make sure the task force members understand that high level need would now, under Commissioner Taylor's proposal, be split into two sentences. The first sentence, support agriculture and resource-based industries as major economic drivers, period. These agricultural lands may be in critical areas of environmental sensitivity. So that is the proposal for the high level need language.
Thank you very much, Beth.
No problem.
Yeah, and DOT, is there any? No, yeah, not seeing any. For this piece, I'm not seeing any issues with it. I have some task force members that do want to weigh in, though. Bill McDaniel and then Elizabeth Fleming. Commissioner McDaniel.
Yes, since we're into wordsmithing these days, separate the words may be, not maybe.
Okay, got it. And that must have taken care of Elizabeth as well.
Gary Ritter is asking
Yep,
to.
thank you. Gary?
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand the reasoning for this. I think they should have at least equal importance, and I'm not, is this not presented in the environmental area, or?
So Beth, what might be helpful is to explain how this kind of need differs, this high level need is different from the conservation lands, environmentally sensitive areas, the next, some of the other high level needs.
Well, I'm just trying to wrap my arms around what, what we're trying to do with this one here.
Yes, I mean, this high level need, the way it was originally stated, if you scroll through the actual language of the whole need, and maybe that would be helpful as well, for us to scroll up into the first part of page 15 so you can see the whole paragraph. There we go. So now you can see the whole paragraph. You could see that there is reference to environmental objectives and whatnot. Farther into the report, however, anything moving forward with respect to guiding principles and instructions, the environmental aspects were folded into the environmental related guiding principles with the following high level need that you see there: protect, connect, and enhance. So I don't know if that answered your question or not, Gary.
Okay, all right.
Sometimes it's hard when you don't see the connectivity between the needs and the guiding principles.
Okay.
Any other task force member comments? Okay, Beth, you want to continue with the other item?
Oh yes, I didn't realize that the language was already in the gray. Okay, very good. All right, the other item is on page 15. It is that highlighted. No, we need to move down a little bit, please, to line 28. There we go. All right, so this has to do with where we had included the statewide regional evacuation studies that are underway by the Division of Emergency Management and the regional planning councils. Commissioner Taylor, you had the suggestion of an addition in that sentence, so please present your amendment.
Yes, thank you. I think it's important, and I learned that when we were discussing this study in the Regional Planning Council, that it's very important to touch base with the local emergency operations centers of the different counties, not only to do it on a statewide, but also to sort of on the ground. These guys know, they know what's happening within their county. And I won't get into too many details, but I really feel it's important to bring it down to the county level in the consideration and to mention them by name.
Thank you, Commissioner. There's no comments or from DOT. It's acceptable. Did any other task force members want to weigh in on the addition of the Emergency Operations Center on that part? Seeing none, so I think that part of the amendment also moves forward. So if you want to move that to the gray box, that would be great. All right.
Just waiting to see it added.
Yep.
So if it's any help to our team, it would basically be 26, lines 26 through 30, repeated with the insertion of the emergency operations centers after Division of Emergency Management. Excuse me, it's emergency operations centers throughout the region. Okay, we just need a period after councils. And we're missing the first part of the sentence. But maybe. Okay. Okay, we can go on. We're good. Sorry about that. So that is the portion of the sentence. Okay. Thank you, task force members. We're going to move on to the next amendment. And Wendy, I told you we were going to see this one again. So this is the language that you had proposed prior, and we have inserted, oh, going backwards? Okay. Yes, let's please go to Wendy Matthews. There we go. So Wendy, this is the language that you had repeated in two prior amendments. So we've inserted the agreed upon language here as well. This is under needs evaluation process. .38 at the top down to 1 and 2 on page 16. Wendy, since you're the proposer, are you okay with inserting this language again? It's the same.
Yeah, the same language. That's good, Beth. Thank you.
Okay.
And just for formality, any task force members have any comments on that? Okay, Beth, keep going.
Okay, so we can stay right here for line 3 on page 16 that you can still see. We're going to scroll down to the next amendment. So Andrew Dickman, this is your amendment. You wanted this you wanted to make these changes for line 3, I believe, line 3 through 5.
Thanks, Beth. Yeah, this really came from looking at the statute, specifically subsection 3C4, and it's highlighted in the report as well. It's really a key part to this where it says each corridor task force shall evaluate the need for, et cetera, about the feasibility, environmental feasibility. So for me, emphasized and an important milestone in, I don't believe is specific enough and is consistent with the statute. I'd prefer to see that something more definitive that says believes the need for an economic feasibility, environmental feasibility as a prerequisite, meaning before project development process. And the way I read the statute, again, subsection 3C4 under .2278 specifically talks to identifying need for, and that would be the need for a transportation capital project or multiple capital projects, and the economic environmental impacts of, and it includes hurricane evacuation impacts, et cetera. But I believe that when you say something like emphasized or an important milestone, I don't even know what an important milestone is, but I'd like this addressed. And then just as an aside, please don't cut me off, Karen. As an aside, I've looked at this word partners throughout the document, and at some point, can somebody tell me who the partners are? It's in there, partners and partnerships are in there like 18, 20 times. I don't know if I'm a partner or not. Thanks. Will, thank you.
Hey, Andrew, kind of want to address your amendment first. So I think we're okay, except for a slight modification where we change the word economic to financial. And the reason we want to do that, financial feasibility will certainly allow us to accommodate all project cost at each phase. So we'll continue to do that financial feasibility even as early as planning. Economic is kind of down the road where we talk about toll revenue. So I think we're with that slight modification, we're good with the agency.
Just out of clarification, when you say, what's the difference between financial and economic in your mind?
So economic is certainly defined by statute, and that's where we were talking about 30% plan. So that's kind of down the road where we have a revenue grade audit done where we can determine the contributions of toll revenue and what that does to funding the project. Financial feasibility kind of is through the life of the project, and so what we're fully committed to is starting that early in the planning phase to account for as much of the construction or other costs that we can determine at that point with the details that we have, as well as fund sourcing.
Okay. Yeah, as long as, I really, all right, I appreciate that. I wanted it to be a prerequisite, and I thank you for your explanation. Thank you. And I'll still wait to find out if I'm a partner or not, but that's okay if I'm not.
Well, I think you are a partner unless Wei Wei's getting ready to come on. So she's the true queen of partnerships. So Wei Wei.
Andrew, of course you're a partner. Anyone we work with is a partner. Sometimes maybe the words are a little bit confusing, but 1,000 Friends is a steering committee member on the FTP, so you are a partner.
So I think we're talking about the amendment that that's been put forward, but changing the word economic to financial, if that's acceptable to Andrew. And then the remainder be remaining as he submitted. So,
Thank you.
okay.
I don't want to hold you up anymore. Thank you.
Great. So then the task force members that want to talk to this is Shannon Estenos.
Hi, thanks. I'm comfortable with Andrew's amendment. I am wondering if I could just ask Will one more time to help me distinguish between financial and economic. So, for example, if we go into what is the relationship between financial feasibility and environmental feasibility? And when are each determined, and how does that differ from economic feasibility?
So good question. And that's what we're talking now. So economic feasibility and environmental feasibility are certainly covered specifically in statute. Environmental feasibility is the PD&E study essentially. And then the economic feasibility is taking the PD&E study along with advancing design up to about 30% plans where you have enough detail that you can develop the cost estimate at sufficient detail to understand what the total costs are with little unknowns, and also know where all your points or interchange points are, so you can run your traffic model to understand what the traffic or the toll revenue will be. And we've covered this a little bit. It's a complicated subject, I know. Now, financial feasibility is what we're going to do through the life of the project, and what we've committed to do there is do that earlier. And what we can also commit to is doing an environmental assessment earlier as well in the planning phase. So we can kind of take a component of both the statute required feasibility studies and advance that into an early phase, more of an assessment. And the best we can do at a planning level, because we don't know all the details yet, but we can take our knowns and categorize all of our knowns and then understand our unknowns still. So we can advance pieces of those earlier, if that helps.
And maybe just to clarify a little bit, this is allowing the department to do analysis earlier than what is statutorily defined for economic feasibility.
So in other words, just a hypothetical. So if the department in the PD&E study, or even before during that phase that you mentioned, I've forgotten the term now, that happens before the PD&E, if you identify as an alternative a new corridor, let's say going from Immokalee north, running parallel 29, for example, which we've seen a kind of a squiggly line, conceptual line on a couple of PowerPoint presentations the last couple months. And if you did that, and at what point, what kind of financial feasibility analysis could you do at those early stages, like, and environmental feasibility at those early stages?
So during the ACE process, which is the next step for planning, those alternatives are costed out to the best of our ability with all the knowns and unknowns, and also the environmental impact. So all that is done in a way that we weigh out the most feasible alternate corridor to move forward. So that's what we do between planning and PD&E. And Jason, if you want to get on and kind of explain exactly where that happens, but it's more of our standard operating procedure to evaluate those during the corridor evaluation. Go ahead, Jason.
So the only thing I'd like to add to it is, so the original sentence before it was modified was emphasizing that the task force recognized that economic and environmental feasibility needed to happen, and as we'll describe, they happen later on in the process. So we have a rewrite for you to look at, which I think captures what's been said, which is, instead of focusing on the statutorily required things that have to happen later, because we all know we're going to do them, it's more of a commitment by the department to do a formal or a determination of need, financial feasibility, and an environmental assessment prior to the project development phase. So as we talked through the phases earlier, what this requires us to do is it would ask the department to do an initial financial feasibility and an initial environmental assessment in the planning and pre-PD&E phases, and take a look at it in that kind of phase of the project. Clearly, we're going to do economic feasibility and environmental feasibility later on, because the statute requires us to do that as soon as we have plans developed sufficiently to do that. But early on, we can take a look at the corridors and the different project alignments and do kind of a high level assessment of both finance and the environment. And that's what we're trying to capture within the language. If you give us just a second, we'll get it up on the screen, and then we'll have more to talk about.
Okay, great, thanks.
So are there any other task force members that want to weigh in on this area of the report while we're waiting for the language to come up? Okay, so we're gonna have a few minutes of silence. I should have practiced 30-second yoga. Could be doing that with you all. Do we have some language, Beth? I believe.
Thank you. All right. I didn't see it pop up there. All right, so here is the proposed language. The task force believes that the determination of need, an initial financial feasibility assessment, and an initial environmental assessment is an essential prerequisite to the project development process. So I believe this began with Andrew Dickman.
Andrew, is that getting at your intent and meet your needs?
Yes, this is the one that we just talked about, right? That prior to, yes.
Yep.
So you're suggesting task force believes, articulates prior to. Okay, so you're saying you do a preliminary assessment prior to the planning and PD&E process. I think that's what I heard staff say.
Yes, we're just getting away from the statutory language, which has those assessments, requires those assessments to be done at a different point in time. So this is to have these assessments done prior to PD&E.
PD&E process. Okay.
And Andrew, we're going to make a live adjustment on the screen, because where it says project development process, we really mean PD&E right there. So we're going to put a paren PD&E at the end of that. So there's no question what we're saying we're going to do is that we intend to do these extra studies, extra assessments prior to going to PD&E.
Yeah, that's what I thought you said, Jason, and I appreciate you making that clarification. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
So Andrew, I think I'm hearing you're okay with that change. Is that right?
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, good. Shannon, you had also weighed in. You still have your hand raised. Did you want to comment?
Nope, I apologize. I meant to lower it. Thank you. I'm comfortable.
Okay, great. Nope. You're good. You're good with that. Any other task force members? With concerns, comments? I am not seeing any hands go up. So I think we're good to move forward.
Okay. Thank you, Karen. So we're going to scroll down so you can see the entire page 16 now. Okay, that's very good right there. And then we're going to scroll down to the next amendment, which is from Commissioner Penny Taylor. So Commissioner Taylor, your amended language here addresses lines 25, 26, and 27. So this is for the guiding principle consistency with statewide, regional, and local plans. And I know you're going to refer to statute there. I just want to make sure that as per the staff notes below, that also in action plan item number 3, there is language reflective of this statute and what it requires. So Commissioner Taylor, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I just want to make sure with my attorney friends on the task force that I actually wrote it correctly. It may need to be rewritten a little bit. Maybe I only need is the S with the number and then FS at the end. I'm not sure about that, but basically it's a sentence that again underlines that affected local governments are required by statute to review their comprehensive plans to accommodate projected corridor interchanges. The other, then we're going to, the red line, but it's 26, 27. I'm asking that these words be struck out and replaced with this sentence. So we would say additional plans requiring consistency, including the Metropolitan Long Range Transportation Plans, Strategic Regional Policy Plans, and the statewide Florida Transportation Plans. I put the our Metropolitan Long Range Transportation Plans in there specifically because, again, these are our local county LRTPs, and they, again, need to be fully funded before we move money from MCORS to, from that plan to MCORS. And it again ties back to my earlier statement, which I believe Commissioner Dougherty is going to expand upon when we get to his amendment. So those are the 2 changes that I'm requesting.
So just to make sure, just to bring clarity as to how it relates to the paragraph, Commissioner Taylor, I want to make sure this is correct. What you're asking in line 25 is that there would be a period after the word statute, and then there would be a sentence with the statutory reference that you put there. And then there would be a sentence after that with the additional plans requiring consistency.
Yes, and that would be fine, or you could just put the period after specifically. I'm comfortable either way, but then that, yes, the sentence would be added.
Okay.
So Commissioner Taylor, we are okay with the amendments. I think that makes sense. So we're just going to ask task force members if they have any comments.
And you heard it, task force members. Are there any comments on this or concerns? I'm not seeing any hand raises, so that amendment will be accepted
as proposed.
As proposed. Oh, Glenn Little has raised his hand. I'm sorry, Glenn. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, just a little grammatical thing. Metropolitan long-range transportation plans, I believe, involve more than one plan. So I think as it was written before, it was not capitalized, and I don't believe it should be on this occasion either.
Thank you, Glenn.
And Wei?
I have a minor thing. The FTP, we just call it the Florida Transportation Plans. Maybe we can delete the word statewide if that's okay.
The 2 changes are to put in lowercase Metropolitan Long Range Transportation Plans and then to delete the word statewide for Florida Transportation Plan. Penny, is that acceptable to you?
Yes, I'm very comfortable with that. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll get that language changed in the text box. I'm assuming no task force members, or I should ask, do any task force members have any issues or concerns with the change? And I'm not seeing any.
Okay, so it is accepted as proposed with those two changes. So Karen, I believe we can move forward.
Please do.
Okay. Now we're going to move to page 17. We have for maximizing use of existing facilities. We have one amendment submitted with multiple parts. Here we go, from Jason Lauritsen. Jason, and can we scroll up on Jason's amendment a little bit just so that you can see his full amendment, please? Starting with maximizing use of existing facilities. If you could just scroll up a little bit more, please, to see more of the, there we go. Okay, no, we're good. Oh, I'm sorry, scroll down. There we go. Oh, we're almost there. We just want to see all the yellow on that bottom there. There we go. Okay. Jason, does that work for you?
Yes, it does. Thank you. So the aim of this amendment was to differentiate between those rights of way and facilities that are existing that have public roadways on them and those that don't. There's just a markedly different impact when it comes to wildlife corridors when talking about those two different types of facilities. So what I've asked here is to tie transportation facilities and rights of way together in that cross-cutting principle at the top by adding the word associated in two places. And that way, in the future, this would not be interpreted as transportation facilities and other rights of way that may or may not be associated with those facilities. And then in looking down at the instructions to order those two types of existing facilities by priority, and that we would make sure that the FDOT, when looking at projects, prioritizes existing co-location facilities that have roadways on them first before going to look at adjacent, I should say, utility facilities that do not have existing roadways on them.
Yes, and Jason, I just want to add that this was the subject of a subject of discussion at task force meeting number 8. So we thank you for submitting an amendment to kind of encapsulate that.
So my understanding is that the language is acceptable to DOT as worded. Do any other task force members want to comment on the amendment? Any concerns on the amendment? Please raise your hand. And I know this one's a little long if you haven't seen it, so I'll give you a second with the hand raises. I'm not seeing any hands pop up. So if you want to change the gray box, then I'll continue to look for hands in case. This is accepted as amended. I mean, accepted as is, excuse me.
Or as proposed.
As proposed. Yes, thank you. Blech, dry mouth. So Andrew Drickman has raised his hand. Andrew?
I'm sorry. I thought I had submitted an amendment related to planning, which I think we passed. So when we're done with this, can I just ask a question when we're done with this one?
Sure, if you have, when we're done, if it's a question, yeah, I should let people know that if there's anything that you've thought up through the day, we will take some last minute amendments after we go through the submitted amendments. So,
Yeah.
but let us finish this and then we can come back to that.
Okay, just so you know, it's consistency with statewide, regional and local plans. That's it. So I'll come back to that when we circle back to the global talks. Okay, thanks.
So Beth, I think you're free to go on.
Okay, great. Thank you, everyone. We're now going to move to the next amendment, which relates to page 18, which is under social and community context. This is Dr. Paul Gray. You wanted to add a bullet in the instructions there after line 16.
And FDOT is acceptable with this. So any other comments from task force members? And I'm sorry, Paul, I didn't let you weigh. Dr. Gray, I didn't let you weigh in. Go ahead.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, I just wanted to put a social justice bullet in here, and FDOT thinks of that. And if there's a better wording than plan and design corridors at a justices, if there's a better way to say that, I'm happy with that. But I just thought that we should note that DOT is thinking of that as they move forward.
Okay, thank you. Any other task force members want to weigh in? Were there any other suggested wording for this one? We're good to go. Okay, so this was Chris Constance. I see you popped in, Chris.
Yeah, I'm fine with that language. I didn't know if inequities was a better word than injustices. I don't know if we're making a judgment call here. I think inequities makes more sense to me, but that's my opinion.
That's fine with me.
Okay, that change can be accepted. Any other comments from task force members? So then if we can put that in the gray box, we'll be good to go. As proposed with the word injustices changed to inequities.
Okay, terrific. So we can move on to the next amendment.
Beth, before we do, I see Cecil Pendergrass raised his hand. Cecil, did you want to make a comment? Cecil, we're not hearing you one more time. I am going to put your hand down, and if it comes back, we'll call you on you then. So go ahead, Beth.
Okay, so if we could, oh, hold on, we've got Jason Watts.
I would like to comment just, I know that the discussion just changed the word injustices to inequities. I'd like to offer a suggestion that we go back to injustices. Let me explain why. As we go through environmental review process, we have to do what's called environmental justice, and it uses the word justice, and it's solidified by this bullet point. And to keep the two melded together so we know what it means, and we have clear guidance from the federal government on environmental justice is. It's harder to define what an inequity is. I'd like to suggest, and it's up to the task team, but I'd like to suggest that it stays injustice just to tie it to the environmental justice portion of federal review if the project becomes federalized.
So Jason, that would get away from, Commissioner Constance was concerned about making a judgment call, but since it relates directly to that environmental justices, would we get away from that type of potential?
Environmental justice as laid out means that we look at how a project will affect communities and especially affect social or ethnic or other types of communities that may be disadvantaged. So it's already kind of laid out in our procedures and the policies. We call it EJ for short. I'd love to see this proposed revision stay with justice because it helps us in the long run explain what that means. If you put in equities, then we have to try to define that, and I think it causes a little bit more ambiguity than it was originally proposed.
So Commissioner Constance, are you okay to withdraw that?
Yeah, I'm fine with that, Beth. I'm sorry, Karen, I'm fine with that. I didn't realize that there was a technical aspect to it. And in trying to clarify, I think I've made it more muddied, so I'm fine going back to injustices. Thank you.
Okay, so Paul, did you want to weigh in?
I'm
Thought I
happy
heard
to flip up again.
Okay, so yeah, I see. So I think we're back to accepting this amendment as proposed. So any other thoughts from the task force? And I think that's already in the box. So Beth, if you want to move on.
Sure. Let's move on to, we can stay right here on this report page, but move on. Andrew, you actually have 2 successive amendments related to this economic development guiding principle or the instructions, and they both relate to interchanges. So I'd like to ask you if you could please go through both amendments, and then there can be an ensuing discussion if that's okay.
I'm going to make this simple. I think this really relates back to consistency with regional and local plans. So if you want to skip those 2.
Okay. We also, just so you know, we actually discuss it. There's a connectivity guiding principle and instructions later on where there is quite a bit related to instructions around interchanges. That was an area where that was consolidated. So that's another area where we could discuss it as well. So you might see it there and want to bring this up at that point too.
Yeah, just, I mean, for my friends on the task force, the point trying to be made is to not damage in any way some of the small communities that are developed, have already ongoing small towns that an interchange might draw away from, and that could hurt economic development in that prospect. So I guess in afterthought, I don't think it really fits into economic development, but we'll try to express that a little bit better when we get to those sections. So thank you.
All right, so great. So just to be clear, you said to skip them. So I'm assuming skip means they're effectively withdrawn.
I'll withdraw it to the point that I want to raise it in a different context. Thank you.
Okay, that's fair. Thank you.
And I think Andrew, we'll have an opportunity to also call upon you, in areas, because we've got one coming up in particular where this will probably be pertinent. Okay, so we'll move on to page 19. Under agricultural land uses, first and foremost, Commissioner Taylor has an amendment with a couple of different parts. There we go, right there. Thank you. That first part is actually the change that was already accepted by task force members in the high level needs. So that change would just be reflected here because that bullet in lines 4 and 5 is just a repeat of the high level need, which was modified in our prior discussions. But then Commissioner Taylor, you have a couple of different bullets that you'd like to add in the preamble, I believe, before line 6. So please feel free to present your amendment.
Yes, thank you. This would refer back to water farming, which I don't know if we touched on it, but clearly it's researched, and University of Florida and certainly Professor Shukla is it's becoming more and more of a opportunity for agricultural lands to, especially if they're deemed unproductive. there's other uses for them besides building houses on them. So I just wanted to add these 2 bullets here with, of course, footnotes on where this information can be found in published documents. So it would read future, so it would go after the current, there's only 1 bullet in agricultural land uses, and it would follow that. It would read, future land use management should consider the impact of the conversion of agricultural and or natural forested areas on the extent and distribution of recharge for sustainable use of groundwater resources in the region. And on and off-site water farming could be considered as a possible economic solution for farmlands deemed economically unproductive.
So Commissioner Taylor, just for clarification purposes, the bullet that is there is a repetition of the high level need. So it refers to the below high level need. So we would need to first amend that to agree with the prior agreed language. These 2 are not in the high level needs section. So are you meaning just to add them, not necessarily as bullets below that one, but as text afterwards?
Yeah, perhaps I will bow to you on where it needs to be inserted so that it makes sense in terms of the document. I would certainly be interested in knowing where you want to put it, but yes, that's basically it. So we would amend it exactly as it, the first bullet would be amended, and then the second one, the second 2 bullets, put them where you would think they should go.
So Beth, we do have a task force member that wants to weigh in. I am not seeing that FDOT has any alternate language to propose. So Gary Ritter, then Sherry Ambrose and Brian Starford. So Gary?
Yeah, I'm just not sure. I mean, I don't disagree so much with the wording there, but I'm not sure as if it's really pertinent. Even under agricultural land uses, maybe under environmental, it might be pertinent, but in the context of what we're trying to put down here under agriculture, I just can't see this.
Okay, so let's hear from a few more task force members and see if we can think of any language changes that would solve your concerns as well as Commissioner Taylor. So Sherry Ambrose. Sherry has lowered her hand. Oh, there you go, Sherry.
I don't know that I have a language suggestion. I guess I would echo the previous comments. This seems a little outside the scope of what we're working on here. I mean, I think, economic developers are certainly supportive of aquaculture and water farming and other applications. And certainly I think we're all sensitive to the importance of, the water, groundwater resources in the region. This just seems to be more of a land use conversation that perhaps is outside of what we've been asked to address.
And Sherry, is that for both bullets?
Yes. I mean, we aren't specifying every industry that we think that folks should be considering, within the region for economic development opportunities. Each of these communities has economic development plans and strategic plans and targeted industries and those sorts of things. And so I wouldn't want to be too prescriptive in one area and not in others.
So Penny, Commissioner Taylor, I see you have your hand up. Did you want to respond? There's still a couple more comments to be made.
I'll wait for the comments, but just briefly, I think it's very important to bring the future into this document also. And clearly, water farming is something that is becoming more and more prevalent, and it's critical. We've talked about it again and again on the task force, the importance of being able to take and keep agricultural lands agricultural because of water recharge. Water farming
solves a lot of those problems. And I think that that the consideration of agricultural lands for other reasons besides the farming and also to put houses on is it needs to be brought into this conversation. It was anecdotally during conversations through our 15 months of meetings when we talked about agricultural land. But I think it needs to be memorialized here. Thank you.
Thank you. So Brian Starford, then Bill McDaniel, and then Gary Ritter again. So Brian?
Yes, thank you. I'd just like to ask Commissioner Taylor how she's defining water farming.
Yes, water farming is when there is a agreement. Sometimes it is monetary, sometimes it's not, between the landowner and the water management area that's coming to the farmer to ask if they would agree to putting some of their lands into just allowing water to flow into them. The geography has to be right for it. But what it does is it helps purify the water, it helps clean it, but it also helps recharge the aquifers. So rather than farm it, it's called water farming. There's no taking, there's nothing like that. It's a business agreement.
Okay, thank you. I just and certainly this is not the opportunity or the appropriate forum to discuss the pros or cons of that. So I'll move on from that. I have no other comments. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner McDaniel?
Yes, I concur with the previous two speakers. I mean, there's certainly nothing wrong with what Commissioner Taylor is presenting, but I think it brings in a whole other realm of things that aren't really pertinent to why we're here and what we're doing. And we start to move off into making recommendations to other areas and other communities and their future land use planning and what they should or shouldn't do. And I'm not sure that this is the purview for those kind of circumstances. I'm not in support of this addition.
Okay. Janet Taylor has raised her hand, and then I'll go back to Gary Ritter. Janet, as in.
Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly with the last speaker that I think this is not the time for that. That I definitely would not go along with that last statement. Addition.
So partly I've heard some of this is related to water resources. So I don't wonder if moving the water farming item to water resources wouldn't be more palatable and acceptable to task force members. That's just as one thought, and converted into an instruction perhaps. So that's a concept to think about. And then I'm going to open it up to Gary Ritter and then Pat Steed. Gary?
Yeah, although I feel like these comments are worthy, I think dispersed water management or water farming or however you want to call it or characterize it is covered under the state's Basin Management Action Plan, and it is a program that has been implemented by the South Florida Water Management District in this particular area. And as such, again, I really don't know if this is something pertinent that we want to get into the little nuances of this program when they're already covered under other state programs. And we have, I believe in this particular document, we have mentioned basin management action plans and in Everglades restoration. And I think that is all part of that. So not sure why we need to get into the weeds with it in this particular document.
Well, and Gary, just related to what you said, in the water resources area, there is an instruction to consider the PMAPs. And also Commissioner Taylor has recommended that same bullet as an instruction there as well under water resources. So I just wanted to bring that to attention.
So I see Wei Wei has joined us, and then Pat Steed also wants to weigh in. So Wei Wei.
Well, let me try this. I see we don't have a clear direction from the task force, but these are valuable thoughts that maybe what we could do is to capture Commissioner Taylor's thoughts, not in bullets, but to convert these 2 bullets into 2 sentences, and then place these sentences in on page 14 where we discuss needs. That's an area where we can be a bit more visionary in talking about future industries. That's probably a more appropriate place for these 2 sentences. And Commissioner Taylor, if you could think about that and see if that would be sufficient for you.
So Wei Wei, real quick, just to clarify, the high level need relating to agriculture, is that where you're suggesting that this language might fit?
Yes, where we have supporting agriculture, we have supporting agriculture and resource-based industries as major economic drivers. That's the place where these 2 sentences would fit really pretty nicely.
Penny, do you want to weigh in? I see Pat Steed lowered her hand, so Wei Wei must have made her comment.
Yes, I'm comfortable. I'm comfortable with that. I'll bow to your guidance. I think it's good guidance. Thank you.
All right, so I think we're just where we stand, just to summarize before I ask the task force again, is the first bullet in the amendment gets changed as before. And then the second 2 bullets will be moved to the high level needs section as sentences.
I just want to clarify one thing, Karen. That first bullet should actually be the language that this is a tad different than what was changed in the high level need. So I just want to make sure we use the actual high level need language when we change lines 4 and 5.
That's what I meant to say. So I have no idea what came out, but yeah. So, okay, great. So Commissioner Taylor is fine with those amendments. Any other comments or concerns from task force members? Jennifer Carpenter.
Can you hear me? I just wanted to add that I do think under water resources, there's a bullet that talks about pursuing regional or landscape scale water resource management approaches. And certainly water farming or distributed water management would be something that would fit under that bullet too. So I appreciate Commissioner Taylor's thoughts on that, and just in terms of looking at all of the options that we have to address water resource management. But it could be covered under that bullet as well as the BMAP bullet. So I think it's covered now.
Thank you for that assistance. Yeah, explaining that. Any other thoughts? Commissioner Taylor?
So maybe this is an example of consensus?
Yes. We work at it until everybody's comfortable. So yes, thank you. So can staff mark up the gray box? They need a second, so hold on.
Hi, just to let you guys know what we're doing. So we've taken the 2 bullets that were mentioned here and written them as 2 sentences that'll be moved to the needs section. They'll show up in the gray box as the 2 sentences, and then we're just going to make a statement that we'll move them to needs, and we'll do that offline so we can continue.
That's great, Jason. Thank you. So why don't we keep moving on to the next amendment so that we can keep things moving? Okay, Commissioner Taylor, this is a recommended amendment that you have for line 24. You've got the floor.
This is very similar to my words from before. Instead of saying improve broadband connectivity, rewrite it and say support broadband connectivity, and giving the reason by providing the opportunity of co-location of utility broadband lines, and then to continue with the wording here, to promote and support efficiency, new and emerging technologies and best practices. So it's really just expanding on what we mean by improved broadband connectivity. Clarification, I think, is the word I want to use.
Yes, so again, this is a text revision. Sorry, Karen, we're seeing the department's okay with the language.
Any other comments from task force members or concerns? Bill Ferry?
There. No objections.
Okay, great.
Concerns?
Anyone else? All right, seeing none, that amendment will go forward as proposed. Next one.
Okay. So Gary, this is your amendment. Let's please move the report to page 20. One thing I want to mention, Gary, as you're presenting this, is that there is an instruction in water resources that includes consideration of the Basin Management Action Plan. So I want to make sure you're aware of that.
Yes, I am. However, since we've had some duplication in other areas, I think it'd probably be good to put basin management action plans in this as well.
So FDOT finds that acceptable and is supportive of it. So any other task force members? Shannon Estenos?
I support the change. I think it's good.
Great. Thank you. Any other task force members with concerns? Okay, seeing none, this will be accepted as proposed as well.
Terrific. So we could go ahead and move on. We're still staying on the same report page. Commissioner Taylor here is requesting in the guiding principle for conservation lands to replace the word them in the 3 bullets with the language that's in the guiding principle above. Commissioner Taylor.
Yeah, yes, that's exactly it. And also with the water resources, the same thing. Instead of referring to avoid negative impacts to them, say avoid negative impacts to conservation, existing conservation lands, conservation easements, and mitigation lands on each bullet.
Okay. Would you be all right if we just do it as stated in the guiding principle with the parens?
Yes.
Okay, great.
So Brian Starford, did you want to weigh in? I don't think DOT has an issue. So Brian Starford.
I just was going to recommend support for that. I think it'll tie into my comment, which I believe is next.
Okay. So, and Any other concerns or comments from task force members? So seeing none, that amendment will go forward as proposed.
Okay. Just amended as stated in the guiding principle, please.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yes, with the parens amended as stated in guiding principles.
Okay. So let's move through then. Okay, we actually, oh. Okay, so Andrew, this is similar with interchanges. Do you want to postpone this discussion?
Actually, I think this was addressed by Jason in terms of doing the feasibility before or prior to the PD&E process. I think that's where that falls into. Maybe he could confirm that. This is page 26. Is that where we are?
No, we're on page 20. You could look at the screen. This is related to conservation lands. You had a
Yeah,
proposed
that's definitely it.
revision.
Sorry, I'm wishful thinking. I'm moving forward too
Looks like
fast.
you wanted to add this instruction. Since it's related to the interchange locations, I was
Yeah,
wondering if you wanted to have that discussion in one place.
yeah, I do. Sorry, I was scooting ahead a little too fast. Sorry about that.
Not a problem. Okay, so moving right along, we actually have two requested amendments to the first instruction. So let's move to the next guiding principle, excuse me, the next amendment, please, which is Wendy Matthews and Wendy, go ahead, please. I want to mention one quick thing, Wendy. If you look in the staff information below, it kind of lays out where some of these lands are covered in instructions elsewhere.
Well, I guess I'm just confused why we can't settle on a succinct definition of conservation lands that is all encompassing of everything we intend to be recognized as a conservation land, instead of, deciding which ones we include in this instruction, and then in the next instruction, it's not the same group of conservation lands. So I'm just a little confused on how we haven't gotten that settled out yet.
If I could, I can go back and I can talk about how we got to where we're at and kind of explain why there's a breakout between the no new corridors through section and then some of the other layers, and I say GIS layers, areas that were suggested by the task teams. So originally, if you all remember, and I think it feels like an eternity ago at this point, but we put up a purple and pink map and the department said, we as the department are committing that we will not place new corridors through certain areas. And then we wanted to make sure that that commitment by the department was captured in the document. For all of the other areas, we didn't want to roll them into the same thing. And part of that is if we start making the no new corridors group very large, lots of things happen. There's no bypasses, because if you can't build a new corridor and the I'm going to say the purple and pink map becomes too encompassing, then there's no such thing as a bypass, because you have to stay on existing corridors. It would completely limit the department on how we analyze alternatives. We would find ourselves in a position where the more things you add to the no new corridor through, the more the department is in a position that we must co-locate. And there are going to be scenarios where co-location just isn't possible. So the intent, and this was several task task force meetings ago, was to have a clear, definitive, the department agrees we will not build a new corridor through. And we listed everything that we had included in the purple and pink maps a long time ago at this point. And then make sure that all of the other layers the task force wanted to talk about were included in either the instructions or as priorities, or give great emphasis to try to avoid. But if you put a lot of them into that no new corridor through, then you're going to have a very difficult time building a facility. There'll be areas where you just can't co-locate, and there'll be areas where that would completely restrict bypasses around local small municipalities. Thank you.
So I see, Wendy, I don't know if you want to respond back, but we do have comments from Brian Starford, who had the other amendment, which was similar, and then Pat Steed. So Brian, did you want to weigh in on your amendment?
Yes, thank you. And my amendment would go away if Wendy's is accepted, because it includes the Water Management District conservation lands. I would add the word district to that, but kind of going back to some of Jason's comments, I do recall the purple and pink map, and that was at the very beginning. And since then, we've been asked to provide information about areas that we need to take into consideration. And I know that I, on multiple occasions, have had requested my staff to provide GIS layers to DOT to assist in this project, which included our conservation lands. And I think that we were asked to provide that perhaps after the purple and pink map was already developed. So also going back into, if you can please go up to the very bottom of page 19, and so you can see the top of 18 or 20, pardon me. Yeah, right there, thank you. It talks about FDOT identified and committed to specific environmental resources that will not be impacted by a corridor, or where no new corridor will be placed through the resource, such as existing conservation lands. Well, that's pretty finite. It says such as existing conservation lands. That doesn't say such as some conservation lands, not including the Water Management District conservation lands or something along those lines. So I realize that some of ours, I think, are included in this, yet I don't see a distinction between the lands that are listed here that are no impact through versus our Water Management District conservation lands. I think they serve the same purpose. Most of our lands are open to the public, as are the state forests, state parks. And so they really provide much of the same services as the other conservation lands that are listed. That being said, I've also heard at the beginning Commissioner Constance say that he thought that we were protecting conservation lands. And I think that based on what Commissioner Taylor just referenced and what she suggested also was there's an understanding from the task force that we were going to protect conservation lands. So I just provide that as all the thought processes that went into my suggestion that we include the Water Management District conservation lands in that area of, do not impact. And I just wanted to provide that background and see if there's any other comments from the other task force, because I do, Wendy's comment, I think, does cover mine as well. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Brian. So Pat Steed, if you have some comments to weigh in on. Pat? We're not hearing you, Pat, although you look like you're unmuted.
We're still not hearing you, Pat.
So while we're waiting for Pat, maybe Jason, if you want to weigh in again, and then I see Wendy Matthews has also raised her hand.
So I I understand what was said, and I appreciate that. I think the department has a strong feeling as it pertains to adding to the no new corridors through kind of commitment that the department made early in the process. I'd like to offer a suggestion, though. It seems that all of the layers that have been discussed in both of these amendments, if they were moved down to an instruction that said place a high priority on avoiding, and then we listed those layers. Now, just to explain what that does is as we go through the PD&E process, or even before that in the ACE process, we have to create a methodology memorandum, and that would be pulled right into the methodology memorandum, which means alignments that impacted those areas would get lower priority. And it would really kind of be a last case scenario if there was no other scenarios, instead of an ironclad, do not place a new corridor through. So just as maybe a possible solution, to give some consideration, still get what's asked for to be made as a high priority, but move it to an instruction that we can actually follow in the future without stopping bypasses or limiting the department's ability to build a corridor.
Well, and Jason, let me just follow up on what you said. With the exception of the Water Management District conservation lands, the others that Wendy had mentioned are in instructions as shown on the bottom of her amendment. So the water management conservation lands are the ones where there is not a instruction relative to that.
So I see Wendy wants to weigh in again, and then Shannon Estenos. And I just also wanted to encourage some of the local and regional agencies if they had any thoughts on this as well. So Wendy?
Thanks, Karen. I understand where Jason is trying to go with this. I just see, like in line 1 of page 20, reference to conservation lands. And it's not indicated which ones. They aren't called out specifically or individually. And I just don't understand why. If we could go back up to my amendment, please. Yeah, the staff comments down there that Carl was replaced with P2000 lands, Florida Forever acquired lands. I don't know what any of that means. And so I'm just not comfortable excluding certain managed areas or conservation lands in some instructions and not others.
We have Chris Piazza who's joined us. He can, I'm sure, weigh in on the Carl language there.
Yeah, so Carl, our conservation and recreation lands, that program was developed in 1979 and was replaced by P2000 in Florida Forever. So those are the staff notes
Thanks.
there down below.
Yeah. Actually, I think it was P2000, Carl, and then Florida Forever, but that's fine. Why can't we just call it all conservation land? Why do we have to say just P2000 and national parks and state forests and not include things like wildlife management areas, rural and family lands, water management district lands? It's piecemealed throughout these instructions, and it's not, I don't know, it's not right.
So we have a few more task force members that are weighing in. Let me see if they have suggestions or ideas about this. Elizabeth Fleming and Shannon Estenos. Elizabeth? Elizabeth, we're not hearing you. I'm not hearing you. Is anyone hearing Elizabeth? No. So Elizabeth, not sure why we're not hearing you. So Tommy, maybe you can look at that and help Elizabeth. So Shannon Estenos.
Yes, I'm wondering if we could just take the left-hand side and scroll up to where, or scroll down rather, to where the amendment is. That would be helpful. So then am I to understand that in line 1 of this page, conservation lands is the pink and purple on the map? There's no footnote or.
So let me, can we walk through the guiding principle as it's laid out and see if it's helpful? Because I think that's the question that was just posed. So if you look at the guiding principle, when we say guiding principle, apply the following priority order for existing conservation lands, that's all encompassing, that sentence, including conservation easement and mitigation lands. That's all encompassing. That means all of our lands, as it's written from the task force. Sorry, I've been told that my mic wasn't in front of my mouth. So we go through that process. We will avoid negative impacts to all lands. We will restore, connect, and enhance all lands, all conservation lands. We'll minimize and mitigate negative impacts to all lands. So as written, we are trying to avoid all conservation lands, all encompassing. Then the subset, the first bullet, all it was referencing to was the pink and purple map that the department committed to early on to get a start of what we would promise as a department not to build a new corridor through. For all other lands that aren't included in that first bullet, they're captured by the beginning guiding principle. I just wanted to point that out for discussion. Thank you.
Yeah, so I think that the point is that all these lands are important, but some of them, by putting them in absolutely as some of these classifications in, is what I'm hearing as absolutes, it does potentially limit some options. I know they are important to folks. So with that, I'm going to call on Bill McDaniel.
Yes, I'd like to say I'm quite happy with staff's recommendations down below. And we can all sit around. I mean, we can talk about regularly definitions and naming of particular conservation lands, Carl and Florida Forever and so on and so forth. But the main requisite that I see is no new corridors are going to be constructed through any of these lands, and that's all encapsulated in what staff has already put here. And I would recommend that we accept staff's recommendations on the proposal, not the proposed language. Though I mean, I understand the spirit that Wendy's bringing forward, but the discussion on the definitions could go on indefinitely, and I believe the department has defined environmentally sensitive lands quite adequately throughout this entire document.
Thank you, Bill. I know Cecil Pendergrass, your hand's been going up and down. Do you want to weigh in on this at all, Cecil? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Hey, I was going to say, I raised my hand before earlier. I echo what Commissioner McDaniel said. I'm happy with staff's recommendations on this. I think all conservation lands are going to be required will be the same. So I'm okay with the current staff recommendations on this article.
Okay. Thank you. Brian Starford raised his hand again.
Could you go back to Commissioner Taylor's previous amendment, please? So what we're doing under the guiding principle is we're saying that in order of priority, we are avoiding negative impacts to existing conservation lands, conservation easements, and mitigation lands. That applies to all lands, not just to the first bullet.
Yes.
And the guiding principle and the instructions as written in this report, earlier in the report, carry the same weight.
Correct, yes, sir.
So in essence, because we accepted Commissioner Taylor's edits, we are protecting the other conservation lands that were proposed by the amendment that we just been discussing.
Yes, sir. The way I read the writing as written is the guiding principle affects all conservation lands, and it means the department will make every effort to avoid them, all negative impacts. And then if that can't happen, we go to number 2 and restore and make some enhancements. And if that can't happen, then we minimize and mitigate. So that's a step process that the task team has laid out for us to follow on all conservation lands. On top of that,
go ahead.
excuse me.
On
top of that, there's a few lands that the department early on in the process committed not to build any new corridor through. That's in addition to the guiding principle.
The part that was originally, and I will make this one final comment, and then I'm not going to continue to discuss it, because I think the way I will interpret this is that we're avoiding negative impacts to existing conservation lands, conservation easements, and mitigation lands. Just, that carries the same weight as the instruction down below, because that's what the report previously says. So I will go with, I'll accept that. In terms of the map that came out in the very beginning, I think that was the very beginning of the process. And I think that we had an opportunity from the very beginning of the process to provide additional information. And we did. And that additional information, I don't know, though there was one meeting I was not able to attend. I don't know that there was ever a clarification that said, okay, well, we had this map at the beginning. You've provided, the task force members have provided this other information, but it hasn't been incorporated into these other purple and pink maps. So I just think that there wasn't necessarily a communication to the task force members, and I think that would have been helpful, and it would have been nice towards the beginning to make it clear once all the data was provided that it was not going to have the same level of impact. And I think that's where perhaps a little bit of the consternation's coming in, is that this seems to be there just seems to be a situation where maybe some of the other data wasn't clearly stated that it wasn't going to hold the same weight as we went through the process. So I think with the amendment that we previously had from Commissioner Taylor, I'll be fine, but I do think we should add an instruction, a very strongly worded instruction. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Brian. So the suggestion is to add an instruction giving high priority to
The only one that is not covered is the Water Management District conservation land. So we would add an instruction for that.
Shannon Estenos has also been waiting. Shannon?
Yes, thank you. So first of all, I want to concur with the remarks made about the pink and purple map process. As staff knows, I struggled for several months with the pink and purple map, trying to get the highest level of protection for Everglades National Park, and it took quite a long time to change that map, even in that very small and somewhat, looking back on it now, obvious way. I don't remember us ever sort of reviewing the map and then messing with the various, different iterations of pink and purple. I guess what I'm struggling with a little bit is if you take some of these lands like Water Management District conservation lands, or you take NRCS USDA lands, these are lands that are being paid for or already paid for or maintained by a different agency for conservation purposes. And it strikes me as, I scratch my head as to how DOT could propose to build a new corridor through such lands, any lands that were purchased for conservation where public money was used to put them in conservation. So I think that's the problem. I mean, I think ideally that first bullet in the instructions would say, do not place new corridors through, and then Commissioner Taylor's language, existing conservation lands, conservation easements, and mitigation lands. And that would be the ideal. And I understand that it limits options. And frankly, until Jason gave that answer, I'm more nervous now than I was before, because if the criteria to exclude those lands from new corridors was simply that it limited our ability to build new roads, that's not a good criteria that's not a very good screen to put those lands through. So what I'll say is, I mean, I would be more comfortable with no new corridors through conservation lands, because it seems obvious on its face that we should commit to that. But anyway, that's my sense of things.
Elizabeth Fleming has also raised her hand.
Are you able to hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, I got off this call and called back in. I don't know why it wasn't working, but not trying to hold this up or anything, but I concur with the remarks that have been made about, I personally tried to get this improved language in here at the beginning, and the pink maps at the beginning. And there used to be wording in here because I had suggested lands managed for conservation. That's what FNA uses when they list all those different kinds of lands. And then that apparently was confusing to somebody, and that got taken out. But every time someone edits a word here and there, it removes the original intent. And so that's just what happens over time. But I can understand, I remember somebody said, oh, if we put all these lands in here, we won't be able to build these roads. Well, maybe roads shouldn't be built where there is very, very sensitive environmental land that has been purchased over several decades through very systematic, carefully constructed methodologies with public dollars. So understanding that, you know, and then we struggled with wording, what is avoidance? What is not placing a corridor through? We wanted to say will not impact, but nobody would have that either. So it is, I'm sure, frustrating to be talking about this the final meeting, but we were talking about this at the first meeting and the second meeting and the third meeting. And I too remain confused about how we landed where we did, but I just want to be on the record saying I've been advocating for a more systematic application since the very beginning. And I almost made this amendment again, and we keep going through this because state wildlife management areas wasn't here. And then there's a separate instruction somewhere else that said if that wasn't captured anywhere else, then it was captured there. But it just seems like there's a good opportunity to consolidate this information here and define what conservation lands are, or maybe say that FDOT, separate of this entire process or additive to this process, has committed. And maybe that's why you listed those particular lands. But it just remains confusing, and some people feel like it suggested and suggested and suggested, and it's there and then it's not there, and it's a work in motion, you know, but it's about to be finished. So just want to add mine to the rest.
Thank you, Elizabeth, for that. If you'd give us just a minute, we may have a potential solution that will I think be more satisfactory. If you could just give us a minute to discuss it. Thank you.
We also have Pat Steed.
I'm not sure if you can hear me at this point.
Yes, Pat, go ahead.
Oh, okay, thank you. Sorry, I don't know where my sound went. And the conversation has gone on, and there's been a number of things expressed. I do recall as we went through this from the beginning that it was very intentional. And as we know, the word conservation means so many different things in so many different contexts. And I do agree with, I wish we had one simple way to explain it, but there's so many different layers of what conservation means in lands that are designated as conservation or managed as conservation, or we had a lot of discussion also on easements versus those that are actually owned and managed and other things. I think we walked through it carefully, but it's a very complex thing. And I think that, I know Jason's working right now with staff and hopefully coming back with some language. I don't think it's that we didn't have plenty of time to go through this. I just think that it's a very complicated issue. And if we can find a simpler way to express it, I'm all in favor of that. But I do think that where we got to was intentional in how we got there.
All right, thank you, Pat. So I think, Jason, are you ready to come on, join us?
So it's a fairly substantial change. So I'm going to walk through it and I'm going to see if it makes sense to the group. The first would be to remove the first instruction. The do not place new corridor through, and the list would just go away. It would fall out because I think it causes some issues. Then for the guiding principle, we would rewrite it. Instead of it saying 1, 2, and 3, it would say 1, 2, 3, and 4. And the new number 1 would be do not place a new corridor through existing conservation lands, including conservation easements and mitigation lands. So what that means is we would follow that priority order, and we would make absolutely every effort not to put a new corridor through existing conservation lands as a general, all existing conservation lands. And then if that becomes impossible, we would go to avoid negative impacts to those lands. And then we would go to number 2, restore and enhance. And then at the very worst possibility, we would minimize and mitigate negative impacts. So the priority order that we've worked throughout the entire task force, it would stay the same. We would just move the no new corridors through to the top of the pile, so to speak.
I'm on mute. So Wendy and Brian want to weigh in. So Wendy, I want to get your thoughts on that, and then Brian, as your amendments.
Thanks for that possible solution, Jason. How would the pink and blue map change?
The pink and purple map it almost goes away, because what we're saying then is for all conservation lands, we're going to make every effort not to put a new road through, and then avoid, and it just follows the guiding principle. So the only thing it changes is the ones that are listed there that we committed to earlier just gets rolled right into the guiding principle as the task force has suggested.
Okay. Thank you. I'm mulling this over. Thank you.
And Brian Starford, you had the other amendment?
Yes. Thank you for listening, and your recommendation is satisfactory to me. I appreciate it.
We have Andrew Dickman and Tom Grafe that want to weigh in. So Andrew and then Tom.
Thanks. I know it's been a long day, and I just want to reserve comment. And I guess I'm lost place where we are, but I'm not sure where this comment belongs, but I'm going to call it my 5-10 rule, and it has to do with interchanges, and not sure if this is the best place to put it, but I'm referring to 10 miles radius within a interchange area as far as conservation and environmental protection, and then 5 miles relating to proper planning. And I know I've submitted some amendments, and I guess I've lost place where they should be. And I think y'all said you were gonna bring those up at some point to talk about interchanges. So if that's the case, then I'll just shut up. And
Yes, I didn't want to cut you off, but they are still coming. Those interchange comments. So we will get to them. So thank you for being patient, Andrew. Tom Grafe with the Florida Fish and Wildlife Commission.
Hey, thanks, Karen. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I appreciate this conversation. Staff and I and DOT staff have talked about these labels, and it is confusing. And at the risk of speaking longer on this, Jason, I appreciate that. I think it helps clarify the intent, and it covers everything that we've talked about. So I appreciate that clarification.
Thank you. And so, Wendy, are you still mulling?
Thanks, Jason. I think that language is a lot better, and I really appreciate you reworking it. Yeah, thank you.
So if you give us all just a minute, we'll get it up in the gray box just so you can see it and we can move on.
Yes, let's please scroll down to the next amendment, though. It doesn't belong in this gray box here. Keep going one more, please. Okay, let's please place it in this gray box. And Brian, we will consider this also to accommodate your amendment as well, but we will capture it here.
He lowered his hand, so I think that means he was happy with that answer. So. It looks like we have some text in the box now. Beth, do you want to walk people through it?
Sure. So basically, we have the same guiding principle statement, but the priority order, as was stated, is do not place the first priority, do not place new corridor through existing conservation lands, including conservation easements and mitigation lands. And then items 2, 3, and 4, the words them are going to be replaced with conservation lands, including conservation easements and mitigation lands. And then we will strike through, not the word instructions, just the first bullet. So that's as Jason has stated. I just want to remind staff the word instructions will still remain.
So Shannon, you've raised your hand.
Just to say I'm comfortable with the change. That's a good approach.
Great, thank you. Any other comments from the task force? Any final concerns before we move on? I'm not seeing any, so thank you all for working this out. Appreciate it.
Okay, moving on, we have just one more for conservation lands. And this is for an added, oh, move one more, please. Thank you. This is from Elizabeth Fleming. This is to add one more instruction under conservation lands. So Elizabeth, you have the floor here.
Okay, thank you, Beth. This is to add a new instruction, and it says, give consideration to impacts to Florida Forever targeted lands when developing alternatives. If these lands are impacted, provide enhancements to the lands and give strong consideration to potential design features. So these are the lands that are on the list to be acquired in the future, and they form part of the wildlife corridor and the ecological greenway and everything. And so they are important. We just don't have them in conservation status yet. So it's a new instruction to provide guidance to FDOT during the PD&E process for how to evaluate and address the privately owned lands whose owners have given permission to have them placed on state-approved Florida Forever acquisition lists.
So Jason?
Elizabeth, I just wanted to say the department supports this amendment. We think it correctly articulates what we'll do with Florida Forever targeted lands and gives some guidance to us. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Any other comments or concerns from task force members? Jason Lauritsen? Get him unmuted. Jason, there you go.
Oh, yes. I just wanted to thank Elizabeth. I think this is a terrific addition.
Any others? So with that, Beth, we'll move on. Oh, no, I'm sorry. We need to identify it as amendment as proposed.
As amended.
Yeah. Yes, Secretary Nandy.
That's okay. Let's get that over with. I was going to talk about a break.
I think we have it over with. Yep. Secretary.
All right. So task force members, it's been 2 hours, over 2 hours since we started our conversation after the last break. I'd say we take a 5-minute break and come back at actually 8-minute break. Let's come back at 5:45. Thank you. Please keep your meeting going so that you can join it quick. Thank you. All right. Task force members, we are going to restart our conversation. Karen and Beth?
Yes, we are good to go. As I get on board, I think we had one tabled discussion from before, and staff is ready to go back to that tabled discussion now. So Beth, if you want to lead us back to that, that was in the public engagement section in terms of the numbers of comments and things like that.
Yes, so we're going back to the introduction and overview public engagement, page 4, where we had a few comments. I was told to hold on just a moment, but we're going to bring some information up for you as promised. So give us just a moment and we will bring that up. And it refers to pages 4 and 5. Okay. So we were asked to try to account for numbers of comments in various categories. So here we have a compilation on the right hand of the page. So which says, let's see. So page 5, line 15. After, okay, it's after the this statement here before specific comments. Okay, so we're going to replace from specific comments through this line 27 here with this language. So it says a detailed summary of public comments can be found on the project website. A summary of the most written comment themes received from the public during the task force process are included below. So now you can see a listing of a number of themes as well as specifically the count of comments. Boy, our team was busy. Okay. And then if we could scroll down a little bit on the new text, it looks like there is more here. Okay, stop right there, please. So the draft task force report was posted for 15-day public comment period. So that is the language that you see here to the left that is highlighted. A summary of the written comment themes received from the public on the draft task report are included below. So these are specific to the draft report now. These are all the themes and the specific number of comments. If you could keep scrolling, Brandy, please.
I see
I'm
Wendy
sorry.
has her hand raised. Wendy, are you able to see all this? I know you were one of the
Yes.
amenders. So,
Yes,
okay.
I just want to give you guys kudos for this. I mean, this was a lot of information to pull together in a short amount of time here this afternoon, and this is fantastic. I really appreciate it. And the only thing I would ask is that if we could have them in ascending order, so that you can see the highest number of comments and what those were on down to the lowest number of comments and what that item was.
And so that's no problem. We can do that, Wendy.
Yeah, this is fantastic. Thank you.
Paul Gray was another amender. He has his hand raised. Paul, Dr. Gray.
Yeah, thank you so much. This is really great. I'm glad this wasn't up to me. I could never do this, but anyway, but thanks. This is just much more informative of what the public feedback was. So I just appreciate it.
Great. And then Commissioner McDaniel.
Yes, and I echo my colleagues that spoke previously, especially Paul. This is a public process, and the reiteration of these comments is imperative. So I want to commend you all again. Thank you.
Great. And I think Commissioner Taylor was the other one. So I'm assuming Commissioner Taylor, this meets your needs as well.
Well done. Thank you very much. Yes, it does.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So I think with that, we can assume, unless there's any other comments from task force members, that those item we tabled is now acceptable with these changes added to the report. So if you allow us to do that, go ahead.
No, that's great. So we will, the next time you see those will be in the final draft report. A little later. Okay, so now we're going to get right back into our guiding principle amendments and instructions. We're moving to the Florida Panther, page 21. And we're going to, there we are, Elizabeth Fleming. So Elizabeth, I know that these are fairly simple text additions. So could you quickly review those for the group?
Yes, I can. The goal here is just simple clarification. And so I'm just going to read them. The task force recommended that in developing, I added the word future, MCORS corridors, FDOT have a goal of its infrastructure creating improvements to panther habitat and connectivity. The second, where they are, it says the task force recommended that to minimize negative impacts to the Florida panther and other wildlife, FDOT should evaluate existing wildlife corridors during the, I put transportation corridor development process. These transportation corridors would be candidates for wildlife crossing features such as bridges with shells, culverts, and fencing to protect wildlife movements. I added the word transportation to differentiate between highway corridors from wildlife corridors, because there were 3 corridors right in a row and it was a little bit confusing.
So thank you, Elizabeth. I think DOT supports this amendment. I don't know if there's any other task force concerns or questions. I'm not seeing any hands raised, so this will be accepted as proposed. So with that, Beth, you want to move on to the next one? To move things along, we are going to start marking those highlights as we go on. So.
Yeah, so we're going to keep moving on. Thank you, task force members, to the next requested amendment from Wendy Matthews. And this refers to line 14, changing the word may to will. And the department is fine with this language.
So if there are any other comments or concerns, Wendy, I think we're stepping on your toes, but if you don't mind, if there are any other comments or concerns from the task force, if you'd raise your hands. So seeing none, that also will be accepted as amended. Accepted as proposed, excuse me. That's hard when it's an amendment being proposed. So, yeah.
Okay, so we can keep going. We're still on the same page. I was on mute. We are still on the same page in the report, but we have an amendment from Gary Ritter. Gary is adding for a little bit of additional language in that first item in the 3-step process for developing a broad list of target conservation lands for the Florida panther. Item number 1, Gary is asking to add agricultural operators in that first step, along with the corridor advisory group.
And FDOT is in support of that amendment. Gary, I don't know if you want to add, but I'll also ask any other task force members if they have any concerns or comments at this point. And I'm not seeing any, so this amendment will move forward as proposed. Beth? Unmute. I can't
It's
unmute
good that
you.
you didn't hear what I was saying anyway, because I was correcting myself. Okay, so we're going to actually move on now to page 22. And we have our next amendment. It's actually a few amendments relative to the excuse me. We are still in the Panther. Wendy Matthews. And Wendy, I think what you might want to do is take the first bullet as a standalone, and the latter 2 can be addressed together.
Okay, Beth, thanks. So yeah, we just in the first bullet want to be sure that, and I know IPDOT will do this, but we just want to be sure that, you know, the best available science is being used. There's going to be some new information coming out in the near future on Florida Panther. So we just want to be sure that that is included as an instruction. And then I did see, I think, a note about the Panther recovery team being, you guys talked to U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and they preferred to be directly consulted instead of going to the PRIT. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Right. Okay, and that's fine. That's U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service's call, but I was just trying to be a little more inclusive.
Right, so in that, those later bullets that refer to the PRIT, that references are recommended to come out, I think. And then Jason, if you want to either elaborate and then follow up on the first bullet.
No, as a follow-up, Wendy, I think you said it correctly. The department will do bullet number 1, so I am absolutely in support of putting it in. It doesn't affect the way we do our job. We try to always use the best available science to evaluate the potential impact to panthers and all other endangered species. For the other two, if you remove the PRIT, because I did have that conversation with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and they would like to see it removed, I'm not objecting to adding DEP or Division of State Lands onto those lists too. So aside from the PRIT, no issues with the department.
So Wendy, that's acceptable to you, I assume? We could.
That is great, thank you.
Okay. Any other comments from task force members? Any concerns? All right, so that amendment moves forward with the removal of the PRIT.
So that means that the third bullet would not be necessary, but the second one, we would keep the Florida DEP and Division of State Lands, just remove the PRIT, and the first bullet stands as proposed.
I see Jennifer Carpenter has raised her hand. Jennifer with DEP.
Just a minor comment. Division of State Lands is, a subset of DEP. Is that a detail that's just not necessary, perhaps?
Okay, Jennifer, so you're suggesting just keeping the Florida Department of Environmental Protection?
Yeah.
And removing Division of State Lands?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
No problem, Wendy, right? Thank you, Jennifer. So with that change, any other comments from the task force? None? Seeing none? Then Beth?
Okay. For our staff, we're just going to keep moving here. We're going to go to the next amendment, which is from Wendy Matthews. What I would say, Wendy, is we're actually going to have a comprehensive discussion about interchanges in a later section. Can we table the interchange discussion and do that all at once?
For sure, yeah.
Great, thank you. Okay, so we'll make sure that we pull you into that discussion. All right, so now, Wendy, here is another one. This is a replication of your instruction in conservation lands. So what we are trying to do is we're trying to pull all of these items into one area. Are you okay with the fact that these lands are already covered under conservation lands with the change with do not place no new corridor through conservation lands, yada, yada?
I just would somehow like to tie that to the Panther principle. Let me think about that.
Yes, so this is in the wildlife and plant habitats guiding principle section.
Yes. I think the previous change that we did up above in conservation land should be fine for this, Beth.
Great. Yeah, everything is equal. So if it's stated in one place, it's covered.
Okay.
Thank you for that,
Thank
Wendy.
you.
Okay.
So that one will be dropped. Yep, go ahead.
Yes.
Keep going.
I want to make sure I'm not losing my place here. Okay, the next one, let's move to the next amendment, please. This is Elizabeth Fleming. We're still in wildlife and plant habitats. A minor text revision on lines 39 and 40 here on this page. DOT is fine with it. So I don't know if we stole your thunder, Elizabeth, but
So if any other comments from task force members on this change or concerns, raise your hand. Not seeing any, we'll move on, and this is accepted as proposed.
great. So now we're moving on to page 23, under water resources. And Commissioner Taylor, actually just a quick question about this amendment that you have here. Wondering if what you intended to do is replace the word them with water resources.
There we go. So yes, but I was hoping that I could use those. You repeat environmentally sensitive areas, ecosystems, water resources, and wildlife, including the Florida panther. But if you want to say refer to as above, which is what you did earlier for, I think it was agricultural uses, I'm okay with that also.
Well, I think if we keep this consistent with how you address the conservation lands, by placing water resources here, I think that would be great because all of those others are reflected in their own guiding principles.
But I think it actually, am I incorrect? Yes, protect, connect, and enhance those areas, and then you avoid impacts to those areas. So I just thought it would be better to write it out.
That particular high level need is, which is in lines 12 to 13, that's only stating the high level need that's addressed by the water resources. That high level need is included in the preamble for conservation lands, for the panther, for wildlife and plant habitats, and water resources. So you're
Okay.
seeing the same high level need. So if you place water resources here, you would be, covering everything inclusive of what's in the other guiding principle language.
I'm comfortable with that. Thank you very much.
Sorry for the confusion there.
No, that's quite all right.
So any comments from other task force members or concerns with just using water resources instead of them? I'm not seeing any. So we'll make that adjustment to the amendment.
Great, and we're going to move on to the next amendment, still in water resources. This is from Elizabeth Fleming. This is really for line 25 through 29. Elizabeth is just asking to add "and the Florida Panther National Wildlife Refuge." DOT is okay with that language.
Any comments or concerns from task force members? Not seeing any, so we can move on.
Okay, moving to the next one. This is again from Commissioner Taylor. This was the adding of on and off site water farming. I think this was already addressed before. It's now going to be covered in the high level needs, but it's also covered, as I understand, the basin management action plans, which is on line 24. So are you comfortable with that, Commissioner Taylor?
Yes, I'm comfortable with that. Thank you.
Okay, great. So we will not need to make an additional amendment. Okay. I promise we're getting closer to interchanges. Now we're moving on to page 26. Wait, maybe I missed it. Okay, hold on, page 24. This is where all of the interchange discussion would be appropriate. It's not highlighted, but everyone has agreed to have the interchange discussion in one place, primarily because under number 12, let's keep scrolling down, please. On the report, please. And let's do it so we can cross, there we go, right there. Now we can see everything. So this is a good spot for all of the interchange discussion, because if you look at the various bullets here, particularly when you get to the third bullet, where it says develop interchange management plans, including appropriate land use and environmental resource protections for areas around proposed interchange locations, and encourage their adoption into local government comprehensive plans. That is the instruction that we were referring to. That also refers back to the comprehensive plans. So this is a good spot to have any dialogue or discussion on this point.
Right, so Beth, this is Wendy Matthews 11, which we tabled to here. And I know Andrew Dickman number 8 is the other comment for those that are following along at home. And I think there's one more that I may have missed.
Andrew had a few.
Okay.
Relative to interchanges. Number 4, number 5.
Okay. I just want to make sure people that task force members can follow.
Yes. So primarily Andrew, and then Wendy's was more focused on panther habitat.
All right, so go ahead, Beth. You're gonna go back to Wendy's. Yep.
Okay, I didn't know that we were actually going to pull them up again, but okay. It's Wendy Matthews number 11. That's report page 22. But I thought we might have this dialogue all together where task force members could bring up their concerns relative to interchanges, and please do not change the report. I know Andrew specifically wanted to talk about his 10 miles and 5 miles, and Wendy wanted to talk about her 5-mile radius around interchanges within panther habitat.
So why don't we let each of them speak to their proposals, and then we'll open it up.
That would be my recommendation.
So Wendy, do you want to go first?
Thanks, Karen. We just need to be sure that there are solid protections in place around those interchanges to prevent any additional road kills, any interactions with panthers, just trying to very much protect as much habitat as we can around those interchanges to prevent all the induced development that typically follows interchanges. And I know I think it was the last meeting, Beth mentioned some work, I think it was in Palm Beach County, where you did some conservation lands work around the interchanges there. And we just want to see something solid to provide protections around those interchanges. Whether it's easements, fee land, whatever it needs to be.
Great. And then Andrew, do you want to speak to your amendments as well?
Yeah, I do. Thank you very much. And I apologize off the bat because I actually wrote something else. I condensed the amendments that I provided to you, and I was trying to find emails to send it to you, but here's the essence of it. Under the statute of 338, and this is 2278, subparagraph 3C10, it talks about the presentation of the report to the local governments by December 31st, 2023 for local government review. And this has to do with the interchanges, and that the local government will review whether the area in and around interchanges contain appropriate land uses and natural resource protections, and whether the comprehensive plan should be amended to provide such appropriate uses and protections. So obviously, I think local governments need to have their own home rule abilities to plan, and they know their own populace and what they want to do. However, this is a statewide project, and under the current comp plan amendment process, it's an expedited review process. It's not your typical process. So as a reviewing agency, FDOT should have a stronger role in determining two things. And in my opinion, it should be within 10 miles protecting the environmental and natural resources, and within 5 miles protecting the rural character and economy of areas that are not served by local water and sewer. And I have more specific language to this, and I apologize. I took a bunch of amendments and collapsed them, and I can send them to you. But in this instance, I think the statute clearly says that that these reports will be provided to local governments with a copy of the reports and the alignments of the roadway for evaluation of the interchange. I'm not 100% sure what appropriate land uses means, but to me, I think it needs to address preventing sprawl, which would essentially mean if you don't have public water and sewer there, it would prevent sprawl, and then at the same time you would protect natural resources, and in both cases you would have some type of acquisition or easement on those properties until such time as they should be developed or should be protected in perpetuity. That's a mouthful, and I'm probably about to get voted off the partner list in just about 2 seconds from Weiwei. But I'll tell me who to email this to, and I'll send it to you.
So thank you. I think we have Jason. Weiwei. You're gonna chime in, Weiwei?
Yeah, Andrew, why don't you go ahead and email the language to me and Karen so we can get it to the team. When DOT reviews comp plan amendments, we can only legally comment on impacts of statewide significance. So what we're doing right now in support of the MCORS program is we're going to be working with the RPCs, and we're going to provide some interchange management plan best practices and share these practices with the local governments. You yourself recognize the land use decisions that rest upon all the local governments. So from the DOT's perspective, we can kind of work with local governments and encourage them to prioritize protecting environmental resources of statewide and regional significance through this process. But I don't know, I have to look at your language. I don't know how strong that language can go. We need to work with the locals and recognize that the land use decisions rest upon local governments. So if you could go ahead and email us the language, that would be helpful.
If I could add on to just something that Wei brought up, and I think it's important to remember that the task team report is written as a whole. So there's lots of areas in there that we said we're going to look to conservation land. We're not going to impact it. We're going to try not to impact panther habitat. We're going to try to pick corridors that have the least impact on the environment. I know it's not exactly what you're asking, but understand by the time we get to the interchange decision locations that we'll do in conjunction with local governments, a lot of those considerations will have already been brought up and addressed with the corridor plan. They're just, along with what Wei said, is just food for thought as we discuss these options.
Yeah, and Andrew, also I want you to take a look at the existing language that we already have under the guiding principle and instructions to see if they address your concerns or anything that we can strengthen that language. But just recognize that DOT, we do not make land use decisions. The local governments, we work with them and we can encourage them.
So we have had some representatives of a local government chime up. Jerry Burr has had his hand raised for a while. So.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't believe I could support any of the amendments that have been proposed. I like the third bullet that you have in there and the way it's worded. It's not that, couldn't accept anything that was a modification, but the way they're stated now, couldn't support them. I do. So I hope you keep the third bullet or something very similar to that.
There are part of those that you can't support so that we can.
Well, yeah, if you want to take like language, word for word, it'd be like taking out the arbitrary distances for protection and really just having it be whatever is necessary and based on evaluation. I think to install 10-mile or 5-mile, arbitrary distances is not supportable.
All right, thank you. Pat Steed, next.
Yes, I would agree with Jerry. It's the distances problem that's particularly problematic. I know the region really well, and I can think of a variety of locations where interchanges possibly could occur under this report guidance, and I can think of problems that could exist all along that with those kinds of set 5 and 10-mile radiuses. It is a local government decision, providing them assistance and guidance as to what might work with each interchange as a best practices to look at enhancing land use, protecting certainly environmental resources. But let's remember that one of the key reasons that these corridors were put forth in legislation was also to encourage economic development and vitality into our really economically depressed rural areas of Florida. So when you combine those things together, that's when it gets very difficult to set these distances related to interchanges, I think.
Thank you, Pat. Shannon Estenos and then Bill McDaniel.
Hi, yeah, I just want to make the point that I don't think it's completely intellectually honest for us to say that DOT doesn't make a land use decision. Of course, that's technically correct. DOT doesn't make land use decisions, but the very decision to build an interchange in a community starts to circumscribe the community's ability to make its own land use decisions. And I think that that's so true and so irrefutable that it almost doesn't even require stating. It's DOT's decision to put a road or an interchange in a community that then is the first step in changing the face of the community. And I think at the last meeting, one of the points that I tried to raise was that DOT is a state agency and its decisions, it is
partially, it's got responsibilities for state, resources of state and regional importance that a local government has less responsibility for, Panthers included, and to shift the burden for panther protection onto mostly local decision making isn't responsible. So I don't know what the right answer is in terms of is it a distance or not. I appreciate Jason's point that really where the rubber meets the road is the decision to put the interchange anywhere. That's the first decision. And if we make that decision intelligently, then the process should work. If we make that decision irresponsibly, then there's no manner of sort of growth management laws that are going to do things like protect the panther. So I would urge us to, I'm glad we strengthened the language for no new corridors through, and I think that that's going to be helpful. But I think we should consider perhaps if there's a way to strengthen the existing just language similarly about where to put interchanges and where not to put interchanges, that might be helpful as well.
Thank you.
So
Go ahead.
Shannon, we're going to circle back to Andrew, but I wanted to make one comment. So we did have the first bullet on the instructions under this guiding principle states prioritize interchange locations for the state highway system and then the regional roadway network. So we already put in an instruction which is going to pretty much limit the interchange locations to those corridors. So are you thinking of something stringent than that?
Well, I don't know. I mean, that I'm not the panther expert on this task force. There are other panther experts who appear to be concerned that perhaps additional protections are necessary. It could be enough. I guess my point is that once the decision is made to put the interchange somewhere, then as far as I'm concerned, kind of all bets are off. You cannot look to the Growth Management Act. You can't look to comp plans to protect resources of regional or state significance. So we have to, I think, appropriately condition the first decision, which is DOT's decision, to put the interchange there or not. And maybe we've gotten there, but I'm looking at Wendy's language. I'd be interested in, in hearing her perspective and others, Elizabeth's, for example.
So I'm going to call on Andrew as one of the people that made an amendment to see if he has any additional thoughts after the conversation or.
Yeah, absolutely. I have additional thoughts. The whole discussion about local government and having local government decisions, I understand what the growth management says right now, but this statute specifically says that FDOT will provide this report to the local government, and it elevates FDOT's role in examining the local comprehensive plan. This is not necessarily a local in its expedited comp plan review process. I was cut off, and I don't appreciate it because this is a statewide project, and as Shannon mentioned, your role is elevated. And when you're looking at interchanges, there are lots of things you have to consider. You have to consider urban sprawl. You have to consider protecting conservation and natural resource areas by easements or purchase or other things. And I've waited a long time for this discussion, and I feel like you all have just completely cut me off and not allowed me to discuss this. So, the idea that this is just going to be a local government, and I say that respectfully to all the local governments that are out there, but this is a major statewide capital project. And the idea that all these interchange comp plan decisions are going to be left up to the local government, I think is inappropriate and frankly inconsistent with the statute. And everything that I've said up to now is going to be a problem with me accepting this report if there's not going to be any stronger decisions about interchanges and how the local comprehensive plans deal with that, because we all know that transportation dictates land use. That's a fact. Every planner, every transportation planner knows that. And so I expect that we have a detailed conversation on this. I will send in to you, I've already emailed to you my language. I deferred to condense my amendments in order to do this. So I really want a longer discussion on this item.
All right, so if you, Andrew, if you want us to move over to one of your amendments, we can do that to show that, so that we can have more of a discussion specifically about what you have raised. I have some additional task force members that would like to speak, if that's acceptable. So Penny Taylor, and then Elizabeth then Penny Taylor, and then Commissioner McDaniel. So Commissioner Taylor.
Thank you. I heard some of the comments about the 5 and 10 mile radius. I'm sure we can address that by talking about the most credible and recent science on the panther, because frankly, it's changing all the time. But again, I would bow to Andrew on that. But I think we know clearly that this is the juggernaut. This is the issue, because you can build a road, but if you don't have interchanges, then you're kind of leaving communities behind, which is what was brought out through the year and a half. So I don't know if we should break for dinner and talk about it later, or break for dinner after this, but this is going to be a long and very, very important subject. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner McDaniel?
Yes, I've been thinking about this a lot, and I have a concern that we may have the cart in front of the horse. There hasn't been a decision yet to build a road anywhere. And now we're sitting around arguing about the potential of interchanges being put in particular places that are considered to be environmentally sensitive. I know myself personally, I take exception to some kind of an overrule of local home rule. I know myself personally, I know enough to be dangerous about what's going on in Charlotte and Highlands and some of these other counties to the north. I know enough to be dangerous, but I don't want to put restrictions on local governments if this road is, or sections of it are to be constructed. I don't want a document dictating to an independent local government what they can or can't do, or should or shouldn't do. We've got, throughout this entire project or this entire document, we've got highest and best science, newest information, conglomeration of environmentally sensitive lands, so on and so forth. I think that the language that is currently here under the guiding principle and instruction suffices for now, and then lets us move forward with those local governments per the statute that says that once the roads, if the road, by this, I don't want to be foregone conclusion, but if the road's going to be constructed, then the interchanges could potentially be in these locations, and then the department will work with the local governments on the impacts of those interchanges to those communities for the environmental impacts, the water resource impacts, habitat, panther, so on and so forth. That's all encompassed in this language that we currently have here right now. And it can be a big, long debate, especially if you look at Ms. Matthews' suggestion of buying all of the land within a 5-mile radius of an interchange. You start getting into property rights and government takings and all kinds of things that ultimately end up being huge prohibitions from any kind of a cost effectiveness. So it would be my preference that we stay as global as possible, allow this document to move forward with the language that's already over there on the left-hand side under the guiding principles and instructions, and then work with the local municipalities that are impacted where the corridors ultimately determined to be, then where the interchanges are ultimately determined to be, and then we as the community, the experts with panther habitat and water quality and so on and so forth, come work with those local municipalities about the impacts to their community of the inevitable development that will transpire. Andrew's comments with regard to sprawl, I don't know of a comp plan in the state of Florida that doesn't discourage sprawl. Can it happen? Yes. Certainly without proper planning, it can happen, but that's where it becomes incumbent upon us, once the corridor is determined and then the interchanges are ultimately chosen, to come back and work with those municipalities to not allow those circumstances to prevail. So it would be my suggestion that we leave what's in here for now, allow for the decisions to be made if the road's even built at all, and then where the interchanges are, and then come back.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner McDaniel. Bear with us just 1 second here.
So Elizabeth Fleming has had her hand up a little bit. And then I'll go to Wendy. Elizabeth?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. This is really, now we have a conundrum, because while the statute elevates the considerations for Florida panther, directs our task force to look at those, and it specifically talks about land acquisition and wildlife crossings. And those are very good things to do, and we must do those. But if this road is to happen without not only threatening the recovery of the Florida panther, but actually threatening the survival of the Florida panther, we have to address interchanges and how development will happen as a result of this road, how it will happen or how it won't happen. And it is a big state project, and there is, look at all the control the state has had so far and through the legislature. So you can't get to something this important and say we're just going to turn this over to local governments completely and expect it to be coordinated. And if you just look around, we see sprawl is, yes, all counties have comp plans, but they're implemented unevenly, and we have a tremendous amount of sprawl in Florida. And so we need to face this as a task force. There has to be some wording in here that is serious and commits DOT and others to working together on this. And it's not an easy solution. And this MCORS program is aiming to do so many things. And maybe a couple of these goals are going to be at odds with each other at certain parts of it. And so we can't kick this down the road, not to make a bad pun, but we have to address this. And I think if we don't address it, then the other goals for conserving the panther and all of the work that's been done over the last decades to stitch together the wildlife corridors and everything. It's going to be undone inadvertently, but we are going to lose ground. And none of us want to see that happen. So we need to figure this out. There must be some commitments that can be made that will give assurance to task force members and others who are really committed to this goal of making sure the panther stays on the right path.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Jason, did you want to weigh in?
Yeah, I think a lot of good points have been made this evening. I wish I could say this afternoon, this evening, about the interchanges and the locations. And I think there's a couple sticking points I'd like to talk about first, and I'd like to offer a couple of just thoughts and see how you feel about it. The first is, I think the sticking points that we hear from the local municipalities and the local governments are the arbitrary 5 or 10 mile radiuses. It's just a number that's thrown out that it's hard to wrap your head around. And when you look at how much land that really encompasses, it becomes almost problematic or prohibitive to build any interchange at all. So that's the first thing. The second, I do think that we can do a better job as a group on writing an instruction that captures some of the thoughts in here. But before we get to that, because I have some language I'd like to read, and we're going to look at putting it up on the screen so y'all can see it as an alternative. But for the statute requires that, and we've talked about it before a little bit, that the department has to bring the interchanges to the local government and let them look at it. The end of that also says, though, that the local governments must give consideration about the appropriate land uses around the interchange and whether natural resource protections are included. And it requires the local government to make some consideration of those natural resource protections. Now, I don't think it goes as far as been asked by some of the task force members. It doesn't say this is what you have to do, but it does tell the local governments to look at it. All right, so the language, I'm going to read it, and then I think we're going to put it up on the screen. It's 3 parts. It's 3 sentences, but what it would be is it would be a new number 1 instruction. And the first sentence is from the task force to the local governments, and it says the task force urges local governments to prioritize protecting environmental resources of statewide and regional significance throughout the interchange process. I think I wrote this process, but it would be the interchange process. The second sentence is something that the department would commit to, and it would be FDOT will provide best practices to local governments for interchange management plans. We'll go to the local governments and we'll say, here is a good example of how an interchange has been developed with the local comp plans and how the prioritization of protecting the environment is adequate, and we'll try to work with local governments to do that. And the last one's another one on the department, and it has to do with interchange locations, and I think this is the crux of the discussion. FDOT shall give a high priority to interchange locations that limit impact to critical wildlife habitat, especially that of the Florida panther, and commits to working with local government and other partners with a goal of maximizing conservation lands around interchanges. So we're affirmatively stating that we will, as we design the interchanges, we will make sure that we choose to locations that limit impact to critical wildlife habitat and try to maximize conservation lands around the interchange while working with local governments to do that. All right, that's a lot. I said a mouthful, so I will go off and let you guys discuss.
All right, so while they're looking to get that language up so that you can see it, I did want to go back to Wendy Matthews and Andrew Dickman to get your impressions of those thoughts. Andrew, you have your hand up first. Of those modifications, suggested wording changes.
Yeah, I appreciate the effort. I would just say that if a local government isn't willing to protect natural resources and discourage urban sprawl in reaction to an interchange, then the interchange should not happen and they should be bypassed. It's a state project, not a local project.
Okay, I think the staff has heard you. They're gonna see how best to incorporate that from the faces I'm getting. Did
Can I
you
just
want to add
add-
more? Yeah, go
I
ahead,
just want to
Beth.
add something, Karen, just for staff purposes in the gray, if you could please put new number 1 instruction on page 24, please. This is where we're discussing interchanges. Thank you.
And I'll see if Wendy wants to weigh in, and then we do have a slew of other task force members that would like to say some things. So Wendy, did you have anything on the thoughts from Jason, or do you want to wait and see it?
Thanks. Yeah, thanks, Karen. I need to wait and see it in writing. I do want to just for the record say, though, that, you know, TNC in our discussions on these interchanges, in no way are we thinking about infringing on local government. We're just trying to look out for a protective buffer in the road design process. So, and Elizabeth said very much what I wanted to say about Panther, and we've come so far, and we don't need to turn back now. So, and I do appreciate you guys trying to work on this language. So let's see what you get.
I do want to alert everyone to the fact that there is new language now showing on the screen in the gray space. If you're having a hard time seeing it, I will read it. It just reiterates what Jason said. The task force urges local governments to prioritize protecting environmental resources of statewide and regional significance through the interchange process. FDOT will provide best practices to local governments for interchange management plans. FDOT shall give a high priority to interchange locations that limit impact to critical wildlife habitat, especially that of the Florida panther, and commit to working with local government and other partners with the goal of maximizing conservation lands around interchanges. So you can now see that language written out.
Hi, I'm back. We have another sentence and we're going to work on how to include it. But it goes something like this, and it is a commitment by the department. I heard what was said, and I think it's very important. I think what we'd like to do is say something like, before an interchange location is finalized, a specific, and this is specific to the Florida Panther, but a specific Florida Panther impact assessment will be developed and public outreach will take place. So as a department, we're committing before we finalize and pick an interchange location. And this is aside from local governments. This is, we will do our own assessment of the impact to the Panther, and we will go out for public comments on that impact to see how the public feels about it.
So Jason, while we're waiting for that language to get updated, and then we'll run that back by the proposers of these amendments. We do have a few task force members that have their hands raised. I'm going to call on some of the folks we haven't heard from yet. Don Scott, did you want to weigh in?
Yeah, I think that one of the overarching thing we talked about this whole time was co-locating on existing facilities. And I think if you go with 5 mile radius, you are basically telling them we're going to have to build a corridor out in the middle of nowhere.
All right, thank you for that perspective. Mike Thompson?
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me? We good? Yes. Okay. I agree with Commissioner McDaniel. I like the pathway that Jason and his group are taking at this point. I really agree with Mr. Scott, what he just said. That's kind of very pointed. But on another little point here, we are rapidly approaching hour 10. And I don't know about the rest of y'all, but my day started at 5 o'clock this morning. And I subscribe to the theory that the mind can only comprehend that which the rear end can endure. And it's time to pause this thing. And we're getting into some extremely important subjects here. And it's also obvious to me that there's possibly some frayed nerves. But if this was a commission meeting, I would adjourn it to a time certain, and we come back with fresh minds and fresh thoughts, and because we've got, it looks like to me, some hours ahead of us of work.
So I will let our chair mull on that and staff to see what they say. But I'm going to, in the interim, keep moving forward with this amendment. Glenn Little has his hand raised, as well as.
Thank you, Karen. I just want to echo my support for the last two commissioners' comments. Home rule is important. The ability for local governments to make decisions that are important to local people is part of this process. I don't believe the state has complete power and jurisdiction over matters such as these. I believe that county commissions can take the will of the people and make the right decisions, with the understanding that FDOT would provide every effort to ensure that we protect our environmentally sensitive areas and the habitat, including the panther. But I do support the ability for local counties to make local decisions.
I just want to state that there is more language that has been added into the gray space. Before an interchange location is finalized, a specific Florida Panther impact assessment will be developed and public engagement will take place. So I just wanted to alert you to the fact that what Jason stated is now in the gray space.
Yes, so Wendy, when you're ready to let us know your opinions, you can raise your hand and we'll expedite you to the top of the queue. Right now, Shannon Estenos. I'm sorry, I had called on Jerry, so let me go ahead, Shannon.
Okay, thank you. So I have a couple of suggestions. I appreciate staff's walking us through this. I would suggest, because I do think the primary first decision is DOT's decision to put an interchange or not. So I think the FDOT shall give a high priority to interchange locations should go first. It should lead in this section. Secondly, Andrew said something that stuck with me. Why couldn't, and I want to, let me clarify something here. This isn't about somehow usurping local government's decisions to make land use decisions. This is entirely about where DOT puts a state facility. That's what this is about. And so why couldn't, at some logical point, when it's considering locations for interchanges, why couldn't we add language here that DOT requires the local government to submit their plan if an interchange goes in this location, what is the local government's plan for protecting natural resources? If it's relevant, protecting panthers. If it's relevant, protecting conservation lands. And have that submittal be part of the decision as to whether or not the interchange goes there. Because at the end of the day, if we can't do this right, if we can't afford to do it right, and if we can't do it right, we shouldn't do it. So to me, by doing it ahead of incorporating the local government's ideas and decision-making and commitments, and have a local government make some commitments up front before it gets the benefit of a state transportation facility put in its jurisdiction. Could we do that?
So Jerry Burr, and then Commissioner McDaniel.
Yeah, I support the changes that Jason and his staff have put together. I think they're good. I would like to say that, I don't think that supporting government equates to mandates. I think that certainly most governments were going to listen to what the suggestions are and hear public input, just like you're doing here. So I don't want to see, I would not support any mandates, but I think the language that's been put in is a good even point for everybody.
Thank you. Commissioner McDaniel?
Yes, I wish Jason would have spoke first. The language that he's proposed down here is a very nice compromise. It leads us to a place where we can go forth and allow for local governments to make their own decisions, and also puts priority on the department to work with those local governments to preserve and protect and avoid as much as is possible. So I support the language that Jason has brought forward.
Thank you, Commissioner McDaniel. Commissioner Doherty?
Thank you, Karen. Yeah, I want to echo that, what Commissioner McDaniel just said. Yeah, this text that's been proposed looks like it's reasonable, it's good compromise. It allows both levels of government to be involved with this, and I support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Back to our proposers, Andrew Dickman.
The part of this, I thank you for drafting this up, and Shannon, thank you for articulating what I couldn't articulate. One of the phrases in this, I think it's the second sentence or second line, statewide and regional significance. That's right out of the statute, which is part of the watering down of the Growth Management Act, and essentially the part that says that the state will not get involved in any type of growth management decision unless it has a statewide or regional significant impact. And I understand that. I appreciate local government, home rule, but if you want to look at that and talk about that, then talk about vacation rentals, talk about wireless deployment. The state is usurping local government home rule all the time, and all I'm suggesting is that this is a statewide process, and an interchange is probably the most integral part of this and affects the land use. So I think using that phrase statewide and regional significance is diminishing what I think FDOT should require, and echoing Shannon's suggestion is like require the local government to elevate a interchange management plan before FDOT decides that it is going to place a interchange project in its area. And you know, I get it, 5-mile radius and 10-mile radius might sound arbitrary, but come up with something else. I mean, it's got to be a management plan that says we're not going to just allow for just land use to run wild, because all of us know that development's going to go to the it's going to follow transportation. I've seen it. We've all seen it in Florida. And before you know it, the unique places that are in the interior rural area of Florida, especially South Florida, are going to be gone. And, you know, I say that as a person that's been in Florida, born and raised here. But I don't mean that in any disrespect for someone who's been here for one day. I still consider them a Floridian. So I'd ask that statewide and regional significance be taken out, and somebody pull up some language that reflects what Shannon had said, giving the local government the responsibility to present a plan, a reasonable plan to FDOT. Thank you.
All right, thank you for those additional thoughts on the what the language should include. Wendy Matthews, you have your ready to weigh in?
Thanks, Karen. Yeah, well, like Andrew, I have to commend Shannon's comments. I mean, she said it very well. And I think we would definitely be appreciative of some language along those lines that, you know, has some sort of accountability on DOT's part, because, you know, I feel like it's their DOT's responsibility to provide the conservation protections during the design phase. But the amendment, I think it's much better. It helps some, but it definitely doesn't alleviate all of our concerns completely with regard to panther habitat. So I'll just leave it at that.
Gerald Burr has raised his hand again, and then Shannon, Jerry.
Yeah, once again, I just want to say that I don't believe that I can support anything that would be a form of punishment for municipalities that don't toe the line to groups that might put pressure on the DOT. I think that the cities are going to do the responsible thing, and I think that the language that was put in at bullet points to replace the bullet points is a good language for us to use.
Thank you. Shannon?
Yeah, thank you. So I'd be interested from the local government's perspective why it's unreasonable to, or why it would be considered punishment to, as part of the planning process and as part of the alternatives, like we're looking for places to put interchanges and we're looking for a community to put it in. Why is it unreasonable from a transparency perspective and from folks who don't live in that community but are going to help build that interchange financially? Why is it unreasonable to ask the local government to think ahead and put together, I don't know if the right terminology is an interchange management plan, but at least what they would do to ensure that the recommendations that are in the task force report are followed for the interchange as well. For, you know, the parts of it that are under their jurisdiction, which would be the induced development. Why is that unreasonable?
So I see Jason has jumped in. So Jason?
Thank you for all the comments. We're working hard behind the scenes trying to incorporate and still kind of meet both sides kind of in the middle. I'm going to suggest 2 suggestions to the written language and for discussion. First, I heard Andrew, and I think we have no concern. I'd like to just take out where it says statewide and regional significance. So that first sentence would say the task force urges local governments to prioritize protecting environmental resources through the interchange selection process, period. Because that's really what it is. It's an all-encompassing environmental resources that we'd like to give consideration through during that process. The second one is a little more in depth, and it's going to take a little more conversation from the task team. But the last sentence, I'd like to rewrite it to say, before an interchange location is finalized, a specific Florida Panther impact assessment will be developed, comma, public engagement will take place, comma. We'll let them catch up real quick. And the department, and FDOT, I always say the department, and FDOT will review the local government's interchange management plan. So what that does is if you read the sentence before, it says FDOT's going to place a high priority on interchange locations that limit critical impact to critical wildlife habitat. And we've already stated above that we're going to place a high priority on interchanges that successfully conserve land. And this is just a commitment that before we finalize that last location for the interchange, we're going to work with the local governments and actually see the plan that they've laid out for us on how they're going to satisfy both the statute and the goals of the task team report. I hope that helps. I will get off and let you all discuss.
Yeah, bring that back to Wendy first.
Thanks, Karen. Again, it helps. Yeah, thank you for enlarging it. My eyes are pretty shot. It does help, and I appreciate the behind the scenes work going on. Go ahead and take some other comments. I need to think about this, please.
Sure. Andrew Dickman.
I appreciate this, and we're getting close. I think the first line, the task force urges local governments. I think it should say the task force requires local governments to prioritize, sorry, this has been a long day, protecting not just environmental resources, but rural lands and environmental resources. So for me, it's not just environmental resources, it's rural lands that are not served by sanitary sewer and potable water. That otherwise it's going to contribute to sprawl.
Thank you, Andrew. I think that's been part of what your comments have been in the past. So. Chris Constance.
Thank you, Karen. To the question about local governments, I mean, it's coming up right there. It says, develop interchange management plans, including appropriate land use and environmental, I'm sorry, I can't read it, environmental
resource,
thank you, protections, for areas around proposed interchange locations, and encourage the adoption into local government comprehensive plans. Well, as much as we would encourage or even get to the point where we would not oppose, when those plans are brought forward and the public gets involved, it's not just our decision. So the public would be able to come in and say whether or not they want their comp plan changed. It's not just the 5 commissioners, it's the entire population that has an opportunity to speak to us and say, we do or we don't want this. So just because it's encouraged doesn't mean that it's going to happen. Thank you.
Any other task force members that want to weigh in, particularly any of the local government agencies, since this is now has some language for you all? Jerry Burr.
Even if it's been changed again, and I think in answer to the question of, why is it not reasonable? Why is it not reasonable that FDOT shall give high priority to interchange locations that impact the critical wildlife habitat, especially the Florida panther? I mean, that gives the DOT the ability to pressure local governments to basically change their plan in a proper way. But it's not a mandate, so they can make the choice. So I just think that I'm just never going to accept the mandate. I think the language, once again, Jason's done a good job putting this together, and I would accept that.
Thank you, Jerry. Commissioner Taylor.
Yes, thank you. There's an old saying that zoning is from election to election. And clearly, the history of Collier County, you can see that. So I think it's not easy, but the less we leave with the more, as the restrictive is not the word, and I guess I am a little tired also, but the more proscriptive we can be for getting to the point where we bring it to the local government, the better it is. Because you don't know what's going to happen there. This is, there's a history that you can see again and again in Florida. And one of the greatest histories, I guess, is how much sprawl there is, even though the comprehensive plans say don't do it. I like the idea of the local government having to produce a resource management plan for an interchange. The interchange is the pot of gold, but there needs to be some accountability. I would also like to by the local government that yes, you need economic development. Yes, it's going to be exciting when you think about what can come in the future. But by the way, you do have a responsibility here, and it is to the environment. I think that this is the tough one, and I appreciate Andrew's tenacity in bringing this forward. Thank you.
So Karen, so task force members, I think we've had a very robust discussion for the last hour and a half about this, and we're at a point where I feel like the department has offered the best we can within our control. We've said that we're going to place priority for interchange locations to protect Florida Panther, and working with the local governments by providing them the best practices and all that stuff. So, and also working with them in conjunction, as they're preparing their comprehensive plans, right? So what I would suggest is, I think we need to move on, okay? Because I don't think we can come up with any further modifications that is going to result in complete satisfaction of the task force. So I want to see who's opposed to the language, and then we move on.
Yeah, so those that are opposed to the language. Yeah. So I want to hear from Wendy Matthews, then Andrew Dickman, and Penny Taylor. Wendy?
Thanks, Karen. Would there be the option to move the last sentence before an interchange location is finalized? Could we move that up to the top so that that's the first thing that happens?
I actually don't have a problem with that. I think because this instruction is getting quite long, I would suggest we take that last sentence and make it a separate new bullet. So we'd have, that would be instruction 1, and then the rest of it would be instruction 2, just for clarity.
Okay. Thank
So,
you.
Wendy, where does that leave you? With that change, does that?
It helps. I still don't think it's perfect, but it's okay. We can continue.
Okay. Andrew Dickman. Granted, Andrew, I think some of your interchange locations probably have some other.
Okay, so how about this? The task forces urges FDOT to require local governments to prioritize protecting unimproved rural lands and environmental resources, ... through the interchange selection process. So adding in unimproved rural lands.
Andrew, why don't we say, instead of the department, the task force urges, right? Because it's the task force who's asking local agencies to do that. So we'll be involved in the process, because that's something that we promised, that we will provide the assistance through the regional planning councils. So why don't we leave it at the task force urges, because this is a report of the task force, right?
I agree that the local government is a primary partner in making that decision, but this is a FDOT initiative, and FDOT is a reviewing agency. So that's the only reason why I'm saying that. It's not just, I agree, you know, growth management decisions are local primarily now, but I would like to see more than just the task force urging local governments. But if you can get unimproved rural lands in there, and just so everyone knows, that's to protect the small towns, because my concern is that if you have these small towns that I've driven through, we've all driven through, I've grown up in one of them, and you put an interchange there, and it's going to draw away from the historical unique nature of some of these small towns, and they're going to dry up and die up, and it's bad for local government, and it's bad for Florida in general. So I guess I'm getting tired. I'm apologizing for that. And I'll let you guys go.
No, and Andrew, we'll include the urging that the department will urge the local governments through our review process. Okay.
And the unapproved rural lands as well.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. So Sherry Ambrose, you've had your hand up a while. I don't know if you have issues with the amendment as proposed, or you just had something you wanted to add.
I guess I have a question and then one comment. My question is, you know, we're talking about some of the most economically disadvantaged portions of the state here. And so I'm wondering who pays for some of these reports and interchange plans. I think that would be important if we're putting this in here. And I guess my comment is somewhat related. You know, I'm not sure I could support the language about unimproved rural lands. I mean, some of those lands are slated for development now. So I think we've already addressed the idea of following local comprehensive plans. And that's my comment.
Thank you, Sherry. So then we have Wendy Matthews and Elizabeth Fleming. Wendy.
Sorry, Karen, I didn't mean to have my hand raised.
Okay. Probably just didn't get put down from before. So Elizabeth?
Yes, I am still trying to work out that first, the commitment implied with instruction number 2. And somebody just expressed a concern about local governments having resources to do these plans. And so could we say something like, FDOT will work with local governments to prioritize protecting environmental resources, or will assist local governments? Somehow the FDOT is committing to doing this and assisting local government.
Hey, Elizabeth, this is Wei Wei. We plan on working with the regional planning councils to provide the assistance to the local governments. So we don't have any issues in putting that language in there if you feel strongly about it.
Well, I think it satisfies a couple of concerns that have been raised, and it's going to be written down in black and white that FDOT is involved, is shoulder to shoulder in this process. And I would ask Wendy and excuse me, I can't even talk anymore. So I would just ask the proposers if I am on the right track in helping satisfy their concerns.
So do either of the proposers want to weigh in? Yep, so Wendy and then Andrew.
I'm sorry, the little bit of what Elizabeth was saying was jumbled on my end, and I heard her ask if what she said was helping, but it was a little bit jumbled. So I'm sorry, I didn't get it all.
Okay. We'll ask her to come on maybe. Andrew, did you want to respond or need to ask for clarity as well, or have about something else?
I'm not sure. Am I a proposer?
You have a proposed amendment, so that we're
Okay.
using proposer as shorthand. No
You have
need.
a few proposed amendments,
I'm
Andrew.
a proposer. Okay, I didn't know if I had a spotlight on me or a target on me.
You're still a
Anyway,
partner now.
okay. All right. Let's all keep our sense of humor here. Okay, great. You know, I think the task force here is giving instructions, right, to FDOT. Is that what we're doing? And I think if we're giving instructions to FDOT, then FDOT should something either encourage or mandate, somewhere between encourage and mandate local governments to protect unimproved rural lands and environmental resources. I mean, I hate toothless terms, and if somebody can help me out, I just don't like, you know, terms that don't have any bite in them.
So I think Jason is working on the language which says urges, Andrew, per your suggestion before.
Thank you.
And Andrew, we actually, it says urges, but it's also the task team urging FDOT to work with the locals to prioritize protecting unimproved rural areas and environmental resources. So
Okay.
it kind of tried to capture all that you said. So the department would be in a position that we would have been urged by the task force to take those actions. I think it'll come up soon.
Okay.
So I think we're waiting for that language to come up. If you give us a few minutes. Wendy, while we're waiting, did you want to?
Thanks, Karen. So I reread the language in the gray box, and now after rereading it, I think I was mistaken before when I asked to see if we could add before an interchange location is finalized. I actually don't think that belongs up front. I think the instruction 2 actually should be instruction 1. But I think it's important to have, you know, that FDOT will provide, FDOT shall give high priority to interchange locations that limit impact to critical habitat. I think that is what needs to be up front and center.
So 2 points. One, Wendy, thank you for that comment. For me, we read all the instructions as equal weight. So I have no issues with us flipping them back. I think that's fine. The second thing, and I want to point out, we just changed the language to instruction 2 as it's on the screen right now. And it's a little wordy, but I wanted to make sure that local governments felt comfortable with this. The task force urges FDOT to work with local governments to prioritize protecting unimproved rural lands not targeted for economic development in local plans. So if it's unimproved, but the locals have already have it in their plans that they're targeting it for future development, that's not the same thing as unimproved lands that has no targeted development associated with it. So we wanted to draw that distinction, but I think it kind of gets closer to what the task force was asking for, and we're happy to flip them from make instruction 2 number 1 and make number 1 number 2. So we'll go ahead and flip those 2.
Thank you, Jason. I think that helps.
So Sherry Ambrose again, and then Andrew Dickman. Sherry?
I appreciate the language changes you're making. I guess I'm kind of, I don't necessarily understand why the unimproved rural lands needs to be incorporated into this section. I get your point about, using the not targeted for economic development, but I guess my question is, what if it's an interchange that would serve Everglades, but Everglades is 5 miles away or 10 miles away? Does that fall into this category? I mean, I think this language could have unintended consequences in terms of how it's connecting the infrastructure assets and the growth plans of some of the corridors here. I think, a lot of us are thinking more about some of the more developed counties when we're thinking about what these impacts look like, and not our rural communities and their economic development needs. And so I guess I just question, is this critical language to include here, and does it permit for the types of, logistics oriented growth that some of these communities are focused on?
Can we say at the end of the day, the local
We have Pat. Oh, okay. If you want to weigh in, but I was going to say Pat Steed was also waiting.
All right. Well, why don't we go through Pat and the couple of other task force members, and then I want to move on from this. Thank you.
So Pat Steed and then Ken Doherty.
Yes, I just want to agree with that point that was just raised. When you look at the development in the rural areas and you look at development in the urbanized areas, they're very different. And just the definition of rural comes into play, because we talk about small communities, but by definitions, those are rural areas as well. My concern is part of this directive that we were given in the legislation was to look where we could co-locate things like utilities. And so part of the idea of looking at an interchange might be the opportunity to build an area that has central water and sewer and certainly broadband and even other services. And then that's what makes it economically viable to make a difference in, quote, these rural areas. So to really exclude that in some way begins to work against bringing all those things together as the potential of what this can do. It does not, in my opinion, contradict saving the environmental resource and protecting it, because we have said that was number one in our list of priorities. But going on to that, bringing up these issues in avoiding rural really does work against probably locating them in the very areas that have the most viability for investment and opportunity for economic development.
So before we go to the other task force members, I just want to emphasize one thing, right? We're concerned about protecting the environmental resources and the effect of changes. So what if we do this? What if we say that task force urges FDOT to work with local governments to prioritize protecting the environmental resources through the interchange management process? That gives the flexibility to ensure that the network is going to support the whatever approved development plans are, right? From a support perspective, but at the same time is going to achieve the goal of protecting the environmental resources. Why don't we focus on that particular statement?
Andrew Dickman's had his hand raised, so I'll let him respond to that. And then Shannon.
I can see that the secretary wants to move on. There's a section in the law that says that the local government review must include consideration of whether the area in and around the interchange contains appropriate land uses and natural resource protections. Mr. Secretary, ask your counsel to tell me what an appropriate land use means, so I have that on the record going forward. Thank you.
So we don't have our legal counsel with us, Andrew, so it'll have to be a follow-up to provide you what the clarification means.
Okay, I just want it on the record because everybody wants to move on, but the law says what it says. And if we're just gonna, bicker about what rural means and what sprawl means and what this means, I just want to make my record. That's it. And it says appropriate land uses, and that's the law. And if we're not gonna abide by what the law says, everybody's been preaching about the law and what the legislature said we should do, then, I think this is a good time to do it.
Andrew, what we can do is we're going to get that opinion and what that means and include it in the report. But at this time, we don't have our legal counsel with us, okay? Would that work?
That was to Andrew.
I'm just saying it because as we sound like I really like Shannon's suggestion about submitting you call them interchange management plans or whatever you want to call them. But I think the task force should require FDOT to require local governments to submit plans that addresses the appropriate land uses and natural resources. That's what it says. I think FDOT should be in charge of making these decisions so that you're not encouraging sprawl and you're not desecrating natural resources. That's it. That's how I feel about it.
Well, Andrew, what we could say is the local government interchange management plan as defined by the statute, right? And we'll get the definition of what that means and incorporate into the report.
Okay.
Yep. Thank you.
Commissioner Doherty's been waiting. Commissioner Doherty, and then Shannon.
Thank you, Karen. I just wanted to go on record saying I agree with the text change that just took place where it eliminated protecting unimproved rural lands. And I agree. In other words, I agree with the chairman's recommendation. Thank
you. Shannon.
Okay, yes, good, thank you. I just wanted there was a comment a little while ago. The language just disappeared on my screen. Did it disappear on yours too?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay, so there was a comment about concern about resources for small counties to do these plans. And so I was gonna add, suggest maybe one word, but I've now lost the language. So I don't remember where it is, but it's in that first instruction where it says the task force urges DOT to work with and assist, perhaps something like that, just local governments to prioritize protecting, just to get to this idea that they might need help with resources. And then the second, in the second instruction, which I think is in response to my suggestion, but I've lost it now. Could we get to the second instruction? I apologize to everyone. I wanted to.
I think they're.
Beth, you're on mute.
I think we're placing the language back into the gray space.
Okay.
We had a little technical glitch, it appears.
Explain it, and so that once we get there, we can move quickly. The plan, what I was recommending on the interchange management plan, the interchange management plan is about protecting environmental resources writ large. It's not just panthers, right? That was what I wanted to take a look at really quick. Okay, here we go. So it says here, Oh, okay, now it's back to instruction 1. We're gonna do the flipping again, right? Okay, before an interchange location. Okay, before an interchange location is finalized, a specific Florida Panther impact is, don't cut it. Oh, okay. Okay. A specific Florida Panther assessment will be development, public engagement will take place, and FDOT will review local government interchange management plans. Okay, great. I just wanted to make sure that the interchange management plan wasn't referencing back to just Panthers, but it's the larger. All right. I think this is much improved from where we started an hour and a half ago. So I appreciate the hard work. Thank you.
Thanks for the suggestions, Shannon.
So we have Elizabeth Fleming as our last hand raised. So then, so Elizabeth.
I just wanted to ask the question of where that principle was earlier on. When we think about interchanges, are we still thinking about only using existing roads, or does this interchange concept contemplate having new roads that go off from whatever the main transportation corridor is?
Elizabeth, I don't know if we can answer that question at this time, but it is pretty clear that from the guiding principles that the task force recommends the department to follow existing corridors to the maximum extent possible, right? And going back to what Don Scott said, you know, in his comment that he made, you know, the way this is written, if we use existing facilities, you know, if we use a 5-mile radius, well, which was a suggestion, then we wouldn't have any changes at all, right? To answer your question, we'll have to follow your guiding principles and instructions as we define one, maximizing use of existing corridors, and then while meeting the high-level needs. So that will be defined as we go through the PD&E process or the planning process.
So we couldn't add language reiterating the language that we all worked so hard on earlier. Could we add that here as part of the interchange determination process?
What would be your suggestion, Elizabeth?
That the practice be, or the prioritization for deciding where interchanges would be is existing roads would be number 1 for having a new road interchange out into the undeveloped area that doesn't have a road right now.
So we have, are you talking about this first bullet point which says prioritize interchange locations for state highway system and then the regional roadway network? That pretty much says existing roadways, right? For interchange locations?
I didn't follow. I'm sorry. I'm very tired and I'm sorry if I'm not following completely, but I also am very concerned that we're discussing something this important at almost, you know, we've all been here a long time, and we're seeing the effects of these deadlines on us, and we're talking about really important things. So I just want to be sure. I feel more comfortable if it is crystal clear that in the interchange selection process, and one strong criterion is that we not be building new roads into these wild areas, which is how sprawl happens and all those associated problems.
Elizabeth, just quickly, I just wanted to let you know what language LK was referring to. He was referring to the existing language that you see on the left side, the first instruction. Prioritize.
And then regional roadway.
So he was suggesting that includes a prioritization for existing roadways.
Okay, as long as it's associated with this, then that satisfies what my concern was.
Yes, these two instructions are going in that section, the new instructions.
Thank you, Beth. Elizabeth, you can understand I'm tired too, right? So what I was trying to tell is this particular instruction plus the guiding principle that you guys gave us, right, which actually prioritizes existing corridors, is going to achieve what you're looking for.
If I could, one last edit to instruction number 2 we just made. You can see it on your screen. We incorporated the statutory language that says includes appropriate land uses and natural resource protections. That's what's required by the statute for the local government. So we're not putting anything additional on the local government, but I think, Andrew, this is specifically to your comment about what needs to be in that and how it needs to be brought to the department before we finalize the interchange location.
So Wendy hands her hand up, and then we can maybe move this forward. Okay. Oh, Wendy, there you go. Wendy, you didn't have anything to add after all? Okay. Yep. Commissioner Constance?
Yes, thank you, Karen. So just point of order, these two instructions will go before the instruction that says prioritize interchange locations, et cetera, et cetera.
Yes, but I would also state, Commissioner Constance, that these are all of equal weight.
Oh, no, I completely understand. They're just bullet points, but
yes,
they've been numbered. So I'm just wondering where they're going to go. So in other words, they won't have any numbers, but they'll be inserted into the existing 3 bullets. There will now be 2 more bullets.
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
Karen, I think we need to move on. Well, Beth, I think we need to move on to the next one. Thank you, task force members, for this robust conversation. I think we've landed onto a language that works for a majority of the group. Thank you.
Okay, real quick, just so people don't think we snuck it in, we actually looked at the statute again. The statute says consideration of, so we added consideration of to the last bullet. That's it. I'm going to sign off now. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move on. We're actually going to page 26 of the report. And we're going to have to scroll down, since we moved up to an amendment, we need to scroll down to Commissioner Penny Taylor's amendment number 23. Which shows staff edit page 26. Right there, there we are. So we're now in broadband and other utilities. So this is basically a text revision. Commissioner Taylor? This relates to, where are
There
we?
we go. Yes,
Yeah.
and again, it's the issue of defining what broadband is going to do. So by planning and designing new corridors or improving existing corridors and enabling co-location of.
Yes, and I would suggest that's very similar to the language that is there already. So as far as enhanced corridors, but using the language improving existing corridors.
So the department is supportive, acceptable, this amendment is acceptable to them and are supportive of it. So if are there any task force members that have any comments or concerns? I'm not seeing any hand raises. So Beth, you want to move on? This will be
Sure.
that proposed.
Okay, we are now into the action plan. And we have Andrew Dickman. This actually was discussed before, Andrew, and if we could scroll up a little bit on the report, please, to where we can see lines 35 through 41. You could stop right there, thank you. So this has language, Andrew, regarding the preliminary determination of transportation need and economic feasibility before beginning the PD&E process. The department is okay with this language? Any comments or concerns? If not, then we can move forward.
That's really quick. I think in the earlier language, we changed the economic feasibility to financial. Yeah. Yep. So this needs to be consistent with the earlier one.
Yes, this was should be consistent with what was in the introduction and overview, I believe, where Andrew, you had your first amendment.
So Andrew has his hand up. Andrew?
Yeah, I do remember you guys addressing that, and it addresses the, I think you said financial feasibility, which is fine, and that also included the need phrase before starting PD&E, need and financial feasibility. Is that what that was?
Right. Preliminary determination of, yeah, whatever the language was before regarding transportation need.
Need and financial feasibility. Great.
Financial feasibility.
Need and financial feasibility. Great. Need for.
Okay, so I'm going to move on.
Well, let me quickly ask if any task force members have any comments or concerns. Nobody was raising their hands, so I assume not, but okay, now you can move on.
Okay, we're going to stay in this location and we're going to scroll up to Commissioner Penny Taylor amendment. This is related to the highlighted area that you see on the screen. And Commissioner Taylor is basically ending the sentence at economic development, and she's adding a new sentence for environmental stewardship. The department is fine with this language.
Do any task force members have any comments or concerns with the language? Seeing none, this language would be as proposed.
Okay, now we're going to move on to page 28. So we actually have a few amendments that address impacts to the 5-year work program. So I think what I'd like to do here, Commissioner Taylor, I know that you have an amendment for number 3 there, but I think what I'd like to do, we have a couple of others, another one that you submitted, but also one by Commissioner Doherty that would make a change in action item number 4. So if you could indulge us, if we could go to that first, because that is a very comprehensive amendment. So what we need to do is we need to scroll down on the amendments until we see
Ken
Commissioner
Doherty.
Doherty, number 1. So there it is, right there. So I think this will allow us to have our robust discussion here. And then we can make the associated changes in other areas. So Commissioner Doherty, would you like to present this amendment?
Yes, I would, Beth. Thank you very much. This amendment was a result of the last task force meeting number 8 on September 23rd, when we got to this section, and specifically the line that starts out with FDOT has committed that projects currently in the 5-year work program for fiscal years 2021 through 2025 will not be impacted by MCOR's funding needs. Well, it begged the question, what happens after 2025? So interestingly enough, on Monday, October 5th, we had our MPO, Charlotte County Punta Gorda MPO meeting, and the MPO approved the long-range transportation plan for up to 2045. And every 5 years shows a list of projects that will need to be funded. So I sat down on the 8th with staff and DOT staff. We had our one-on-one phone conversation, and I threw out to them the need that we needed to clarify that the local MPO work programs after 2025 will not be adversely impacted by the MCOR's projects. We also needed to describe the pathway forward for MCOR's projects with funding issues. So I had very limited time to draft this amendment. So, and I want to thank DOT staff, Weiwei and others that participated and crafted this language. I think the statement right after the initial statement I made that was added in the first highlighted area, MCOR's projects will not impact MPO TIPs, Transportation Improvement Programs, beyond 2025 without the consent of the specific MPO. It's very simplistic, but very powerful. It really gets to the root of home rule. And I think that, for me, it's an adequate statement to protect our LRTPs. We'll see. And then basically the rest of it was to clarify again the pathway for MCOR's projects that had funding issues. And I would ask simply, Beth, if staff could help me with some of the specifics relative to state transportation trust fund and so forth as to how that would work. But again, that language looks acceptable to me for this stage of the project. Thank you very much.
So Will, are you wanting to?
Yeah, I think we fully support the language as well, Commissioner. I think this lays out the responsibilities clearly, and I think we're good with it as an agency.
So Commissioner Taylor, does this also address your suggested amendment? Would this language be acceptable to you?
Yes, I like it. It's as it was so well put. It's simple, but it's powerful. Yes, thank you.
Are there any other comments or concerns from task force members on this, on Commissioner Doherty's amendment? I am not seeing any. So Beth, do you want to describe where this?
Yeah, so this is actually, as you see in the amendment, this would amend action item number 4. I just want to confirm with Commissioner Taylor that, this lays it out pretty, pretty comprehensively. So hopefully this works for both your amendments 25 and 26.
Yes, I think it does. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So Karen, I want to make sure, I don't want to be presumptuous. Are we ready to move forward, or do we need to?
I had asked if task force members had any concern and didn't get any hands raised, so you can move forward.
Okay, so we will move forward with this as proposed. And we need to actually go back up to Shannon Espinosa's amendment, please. Shannon, I didn't want you, there it is. I didn't want you to think that we had skipped over this. So this gets back to, this is for lines 26 to 33. That gets back to financial analysis or financial feasibility as opposed to economic feasibility.
Yes, thank you. So this is the only amendment that I've offered today. So thank you for not skipping it, because it's taken 11 and a half hours to get to it. So this is to follow up on, I think, 2 meetings ago when we talked about the importance of this task, the M-Course program moving forward with the task force recommendations intact. And so the way the language reads now is it basically says that the economic feasibility of the corridor will include, I'm trying to get to the language here. The economic feasibility will account for required costs to develop and implement the corridor, such as, and it lists a few standard costs. These would include typical corridor costs plus FDOT's contribution toward the additional corridor elements related to environmental enhancements or multi-use opportunities as envisioned in statute. And I think it's really important to the public that it's not just FDOT's contribution that's calculated, but the total cost to the public of these roads. So to the extent that wildlife crossings or environmental enhancements or land acquisition is required by a specific corridor, then all of those costs should be incorporated in the economic feasibility. And then the other thing I changed, I'm offering as a change, is it's not just identified, or what does the language currently say? It says as contemplated by statute in the existing language.
As envisioned in statute.
And instead, I'm proposing we say as identified in this task force report, which is obviously much more detailed. It's consistent with statute, but much more detailed than.
I think we'll be hearing from the department shortly. I just want to make sure that when we look over at the report language, that we don't lose sight of lines 24 and 25 that lead into this, that does specifically state economic feasibility, which is defined by statute, which was discussed before, of what economic feasibility is and what's included in that and when it occurs. So I know that the department will have something to say about that based on the spirit of what you've proposed here, Shannon. So we'll just wait for them.
Okay, great. Beth, while we're waiting, there was one other small change here where in the next sentence or the next part where it says FDOT will identify potential funding sources for preferred corridor alternatives. I've taken out the word potential and simply said the FDOT needs to identify those funding sources.
Okay, thank you, Shannon.
Just for thought. Just for thought. The problem with economic feasibility as defined in statute is it's the department's costs associated with the project and how we. I was told I was muted, and then I was told I was not. I hope you can hear me.
You're good, Jason.
It's defined, and it's the department's costs that are associating. It deals a lot, and it's a lot of math that's above me and financing that's above me, but it deals with the turnpike and how they bond to the projects and how the associated costs are accounted for. That's why we do it. That's why we have to do it. So trying to include the total cost of other agencies or other governmental entities wrapped up into that economic feasibility, I think is from the department's standpoint, it's not allowed right now, and I'm not sure how to meet halfway on that, because it's pretty defined on what we do for economic feasibility.
Well, Jason, I think that we should find a way to meet halfway on this, because you've got your required analysis that's required by statute. It doesn't mean that you can't be transparent in the total cost of the corridor or the program to the public, or that the task force couldn't recommend that you do so separately or in addition to the economic feasibility study that you're required to do by statute.
So Shannon, help me understand what you want to track all costs, including other agencies' costs, local agencies, and maybe even private sector costs as well.
Well, it says environmental enhancements. Okay, so environmental enhancements, if you're going to partner with, you're going to identify other funding sources, like let's say Florida, Florida Forever, Amendment $1, that become necessary to spend in these corridors because you've built a road there or you want to build a road there. That's a cost to the public. And so why shouldn't that be, again, I go back to the phrase I've been saying for months now, if we can't afford to do it right, we can't afford to do it. So how much does it cost to do it right? And I'm assuming that doing it right is what's described in this task force report. So somehow, and if you're a taxpayer or you're a member of the public, your dollars are going to these various agencies. It's just, in terms of transparency, it seems the fairest to the public to be as transparent as possible.
So I know we've talked about a acquisition plan, conservation acquisition plan during planning, and that will identify partners. So I know we plan on identifying funding sources and partners early on. Would that at least satisfy part of the request as we start to develop those plans?
Well, but at what point, so you're going to do a calculation when you get to 30% design that's only going to calculate your own costs or your own obligations. And then that determines whether the corridor is feasible or not. I mean, what happens if the environmental enhancements, what if your cost share, I mean, is it possible that DOT's cost share might be 10% or 0% because you found another funding partner, and in which case that cost doesn't get factored into the cost at all? And part of the selling point for MCORS during legislative session was how it was going to bring all these new dollars to doing things like environmental enhancement and protection. MCORS was going to present these new opportunities for doing environmental protection and enhancement, but it sounds like I don't know what the rules are for governing DOT's share.
Well, I don't think MCORS obligates other agencies at this point. What it does is it does flex our muscles a little bit to provide enhancement dollars. So, we are going to have to step through that first wave of acquisition plans, of course, following the guiding principles of the report, and identify partners. But yeah, I don't think it's going to obligate any other agencies at this point.
Okay. And so if it doesn't obligate other agencies, then what if the acquisition can't occur?
And I'll let Jason chime in, but we've still got to complete our environmental feasibility, which includes those portions. So, Jason.
Yeah, I agree with Will. So the statute requires us to go through our regular process, which includes environmental and economic feasibility. So as we're going through that process, if we can't get to a yes because the acquisition's untenable. If you can't conserve and do the mitigation that's required for the impacts, then you may find yourself at a stopping point. Typically, we can work through those we get through them, but you created a scenario where if we're trying to build a facility and we can't minimize and mitigate enough for the facility because we can't purchase or fund the conservation needed, clearly that's you start running into a no-build option at that point because the costs are too high. And usually we try to work with partners, and we try to work with locals, and we try to work with different partner agencies to get around that. But in the scenario you created, that's what would happen.
Well, that might be the case in the case of mitigation and minimization. But what about in the case of enhancement, where you're not obligated DOT to mitigate or enhance. You're only obligated by this report to do so. And there's all that to the greatest extent practicable language in the statute. And so I think what we're setting up here is the potential, if we don't commit right up front to telling people how much it's going to cost to do it right, then we are setting ourselves up for incrementalism and for things falling off the plate that are not required by some other permitting law because they are too expensive or you can't find a funding partner.
Understand. So how about an option where instead of, and I understand what you did in your amendment, which you were trying to add that on to the economic feasibility, which we've already discussed why that's an issue. What if we added a line that said FDOT will work with partner agencies to document their contributions to the conservation and environmental enhancement activities associated with the MCORS program? Clearly we can't commit with what they're going to do, but we can absolutely commit to working with them to try to document those costs.
I like that. Can you add in a when in the process you would do it? So at every step of the way, or at the PD&E?
Yeah, I think it would be as those costs are incurred or obligated. I mean, as far as I would see, that would just be a running process that as new agencies came on and wanted to contribute, then they would get added to the list and we would keep the list available for viewing.
Okay, I know it's 8 o'clock and I'm as hungry as everybody else is. And my rear end hurts just as much as the person who said his does. But I think these costs have to be identified in the planning process because not as they're incurred, but as you are choosing or evaluating alternatives, one alternative might have exorbitantly high enhancement costs. And if you don't capture them, then those enhancements, I think, are in danger of falling off the table.
Yeah, I think when I said incurred, really what I meant was obligated. Really what I meant was as we look to those costs early on and what it's going to cost, we can work with the other agencies to see what their shares would be and make sure that is documented in the documentation. So really what I'd like to say is early and often, and we'll work on how to say that a little differently, but early in the process, we can even say in the planning process, we'll develop this and then we'll keep it up to date as the process development, the project development goes forward.
Okay, so in the alternatives analysis, you're going to be documenting the costs of everything that's being proposed as part of each alternative.
We can work with the other agencies to develop that cost.
Okay, and it will be part of the PD&E alternatives analysis process.
I'm only hesitating because we have to be very careful about how we incorporate costs into which alternative is selected. But yes, we can make sure it's documented through that time.
Okay, I would, Jason, it would be great if you could type up alternative language in the gray box, if you've got gray cells left to do it at 8:07.
We'll work on it. Give us just a minute.
Thanks, sir.
While that's being worked on, since we are nearing the conclusion, perhaps we can keep going a little bit and then we will come back to this one so that we could make the best use of our time. And then we'll come back and type in the gray box. Okay? So Brandy, work with me. All right, so we're going to move to page 29. Oh, are we already ready? Oh, well, never mind.
Yeah, we're
We're
ready.
ready.
It's coming up now. It's very simple, but I think it hits what we just talked about. In the planning process, FDOT will work with partner agencies to document their contributions to the conservation and environmental enhancement activities associated with the MCORS program and update these on an ongoing basis.
So do you see the language there that Jason just read? It's now in the box.
Yes, I was trying to unmute. I do see it. Their contributions to. So Jason, we cannot, I appreciate in the planning process, but you're reluctant to put in that it will, how specifically it feeds into the alternatives analysis.
Well, we're gonna update the language. We've been had competing. It's like dueling pianos with different language. So we're gonna update that now just to see if you can. And yeah, I'm tired like everybody. So we're gonna see if this language is better. I think it is. But yeah, the problem, Shannon, with incorporating it into the alternative analysis, and maybe it's because I'm tired, but there are some restrictions on how cost can't be the deciding factor. And they do that because you don't want an agency to say, oh, it costs a ton to mitigate, so we're going to choose an option that does more damage. And you don't want that to happen. So cost can be referenced, but I don't think we ever choose it as a deciding factor. So without, going back and studying it and looking at it, I'd be reluctant to incorporate it as a decision factor here. Clearly, if we're doing it, we'll have it in front of us when we're doing the alternative analysis, and it will be a factor. But I'd be reluctant to say it's the mandatory or it's a deciding factor right now.
Okay, all right, I understand. So, okay, I see this alternative language, and you would insert it. Where would it go? You're thinking? It would just go in the existing.
I think it would go after line 30.
As its own separate paragraph, Beth?
Yes.
Yeah, I think that works.
Yeah. Okay, I think in the interest of being cooperative, I will, based on task force input, I guess I'll accept this language instead of my own. However, I want to put on the record here that the MCORS program, the public deserves to know how much this program is going to cost, and not just a fraction of it, but how much it's going to cost completely. And so my hope would be that the public remains engaged after this task force process is over and holds DOT's feet to the fire and holds the legislature's feet to the fire to come clean about how much this program is going to cost, to, as I said, to do it right. Because if you don't do it, you can't afford to do it right, you can't afford to do it at all.
So Shannon, this is LK. I want to commit to you and the task force and to everyone listening to this call that we will be transparent and we will ensure that proper public engagement and stakeholder engagement will happen as we go through this process, where all the information that we go through in decision making will be available to anyone who wants to see it. Okay, so that will include the total cost.
So while the language is being, oh, Jason, go ahead.
Yeah, based on LK's statement and Shannon's request, we're going to work on a sentence that says the task force urges the department to be transparent for total project costs throughout the process, the development process. And we'll just put it, we agree we're going to do it. And LK just said it. And Shannon, I think it would go to document the discussion we just had today, if that's all right.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
So Andrew Dickman also has his hand raised. Andrew?
I agree with Shannon that there definitely needs to be that transparency to the public, financial feasibility or economic feasibility, however you want to couch it, is important to the public. And I'll take FDOT's word that they're going to continue to keep the public informed about the cost. And I appreciate that. And I appreciate Shannon sticking on to this. And everybody hang in there. I think we're moving in the right direction. We're almost done. Hang in there.
Yes, and I just want to alert your attention to, if you look in your report on item number 8, action plan, commit to transparency and process improvement. It talks about that there'll be a periodic report, there'll be an annual MCOR's budget update. So those will all be made publicly available, and that's stated right there on page 29, item 8 in the report. So certainly appreciate LK for reiterating that, but there is also some specific language in the report that references that. So we're ready to move on? Okay. All right, moving on to page 29. We're almost there. 30 is the last page of the report before appendices. Okay, Andrew, you actually have an amendment for item number 5. Oh, we're gonna keep scrolling. We've got a little ways to go. Keep scrolling. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh, there it is. Okay, I'm sorry. I had my papers in a little different order. Okay, Andrew, the site on the first part where you have suggested modifications to 11 and 12, where you have a couple of strike throughs. So would you like to address those strike throughs that you have there?
Yeah, just real quickly, you know, I think I've already addressed the like 10-mile, 5-mile thing. I get it. Everyone thinks it's arbitrary. I understand. I think we have addressed that, but I do think where it says this process will identify opportunities to advance, I just feel like that's really weak. I'd like to see this process will identify specific land acquisitions and be a little bit more direct and concrete about that. So thank you.
Yes, the department is okay with that language. So any other?
Jason wants to weigh in.
Yeah, Andrew, and this is going to be something we're going to have to put on the screen in just a second. And I'm not opposed to the development, but what we did is we took this and we saw some of the amendments come through, and we realized that in paragraph 5, what we really want to say is that we're going to develop an early acquisition plan for potential conservation land acquisition. We're going to do it in planning, we're going to update it in PD&E, and we're going to go on. So we have some language to put into number 5 that I think will help with your thought. If we could submit that to the group for review, I think that would be better.
Okay. Yeah. I know our issue was just prior to getting down the road. And I'd like to see your language, so thank you. I'll give you a chance to work on it.
Yeah, that was our point, is we wanted to make sure we're really clear on all the phases and everything that we're going to do. Give us just a second and we'll get it up.
Thank you, Jason.
Hang with us. We are almost there, task force members.
There we go. There's the languages out there. Jason, you want to explain it?
Yeah, hi. So this is what we realized was happening is the task team has discussed at several different meetings, how are we going to determine whether or not we have completed conservation and what that means. So this lays out a project plan to talk about conservation and lands that we're going to acquire early in the planning process, update it during PD&E, lay out a plan, a written plan of how we're going to accomplish that and with what partners we're going to incorporate into it, and then have some report and how we satisfied or didn't satisfy the plan that was developed through the process. So I wanted to bring it up now because I know we had a couple of different amendments on number 5, and I wanted to make sure that we just offered this up while we had the opportunity.
So
Hey,
Andrew?
Jason, well, can I ask Jason a question, please? Just a clarification, Jason. As it compares to paragraph 5, I think it's clear that this new language would supplant what's on line 7. Does it supplant all the way down to the end of the paragraph? Is that your recommendation?
It's a complete rewrite from, I think it's line 11, where it says this process will identify, and it replaces everything from this process will identify down to the end of the paragraph.
Okay, I just wanted to be clear. Thank you.
So now go ahead, Andrew.
Well, okay, so I'm just want to be clear. Is this prior to PD&E? Because we talked about pre-planning and then PD&E. So is this like when you say early identification, this is prior to or before PD&E? And then my second question is, does Weiwei still think I'm a partner?
Well, I'll have to let Weiwei speak for herself.
She's not popping up onto the screen. There she is.
The answer is yes. Well, I think, Andrew, this expands on what you wanted to say and laid out a complete plan from planning all the way through PD&E and all the way before construction. So it's a comprehensive plan as to what we're going to do in terms of identify land, all the way through the actual acquisition.
Okay, and so does this is MCOR's, MCOR's is going to end by then, right? Like basically the task force and all that, that's going to be, it'll all be into FDOT's bucket at that time, right?
Yes, all these activities will be implemented by FDOT with following recommendations outlined by the task force and partners, Andrew.
I'm glad everybody's keeping their sense of humor. We're almost done. Thank you.
Okay, Karen, so do we have any other?
Right, so I was going to ask task force members, do any other task force members have any comments or concern with this proposed change as provided by Jason? I am not seeing any, so that one will move forward as revised. So go ahead, Beth, with the next one.
Great, let's keep moving here. So Commissioner Taylor, this 27, this has the repeat of the work program language. Are we okay with the fact that this has been covered comprehensively in action plan item number 4?
Yes. Yes, I am.
Thank you very much. We did have one from Gary Ritter. I'm not sure if we moved past it or if it is next. I think we moved past. Let's go please earlier. You'll see one that states Gary Ritter number 3. There it is. Okay, Gary, we did not forget about you. This is actually referencing lines 28, 29. It is simply an addition of another of the agricultural organizations and stakeholders to this coordination process. The department is okay with this language.
Any task force members have any concerns or comments? I am not seeing any, so we can move on.
That's great. Thank you so much. All right, now we're actually getting to, we've got 2 amendments, one from Commissioner Doherty and one from Wendy Matthews. They're very similar. We could stop right here. This would be potentially added to the very end of the report at the conclusion of the action plan. So Commissioner Doherty, could you please review this?
Thank you, Beth. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Very good. Yeah, basically, and again, I thank staff for assistance in drafting this amendment. You know, probably from the very first task force meeting, many of us had concerns over the schedule that was laid out in statute. It was obviously very ambitious and difficult to achieve. Now, in light of the pandemic and what we know about probable revenue shortfalls, I think it's important that we go on the record in all the work that still needs to be done. I think it's important we go on the record to request the governor or legislature to really consider adjusting these deadlines so that there's a proper time to complete all the work. So that's the essence of the amendment. Thank you.
Yes, and I just want to ask Wendy Matthews. Wendy, following Commissioner Doherty's is your language, but his is a bit more comprehensive than yours. Are you okay if we focus on this language here from Commissioner Doherty?
Yeah, I'm just reading it real quick, Beth.
Sure.
Yes, I think that's fine.
Okay.
That gives our comment as well.
So I'm looking at the department right now. The department is good with this language.
So we have a comment. Andrew Dickman has his hand raised. Andrew, do you want to weigh in, please?
Yeah, this is something I didn't even think about, but I think it's really, really logical, and I'm glad it was brought up. Thank you.
Great. Any other comments or concerns from task force members? Seeing none, we will consider that acceptable as proposed.
Okay. And Mr. Chairman, that is the last of our amendments.
Wow. I think all the task force members need to give themselves a round of applause for surviving through this whole amendment process. But what we need to do is take a 5-minute break. Okay, so we're at 8:28. So can we 10? So why don't we get back at 8:40, which will be 12 minutes, so that we can scroll through the final report with the amendments. So you see that the suggested changes are incorporated. The staff has been feverishly working on getting those incorporated into the report. Okay. And then we'll start our conversation of the next steps. Thank you. Okay, task force members, thank you for your patience. I think we are ready to scroll through the report. So now we'll begin our review and comment on the final task force report. So I'm going to ask Karen to scroll through the report, okay, and at this time I'm going to turn it over to Karen.
Thank you. Okay, and I'm going to ask my handy helpers that have been working behind the scenes to pull up the report. They've done their best to edit it from all your comments that we've on the amendments that we've taken today, as was discussed. We do ask that there's still going to be some formatting and edit and QC on typos and things like that working fast today. So if you grant staff that liberty, that would be great. What we're going to do is we're going to slowly scroll through the report so you can see where the track changes, where things have changed. Brandy, if there's any way you can make that slightly larger, since I think I see because the highlights are okay because the comments are showing. Okay. So we'll scroll through, and then if at any point in time there's a section that you wanted to thought of something more that needed to be discussed, we'll take those comments as we go, and then we'll move section by section. So if you want to just keep kind of scrolling slowly, we're just going to so that people can see. Raise your hand if there's anything in particular you would like us to discuss or stop or slow down. So we're still in the introduction here. Okay, slow down. I think I'm getting a Penny Taylor, Andrew Dickman. I'm going to take those as slow downs. Andrew, did you have anything to say, or Penny? They're just slow downs. Okay, so just take a minute there to let them read the report. Penny, you too, did you have any comments, or you just wanted us to wait?
Yeah, just basically to go, I think we better go
a little slower.
Yeah, but I think there's more above what we're looking at now. I think there is. There's another
Okay,
large paragraph.
Yeah, go through that
There
large.
we go, right there, yeah.
Yeah,
Thank
so Brandy, what we might do is when we have large sections of text, we'll stop to allow them to read those large sections. Okay, I think you can kind of maybe move to the next large section. Remember, we did spend quite a bit of time today on pages 1 and 2, so it's not uncommon. There's a lot of track changes there. Now we're into the overview section. Oh, there's a hand raised. Andrew, where did you need us to go back to? If you want to.
Maybe not go back. I'm sorry, there was a lot to read there, but I just wanted to suggest that, you know, first of all, you all did do exactly what you all were asked to do in the law, which was to do a consensus building process. But there's a couple of places where it says the task force reached consensus. And I think it's unfair to everyone, to be honest with you. I think it should just, you know, deal with the, you know, the task force or the report says this instead of saying the task force reached consensus on it. And I think maybe because you're formatting everything, I lost track of the page that I was on. You know, I know the original text, it was on page 2 and page 10 was the two places that I really saw it.
Yeah, page 2.
Maybe you
Yeah.
already dealt with that. I'm not sure. It was on page 2, line 20 at some point.
28 through 37.
At 28 through 37 should be in there.
Okay.
So Andrew,
Submits this report.
Yeah, task force charge was provided at the end of these recommendations.
Hold on just a second. Maybe I can help.
Yeah.
In 28 through 37, please scroll down a little bit, Brandy. Yes, thank you. If you notice, stop right there. If you notice in the stricken language below, you'll see, for example, like line 38, where it says consensus recommendations, the word consensus was actually removed when you look up in the above language. Okay.
All right. Yeah, because it was that part where, you know, it said does not, you know, consensus does not mean everyone agreed with the report. And I mean that with no disrespect, please trust me. I was trying to, but okay, I see that now. Thank you.
You're very welcome. So are we okay to keep scrolling?
I think so. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew.
In the overview, we're seeing Elizabeth's potentials show up. So yeah, Brandy, this is the language with all the counts added. So you can keep on, you can kind of scroll through this, I think. And now we're to the resolutions. You can keep on going. And in the study area overview, Gary Ritter, yes, did you want us to slow down or did you have a question?
Yes, this may be the easiest suggestion of the day. And I could go either way with it. And I won't go into all the details, but oh, you did add it. Okay, thank you. Lake Estapoga. Okay, I didn't see that in the very beginning. Sorry.
Let me just add that we mentioned the editorial amendments. Those have already been incorporated in here. So Gary, that was one of the editorial edits. So the others.
Perfect, thank you.
Thanks, Gary. So now we're into the recommendations, the approach and framework. Yeah, you might want to slow down a second here, Brandy. And then you can scroll down to get the rest of the track changes down there. There you go. Thank you. Yep, keep going. Penny Taylor, did you want to stop or have a
Yes,
comment?
please. Could we just go back up to the beginning of
This
that,
section?
this section in general, right there, in general, I just kind of lost it. If we could just go a little bit slower. I'm at line 37.
Okay. Yeah, if you want to stop for a minute so that. Yes, Penny Taylor again.
No need to stop. It's just to go a little bit slower. This.
Okay, great.
So I'm fine. I'm ready to move if the rest of the task force is.
Great. I'm sorry. Go. We'll do that. Thank you.
Do you mind scrolling back down or
Yep, sorry.
up a little bit? I just want where it says right there, stop.
Here, stop.
Please. Thank you. That's good. Thank you.
Chris Constance?
I'm sorry, can we go back up? Why did we remove, go back up, local comp plans? Right there. So, Madam Principal, the emphasis of the principal is on consistency with local, regional, and statewide plans specifically called out in the statute. These include the local government comprehensive plans. Why was that taken out?
Let me clarify, we're actually missing some amendment language here. From, I believe, Commissioner Penny Taylor. This was stricken and there was statute reference that was included here. So the strikeouts are correct.
And I think that's Commissioner Constance's question. Why have, now that he's seeing it, the local government?
Well, it's not that we need to get the amendment language in there, Commissioner Constance, which actually includes the statutory reference. So we included part of the amendment, which was striking this language, but it was replaced with other language that
Very
needs
good.
to be. I saw that too as we were scrolling through.
Thank you.
All right.
Sure.
Thanks. Good eye.
Can we continue on and then come back?
Hold here for these instructions. You might want to go back up to the guiding principle a second. Or was that just the minor? Okay, yep, then the instructions. Right, this was from Mr. Lauritsen. Okay, now you can keep going. Brandy, thank you. Okay, so we should slow down here. This is where we've added the, I believe, the order of priority. No, if you can go, yeah, right there, the guiding principle. Just to confirm, yeah, Brian Starford.
Yes, my understanding was, unless I'm missing something, we were going to change the word them to identifying what the conservation lands were. I'm sorry, I didn't have my headset down. Did you hear me?
I did hear you. So we didn't get all the thems fixed. So
Correct.
we need to get the thems fixed.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you for catching that. Penny Taylor, did you have a similar comment that the thems
Yes,
aren't
yes,
checked?
exactly,
Yeah.
yes.
Yep.
We're getting rid of thems.
So that's on page 24. This is the I think she scrolled back up and is now back. This is the conservation. This is same one. So you can keep scrolling down, Brandy. Okay, so the water resources was done. So we can keep moving through. I'm unmute. So these instructions we'll want to stay on for a second, Brandy. You may want to scroll up together if there's another instruction down there so they can see them as packaged. Okay, with the guiding principle.
Karen, we need to stay on this for a little bit because this was a lot of conversation went into this. Let them read through it.
Right, right. So we'll stay here a second, see if anybody has. Okay, Elizabeth Fleming. Elizabeth, did you want to comment?
Yes, I was commenting to my cat, apparently. Anyway, the word critical, and I thought of this, we're doing it on the fly. It was too confusing maybe, but I had a request earlier to change critical to important, because critical means something under the Endangered Species Act, and I don't think that's what it's implied here. We just mean it's important habitat for wildlife. So just change critical to important.
Yeah, I saw the important earlier. So any task force members have any issue with that important? I'm not seeing any. So we'll change that critical to important on line 22.
Thank you.
Andrew Dickman, you also, what page is that? It got changed. So I don't know. So Andrew, did you have some comments on this or?
I'm reading the second bullet real quick.
Okay. So that was just
okay. So we're just gonna rely on the statutory language of appropriate land uses and natural resources. So whatever appropriate land uses means in the statute is what it is. Okay. All right.
So that sounds like you're convincing yourself.
I mean, it's the best that we can get. I know there was a lot of debate about it, and you know, again, my position on that was to avoid sprawl and to avoid desecration of natural resources. So, but I think appropriate land uses means avoid sprawl. So that's what I'm going to go with. So thank you.
Okay, great. So Brandy, I think you could keep scrolling then. Yeah, you might want to stop here for a second. Okay, you can keep scrolling. Okay, this amendment, it appears this one we had agreed to use the language from Commissioner Doherty and only in the action plan. So that one there should probably be removed. Andrew?
Just really quickly, when we say need and financial feasibility, do we mean transportation need and financial feasibility?
And Andrew, we realized as we're walking through this that we say that phrase in two parts and they don't necessarily match. So with approval of the testing, we'll make them match, because what we say in the other one is transportation needs and a preliminary financial feasibility. So we use that phrase, and I think just sharing the phrase twice would be more indicative of the intent.
Thanks, Jason.
Okay.
I know they're going to go back and give us some more language, but should we, I'm still muted. Who's unmuting me? I'm good. So are we going to scroll back, or can we keep on going from the team? We're going to keep on going. So Brandy kept on going with me. So this is the partner agency language and others. So keep on going, Brandy. That is the language that was agreed to instead of that other one. So you keep on scrolling. Oh, we're in the action plan. Stop there. Yeah. This is the land acquisition. We're going to give you time to read this. Brandy, you can keep scrolling. A question from Shannon Estenos. So you can just go slower, or do you have a statement, Shannon?
Yes, could you just back up a little bit to the, is this the paragraph about the corridor right there? Corridor advisory group. So this was in the beginning of the meeting much earlier today. I think, Karen, you mentioned that we would, at the very end of the day, if we had a small changes we hadn't submitted, I have a small suggestion for how the process moving forward might be improved. So where it says here, FDOT will create a corridor advisory group to enable the range of organizations involved in the task force. And then I would add, and independent technical experts, or to periodically meet. The bottom line is, I think the next go round, you guys should make a concerted effort to bring some independent technical expertise. And what I mean by independent are technical experts that are not connected to MCORs. They're not funded by MCORs, they're not funded by DOT. They might be universities, they might be other agencies. But I think that that would go a long way toward ensuring that you guys are getting, a full range of feedback, including expert feedback, not just stakeholder in non-expert folks like myself, but actual experts.
So folks are absorbing, and I see Penny Taylor also has her hand raised in this section. So let me get Penny's thoughts out, and then we'll come back, Shannon. So Penny?
I hardly endorse Shannon's recommendation. I think that is such a wise and and important addition here to define with a little more specificity the who's going to be on this corridor advisory group or who you bring into it. Clearly, I think that this can only make the process better. Thank you. I really like that amendment.
So give us a second. Tom Grafe, do you want to?
See if my microphone worked. I lost audio for a second.
You're great.
Thank you.
Oh, now we lost you. Are you trying to weigh in on this?
No, I'm still listening, and actually I do have a question, if I can. Are we leading up to some final vote or check tonight?
We're leading up to, as soon as we go through this, we will talk about the final report as a package. So as soon as we finish the scroll through. Yep. So Brandy, what page is this on? Maybe we just 35. Okay, Paul Gray, you have a comment?
Just kind of a clarifying, obviously we're very interested in having this all be technically based to the maximum extent, but there's so many different fields of technical expertise in road design. Would this be structured to say you need to consult with outside experts, or you need to have them sitting on the committee? I didn't know what the intent was.
So I think that question goes back to Shannon, since it was her suggestion. Shannon, how did you envision them participating, coming in to give information to the corridor advisory committee, or actually being part of the corridor advisory group?
I think it could be structured either way. I don't think we have to get super specific, but for example, I'm thinking about areas of expertise that are not DOTs. So obviously DOT is an expert at building roads. DOT is not an expert at hurricane evacuation. It's not an expert on panthers. It's not an expert on biology. And so in those cases, what we've had during the task force is mostly DOT's experts, and these are consultants that are being funded by DOT. And at one point we had one expert say, when he was giving his bio, he said, and I hope to keep working on this project as MCORS moves forward. I think that creates a little bit of doubt. So I think in those areas where DOT is not the expert agency, it behooves the agency to bring in some independent folks who are not connected to MCORS. And it could be as part of the committee or advisory too, just like they have been this whole time.
All right, so Will, I see you. Are you commenting on this one, or?
Yep, just trying to bridge the gap here, Shannon. So if it's not part of MCORS, we're talking about some voluntary, or how do we get those folks to the table?
I mean, I think you ask them. I think you invite Florida International University or Florida Gulf Coast University. I think you invite the Fish and Wildlife Service.
So more of a university setting?
Well, you could bring in agency experts. I mean, you could bring in your own division of emergency management at the state level for if you want advice on hurricane evacuation. You've got, we've got some of the best emergency management professionals who work for the state of Florida. So I think you could bring those folks to the table.
All right, we'll work on some language real quick for you.
Awesome, thank you.
Okay, so that's page 35 we're going to come back to. So if we can continue to go through the remainder of the report. And I'm going to. So we're now to the last, yes, Wendy Matthews.
Hey, Karen, I wonder if it's would be wise to ask that we remove the deadlines that are imposed on this MCORS process in the statute language. Would that be something that we could add to this paragraph that we added? I don't know what FDOT thinks about that, but
mute, they reminding me. The last sentence does talk about consider adjusting the deadlines for corridor construction and other milestones. Did you mean something different?
adjusting is good. Adjusting is good. I was just wondering about removing deadlines.
Oh, okay, I got you. Okay, I was slow on the draw there. So I will. There's a few hands up. We'll kind of go through them to see what they think with this. So, Andrew, are you commenting on Wendy's?
I'm fine with removing the deadlines, but I was just wondering on line 35 if we could add partners, if Weiwei's okay with it. Agencies and partners.
And then Commissioner Constance, just in case you have some other changes before we go to Wendy.
Thank you, Karen. Yeah, I want to, when we're done with this section, I want to go back to action item number 4, because I have a couple of questions about that.
Okay. So let us finish this section. Pick up, we've already got a couple of holds, so I'd like to get the holds done before we kind of go too much further, because I think we're starting to get all the language teams stretched. They need to be hearing the conversation. So, and I think then so we can keep on scrolling. We'll scroll through the appendices really quick. Thank you. They're keeping me sane over here. Unmute me. So we're back. We're at the end, so we can go back to some of the ones we went past. What is the language? Do we have language to bring back yet? Okay. So Commissioner Constance, we'll go back to action item 4. I was just trying to make sure that our writing team was available. So we'll go back to action item 4.
Sure, thank you. So again, I do appreciate this language from my fellow commissioner, but I am still a little bit concerned about the language that says, let's see.
It may now be 5 because we inserted 1, didn't we?
Oh, that could be, yeah, I want to, well, let's see. Maybe it is 5.
Oh, no, it was 4. It's the end of 4.
No, it is 4. Yeah, it's the end of 4. Let's go back.
In here?
Well, it's the language that Commissioner Doherty added, which says that MCOR's projects would not impact MPO TIPs beyond 2025 without the consent of the specific MPO. But what guarantees that if the MPO says, look, we really don't want to fund it, that FDOT won't hold that over the MPO and say, well, then we're going to hold up funds that we would have dedicated toward your projects. I mean, you know, I don't know how that protects us. just because they ask our permission doesn't mean that we're not going to be encumbered in some way. So where is the language that can be in here that says that is a collaborative effort, but if we don't agree and we want to keep our 5-year work program from 26 to 30 untouched, that it's in there? I guess my question would be, how come it just doesn't say that FDOT is committed that projects currently in the 5-year work program for fiscal years 2021 to 25 and future work programs from 26 to 30 will not be affected? Why do we have to even have that second line in there? Would they commit to just saying, look, we know this is completely independently funded by other funding sources outside of what would be funding your normal work programs? That's my question to staff. Thank you.
I don't know if Jason or Will are able to weigh in on that, but I would refer you to the last added sentence in that section that does talk about, you want to scroll down, Brandy, just a little bit. Can you scroll down just a little bit? Well, that section refers to the path if a project is not funded and is not approved by the is not given funding by the MPO, that there we go. Projects not prioritized for funding through these processes will not be able to advance until funding sources are identified, and then FDOT would continue to coordinate on that. So I don't know if that gets to your issue, Commissioner Constance, but Commissioner Doherty then will weigh in as well.
Well, yeah, thank you, Karen. You know, I mean, I understand it. And again, Commissioner Doherty took a lot of time to craft this language. And I understand it, it's logical, but it still doesn't protect us, because if we decided to not do it, that language would say it wouldn't get done, but it doesn't mean that there wouldn't be punitive action by FDOT to the local government for not advancing the projects. I guess that's where I'm going with this. What's the guarantee that if we decide we don't want to, I know we have to add it to our programs because it has to be part of the portfolio. So it's going to have to be in there. How it's funded is another story. But the fact is that if we decide to not use our work program dollars to fund it and it doesn't get done, what is the guarantee that some sort of retribution isn't taken out on the local government? I guess that's, I'm assuming that it won't, but you know, I'm here and now, and that's going to be in 5 or 6 years when the rubber hits the road, no pun intended, and construction dollars are being sprinkled everywhere, and you know, we're long gone, or we're doing other things.
So Wei Wei, I see you want to weigh in.
Commissioner, FDOT works with MPOs and our rural partners collaboratively. There's no punitive action if the MPOs don't agree with specific projects, and the MPO process is outlined in federal and state law. So I just don't think this is a significant concern, and the DOT commits to this collaborative process, and we're reviewed by FHWA and FTA every year to check our planning processes, and then we have DOT management here. So I just don't know what type of language we can put in there to strengthen this, because, you know, basically, Karen, if you go back to that language, the project is not going to go forward without the consent of the MPO. That's period.
Oh, and I appreciate you being on the record and your smiling face telling me this. And so I just want to make sure, I mean, I'm happy with your explanation, and I think I can be satisfied with that. It's just, you know, it won't go forward, but I don't want to see other projects getting starved out and then dollars go other places, or, you know, as saying, well, you guys don't want to build it, fine, we won't build it. But guess what? Your projects are going to get delayed, and we're going to move that money someplace else. So just trying to be devil's advocate here.
I know.
I understand.
Commissioner, just to confirm what Wei said, right? You know, we have a very collaborative process working with the MPOs. Plus, the entire process is that how we prioritize projects is based on need, right? You know, so if there is a need in the county in a particular MPO area, we are going to take care of that. You know, as long as resources are available. So I would not worry about that.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. I don't need to change the language. I appreciate you all being on record and expressing that, and I probably won't get to speak again. So I really want to thank you and your staff and Karen and Beth and everybody for hanging in there for 12 hours because I think we got great work done here today, but the team has done an excellent job. And Jason chiming in with good language. I think everybody out there appreciates the hard work everybody's done to create this document. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
So Commissioner Doherty, did you have any more that you wanted to add, or?
The only thing I wanted to say, Karen, to my colleague is that, Commissioner Constance, is that there is a very detailed, I think I mentioned it last Tuesday at our board meeting, there's a very detailed process in 339, statute 339, where MCOR is in 338. I can't cite the actual section, but it goes through the very detailed and complicated process of amending the 5-year work program. So I think we have added protection in 339 as well, sir.
So thank you, Commissioner. Andrew Dickman, are you commenting on this section, or?
I am actually.
Okay,
I think that the statute, I'm reading the legislation now, it's very detailed in where the funding comes from. And I agree with, the local governments that pass resolutions and say that their local plans should not be detrimentally harmed by this project. They should be separate and apart, and I don't want to see anything siphoned away from what the local MPOs and local governments have already put in place. So I think that's well mentioned, and I think that's a good point. And I know that it's been said before that local governments have already established resolutions trying to make sure that their projects are protected and not harm from whatever funding sources are used for this project. So I'm glad that was brought up. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So now I think we're ready to go back to the ones we skipped. Are we ready to go back? I'm looking to. Okay, so we can go back to, that was page 35. We'll go back to that. This was for Shannon Estenos's comments and additions on the advisory group. So hold on a second. We're transferring it over. So just to remind everybody of next steps while they're putting that up is we will talk about the final report, the consensus on that, and then everyone will have an opportunity to say a few closing remarks. So we appreciate you staying around for this long evening. Okay, so the language is coming up. DOT will invite as requested a range of independent and not part of the MCORS program approval subject matter experts to meet with the corridor advisory group on technical subjects. FDOT also will create multiple ongoing opportunities for partners and members of the public to be aware of and provide input to the process with emphasis on direct engagement of the public and local communities. So I think this was combines both Shannon and Andrew's comments on this section. So Shannon, do you want to weigh in?
Looks good to me. I appreciate the effort. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Shannon. Anyone else wish to weigh in? Brian Starford?
Just why do we need the word as requested? Just FDOT will invite a range of independent.
I think I'm.
It was just customer service. Just if you guys request it, then we'll do our due diligence to provide it.
So Shannon and then Penny.
Yeah, I agree. Actually, I think we should delete as requested. I think it just should be a reflex that you guys should seek to bring some independent voices in. This is a matter of process and standard operating procedure.
Commissioner Taylor?
Yes, I agree. I think as requested should be deleted. It weakens it. I think this is a process by which FDOT should welcome a range of independent folks to come in and talk about technical subjects. It's only going to make it better.
So
Thank
Jason? Yep.
Yeah, I don't think the intent was that the FDOT didn't want to have independent people look at the project. That wasn't the intent. The sentence was for the advisory group, if they wanted to have independent people come in and brief them on something, that we would invite the independent people if the advisory group asked us to, because we wanted to make sure that we gave you what you wanted as part of that advisory team. If that was the whole intent by as requested, is just to include, during that advisory group, if someone said, hey, it'd be great if we had a subject matter expert on X come speak, we'd go, great, and we'll go invite them and see if they want to come speak. That was the thought process behind it.
So Shannon?
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think it's just better to not leave it up to the advisory group to have to request or to ask whether or not an expert is in the employ of FDOT. I think it should just be part of making the processes open and as independent as possible. I strongly suggest deleting as requested.
Just a second.
Okay, yeah, we have no issues with removing the word as requested there, and just saying FDOT will invite a range of independent and not part of the MCORS program approval subject matter experts to meet with the corridor advisory group on technical subjects.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Jason.
Yeah, and Elizabeth Fleming has raised her hand. Elizabeth?
Yeah, I know you're in the process of editing and everything, and I agree with this very much. But I wondered if you will get to the point of just making it flow a little more. We'll invite a range of independent subject matter experts who are not part of the MCORS program or not affiliated with the MCORS program, or however that is, and then continue on with that.
So Elizabeth and Shannon, would you give the team authority to just kind of make that minor editorial adjustments, keeping the intent?
Yes,
Or do
of
we
course.
need to do that? Okay, Shannon's okay with that. Elizabeth's okay with that. So we'll just make that flow better. So then I think didn't we have another open item at, I want to say page 24? Or did we get that page 24? 29 is the other one? Okay. Which one do you want to do? So the staff needs a few minutes to switch out documents to be able to replace the language that we wanted to talk about. These are 4 amendments that have been incorporated, right? So Taylor, the guiding principle number 1, Commissioner Taylor's amendment 17, I don't remember quite what that is. Maybe Beth will be able to help me. In Commissioner Taylor's number 20 in guiding principle number 6. So that was first one.
Yes, these were just corrections to some items that inadvertently didn't make it into the report. So we just want to show it to the task force so that they can see the items included in the report now.
Right, and then the initial financial feasibility has been made consistent throughout. And then the action plan number 3, the remove the change that we caught with the supplanted language for the work program. So those will all be in this, or have all been picked up now. So a few more minutes. Oh. I just had to while I was waiting. So, all right, so we're back at page. Oh, so you're going to go through these to demonstrate. Okay. Okay, so we're going to go back and show the changes. Is that right? I can only hear you. Okay. So if you want to scroll through, Brandy. Okay, we're going to confirm it. Oh, this one we want to confirm.
Yes, this is the language. Commissioner Constance, you asked about the language stricken here. We've now inserted the language that I believe this was Commissioner Taylor's amendment. So you can see it added in now. Apologies for that.
And then we're going to go to guiding principle number 6. That was the other one, which I should know these numbers, but there we go. This was the thems have now been expanded. And then the last one is action plan number 3. So if we could scroll down to that. To show that those have been changed.
Yes, so this was the removal of an amendment that Commissioner Taylor withdrew because the work program was addressed extensively in action plan item 4.
Right. So we're good there. So we still need to go back to page, thank you, drafting team. We still need to go back to page 24 and 29. We did 24? That was okay. So then we're left critical to important in 25, 29. Okay. Yeah. 27, line 27. So, yep. So those were the last changes I think we needed to address. So we've scrolled through the entire report and quoted all the amendments. So Secretary Nandum, I think it's back to you to discuss the final task force report.
All right. So thanks, Karen, for going through the amended report. So task force members, this coming discussion will be on this draft as amended. Staff will handle the, well, we already covered that. I lost my place in my notes here. Anyway, so the next conversation is going to be remembering that the agreed upon standard is that members are able to support, accept, live with, or agree not to oppose the package of recommendations for the final report as amended today. So I would like to reiterate the FDOT's commitment to carrying out the guiding principles, instructions, and action plan into the subsequent phases of the program. Similar to other portions of the meeting, we are going to assume members are comfortable with where we are headed unless you raise your hand and make a comment. So I would like anyone who is not able to support, accept, live with, or agree not to oppose the package of recommendations to raise your hand and express your concern now.
So we have a couple. So Andrew Dickman has raised his hand. Andrew, if you would come on and tell us why the reasons that you are not able to.
Yeah, wait a minute.
Accept.
Hold on. I'm a little confused because at the very beginning, the secretary told us we were not going to take a vote on this. And now I've been given like a multiple choice test with 5 different categories, and it's what, like 9:45? I mean, please explain this to me, please.
I think the issue is if you can't, if you cannot at a minimum agree to live with it, agree not to oppose it, excuse me, in this, then we want to hear from you. So if you can do any of the 4, support, accept, live with, or agree not to oppose, we're not looking for you to raise your hand at this time. It's only if you're in the other category.
So Andrew, if you do not have any concerns and you are okay with those 4 categories, you don't need to raise your hand and make a comment.
I'm concerned about this, the whole thing. I mean, I appreciate the whole process, and I'm really respectful of everybody here, but I'm just kind of baffled that we're being put on the spot here now to agree, not oppose, disagree, not support. It's kind of be thrown at us at a awkward hour.
We're not asking you to say up or down, Andrew. What we're saying is if there is anything in the report that would cause concern for you, you were giving the opportunity to mention it.
Okay, yeah, there are things that give me concern.
Okay, all right. So why don't we go over your concern, Andrew, so that we can talk about that.
No, come on. I mean, we've already gone through this. I'm not going to put every member through this process. I mean, Okay, it's super unfair for you to just, okay, you want to go back to page 1 and go through it? I'm okay with, I've pulled all-nighters. If you want to do that, I'll rewrite it to how my liking, but I don't think that's what this process is about. I mean, that's why I asked to take out consensus. I think that the report speaks for itself if you don't say the task force reached consensus, then we're fine. But don't ask me to go back through page by page. I would have rewrote this whole report differently. So I'm sorry, but you don't do this. This is kind of the secretary who came on at the very beginning of this said we're not going to vote on this.
So we have other task force members that have raised their hand. Okay, if you like, we can
Sure.
hear from them. So
Sure.
for now, and then we'll come back. Wendy Matthews.
Thanks, Karen. I want to just express my admiration and dedication of my fellow task force members. This has been a long process. The Florida DOT staff have been incredible, and our consultants, Karen, you and Beth, have been great as we've collaborated to produce this report over the past 15 months. And I want you to know we took our charge to evaluate the need for and potential impacts of the corridor extremely seriously. And during the entire process, we provided specific language suggestions to help improve the guiding principles that form the core of this report. The Nature Conservancy, even tried to help the task force and FDOT in this process when we commissioned a scientific report which evaluated the potential impacts of the proposed corridor on panther habitat. And I just want to say TNC has the utmost confidence and trust in FDOT and their staff and process. But what we don't have assurance of is the statutory language passed by the legislature, and we don't have assurance that our concerns will be properly or adequately addressed in the future. So the Nature Conservancy does not support the construction of the Southwest Central Florida connector from Polk County to Collier County, nor can we sign off on this final task force report, as we just don't have assurance that construction will not have significant detrimental impacts on the natural resources and Florida panther and its habitats. So, thank you.
Thank you, Wendy. Okay, go to the next one.
Okay, Penny Taylor is our next task force member with their hand raised.
Thank you. I represent my commission, and my commission has said they support, this is what the resolution was passed on Tuesday, that they support the MCOR's program as long as it doesn't affect, our work program. And for that reason, I am, I'm kind of in a quandary because I share great concerns of the issue of the environmental aspect of this road being handed over to the political bodies that created this statute. And that frightens me because they don't have a great track record. So I am troubled by this. I've expressed it publicly. For me, it's a crisis of conscience. And I'm really bewildered about what to do. I was advised perhaps I could abstain. I'm not sure what I'm going to do at this point, but it is clear to me that the way the statute was written, there's that it leaves the environment in the last place, and it troubles me because the environment for me as a politician is critical to our future. So thank you very much.
So Wendy, we are going to reflect your comments as not supporting the report, okay? And I have not seen Andrew come back up. So is there anything else that you want to add, Andrew, as it relates to documentation in the report?
Yeah, personally, I don't support this. I think that I'd like to see the whole thing as a finished document before I throw my vote one way or the other. I do want to say that you all did what the statute asked you to do, which is to attempt for a consensus building strategy. But at this late hour, I certainly wasn't prepared to go back through and say yes, no, maybe. I think this is something that we all should take a break, sleep on it, look at it, and then make our decision from there. But no, I'm not unequivocally going to say I support it at this time. No.
And then Shannon Estenos has popped up. Shannon?
Thank you. I want to echo a few things that I've heard my fellow task force members say. First of all, I have a great deal of appreciation and admiration for my fellow task force members. I thought Everglades Restoration could do long meetings, but boy, this one may be a record for me. And everyone has been attentive to the very end. I will say that I don't see the four options as being in any way equivalent to each other. Support, live with, agree not to oppose. The Everglades Foundation does not have plans to walk away from this process and turn around and condemn the report that came out of it. Having said that, there has been nothing that's happened this year that gives us any certainty or comfort in supporting the M-Course program moving forward. There's been nothing but uncertainty. There's been no lines on a map. There's been, no concrete definition of need. All of the things that I think I came to this process expecting a year ago, most of it hasn't materialized. So I think the work of this task force has been to do the best we could with what we were given in terms of a time frame and a charge that was really impossible to complete in the time frame. And I think DOT staff has been downright amazing in helping us do what we've been able to do. So what I would say, without putting my organization in a box that you guys, checking one of these four boxes, we're not going to walk away from the table and condemn the work of this group. We're not going to do that. But by the same token, our not doing that should not in any way be construed as support for the M-Course program moving forward, or for some new corridor, or for some expanded corridor. That it is way, way, way too early for us to have an opinion on things like that.
So I see Commissioner Constance is popped up, and he'll be next. But I'm starting to hear a theme about the unable to support the program going forward, and I just wondered if there might be some way to document that in the report that would then allow you to support the report in one of those four categories a little bit more. So Commissioner Constance, I'll let you think about that while Commissioner Constance.
Thank you, Karen. I just want to say that we have been through a long process today, but a long process over many months. This is the 9th time that we've gotten together. We've had the ability to talk through many things. I know that there's nobody sitting at the table that agrees with every single page, every single line, every single word in this document. But we were charged with the task to produce a final report to allow FDOT to do their job. I've been very impressed with the work that staff has done. I've had the added opportunity to work with the secretary, because he's our district secretary, I guess he is for everybody, for many years now, several years. He's always done what he said he was going to do. He's been, he's gone down and looked at projects that he didn't know enough about. He actually went to the ground and looked himself. We have been handed this task. If we don't hand in a report, it's not going to go away. It's going to go on no matter what. So our job was to try to make a document that had the best safeguards, the best verbiage. I've been very impressed by not just the governmental members, but the non-governmental organizations that have been involved, the environmentalists. I think you all have done an excellent job of putting down in black and white exactly what should be there to help protect the environment, to try to safeguard wildlife as much as possible. We have to do something because climate change is here. Sea level rise is here. We're going to be very stressed on our coast moving forward. And this is something that's very forward thinking for the next multiple decades in the history of Florida. And we can't just say, look, you know what, we don't agree with this and we'd rather do nothing, because doing nothing is doing something, and it's doing the wrong thing. So my opinion is we've worked very hard on this document. I support it because I think that it's been hundreds and hundreds of hours of staff time and our time in looking at this problem and trying to figure out what's the best way to find a solution. And when we hand this report in, it's not done. It's not done. FDOT will continue to work on it. We'll continue to get updates, and local government will take it on the chin if we don't do the right thing, if we don't help mold this through the MPO process and through our county government process to make sure that everything that's getting done is correct and we have comprehensive plans to back us up. So I appreciate everybody's opinion, and everybody that's having a hard time at least getting to the point where they can say agree to not oppose. I think you're being a bit disingenuous, because you were involved in this process from the beginning, and you've given us excellent opinions and excellent input. And you're part of this process, like it or not. This document holds your opinions and holds your actions, like it or not. Your fingerprints are on it. So, but I think the process has been sound, and I think staff has gone above and beyond what I ever expected them to do from when we started asking them to adjust maps and to give us information. They were on it, and they brought us the detail that we requested, and they made us smarter so that we could do a better job in this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Constance. I would like to suggest that we stick to the task, sticks to the comments at hand, and not start commenting on our other task force members if we can going forward. So I have a few more task force members. Secretary Elizabeth Fleming. Elizabeth?
Yes, thank you. What I've struggled with the entire time, and I've been very honest about it, is the need for these roads as depicted, 330 miles spanning the entire Western Peninsula. The fact that it was legislated. When FDOT does its planning, it determines the need, and we all know that. So it was an unconventional way to decide how roads should be built and where. And the way that then they got that into the work program and the funding. And we're in a pandemic right now and everybody's talking about funding. It just, the whole thing is very awkward, to say the least. And we all know that. And we've all done the best that we can, given these circumstances. I am comfortable with the recommendations, and I think that construction projects would benefit from these kinds of recommendations and their implementation. I am comfortable with what we are suggesting. I think that in some cases I would like to see more, as others have mentioned. I am not comfortable if my fingerprints are in any way endorsing moving forward with the MCORS program before we have established all of these, the need for the roads themselves, the financial feasibility, the economic or the environmental studies. We know those are all to come. We know that the different processes are here to come. So again, it's an awkward construct that we're doing all of this ahead of everything else. I understand, as it's been explained, that this is front loading all of that is yet to come. And that I can support, that we are here giving our recommendations and our expertise with other road projects, everything that everybody brings to the table throughout the task force. But this idea, I feel uncomfortable if this has any appearance whatsoever that I am endorsing the MCORS program with the assumption that these roads will be built. So I've been steadfast in trying to make sure that if that is the case, they will be done in the best possible manner to protect the environment and protect the wildlife, protect the panther. But I am worried about the follow through, what guarantees are they that this will be implemented as it is written. I have many concerns about this, but I am comfortable supporting these recommendations. So I'm not sure how to rectify my own dilemma, but I'm not abandoning anything or disparaging anything. I think the staff and the support teams everyone has done his best, the best job they could do given these circumstances, but I feel uncomfortable. And so I'm not going to be disingenuous or anything. I'm expressing my concerns. And if we can figure out a way to move this part forward, I would appreciate that.
Elizabeth, before we go to Dr. Gray and Andrew, I want to make sure that I am clear on what we are asking the task force to do. You have spent numerous hours working with us, developing this particular report, right? What we are asking is take the work that you have put in the task force report, right? With all the principles, with all the instructions, and the action items that you provided us, right? And give us the blessing to go forward with the report. The question that we asked was to ensure that if there is anything that is in the report that is going to cause any concern from any one of you, that you would bring it up so that we can talk about it and then go forward with the recommendation to submit the task force report. So, I want to make sure that we are talking about your product, the report, and us ensuring that your comments are reflected or your concerns are reflected. If they have not been resolved to this point during our conversations to this date from all the meetings and all the hours that we spent today going through the amendments, if there is anything that still concerns you, you bring it up and we document it and then we go forward. The second purpose is if you still do not have a comfort level with the report being submitted as it is, we want to document that too. So the question is very specific to the report and submittal of the report with the blessing from the task force on the contents of the report. because I think the task force was very clear to the department that you want us to go forward with the evaluation, defining the needs, defining the economic feasibility, defining the environmental feasibility, but go through and, just like we do with every project, be a good steward of our citizens, making sure that we deliver the best product that is going to support the guiding principles, the instructions, the high-level needs, and the action items that are provided in the report. So having said that, I'm going to ask the question one more time. Will any of the task force members have any concern with submitting the report in order to meet the charge of the task force given by the legislature? With that, I'm going to ask Karen to bring up Dr. Gray.
Well, I wanted to make sure that, you know, if Dr. Gray was in that category, but Dr. Gray?
From Audubon. I didn't get an answer tonight because I'm technical staff and I have to talk with our policy team. And as you guys know, Charles Lee serves for Audubon on the other two task forces. So, but just to give perspectives, you know, I work for an environmental group and Florida's growing, and we know every time we build a new subdivision, another lane of highway, that we lose very special stuff in this state. And being a peninsula, you know, we're not making any more land here. We're just losing it. So it's a huge concern to us how Florida's, but it is growing, and you know, we just can't get out of that. And so, you know, one of the things that's really important in this task force report to me and to Audubon is the idea of no new greenfield roads being task force. That in 2000, the most just new toll road possible. You know, just that road right down the middle between 27 and 17. And they concluded that it was very, very expensive. It wouldn't be traveled very much. It wouldn't pay for itself, and it wasn't feasible. It's true today, and this task force never said, let's pick that thing back up and try to do it, because we still don't think that's a good idea. And so the idea that this task needs for brand new road, real important to us. We don't want a brand new road. The task force did recognize that you know, the 50 level of service in some areas is pretty bad. And so to me, I don't mind looking at those areas and saying, would a toll road help take care of this stretch of road on 27 or somewhere, and be co-located where the impacts are, and make it so Florida has livable communities. That's not a bad thing to me. So in that regard, you know, I think this report has our essential values in it. You know, no brand new big honking roads, but you know, let's look at the existing infrastructure and build roads where people are and where people are having trouble, or at least look at it. I mean, this doesn't even recommend that. And of course, most of the work is still ahead. We just did concepts. And in that regard, I think this report is actually a pretty good report. It covers all the things that I think DOT has to think about as they look forward and say, what are we going to do with this growing population? And what are we going to do? So I'm pretty favorable to the report. Again, we're going to round up insight internally and communicate with you guys. But and I really thank the task force. This has been a very big learning experience for me. I thank DOT, and I already sent an email to Charles Lee telling him he's going to have a very tired moderating crew tomorrow. But I think it is actually a pretty good document. So thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Gray.
So next is Andrew Dickman. And okay, you may want to repeat your question at some point, but Andrew?
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm actually getting my second wind here, and it's not uncommon for me to have long meetings, and I'm ready and willing to go back through the report. Maybe Commissioner Constance is having a hard time being on video and going through 12 hours and accusing people of being disingenuous and having their fingerprints on things and not endorsing things. That's his prerogative. But I just want to say one thing that, well, two things really. One, there was a meeting, an in-person meeting, I think it was in Sebring or somewhere. I was sitting next to a gentleman who represented the trucking industry, and we were chatting, and he said, he showed me on his iPhone the accidents and fatalities on roadworks, and it turned me around 100%, 100%, made me think about things differently. It made me think through somebody else's eyes. And I thought that that's what this task force was about, was to try to see things differently. And I'm here as a lawyer, as a person that lives in Naples, lives in Collier, Floridian, all that. And I am honestly here, and I feel like I've tried to be conciliatory about things that are important to me. But if we want to go into round two, then I'll say that I want the word sprawl in this report. I'll spell it for you if you want me to. It's defined in the Florida statutes, sprawl. And if you guys don't like it, if you people who are out there don't like it, then forgive me. Forgive me, Mr. Constance, Commissioner Constance, for accusing me of being disingenuous. I started this meeting off with saying, do not accuse another task force member of anything. And I've never accused you of anything whatsoever. And I think we need to back away from that at this hour. And I think we need to think about this, and maybe the disingenuousness should have been on the part of FDOT, who started this meeting with, oh, you're not going to be forced into a vote. You're just going to, have to talk about this and think about this and give your input on this. But then now at the late hour, we're being told we've got to check one of the boxes. That's not fair. That's not right. I'm not disingenuous. I came into this with the full understanding that I was going to try to see things through other people's eyes and bring my experience to the table. And I feel like I have done that. And I feel like I've been fair, and I feel like I've been acquiescing in certain areas that I wouldn't have been. But I'm ready to go. Let's go. Round two. Let's start at page 1 right now. Let's go. Saddle up.
So, Andrew, thank you so much for your comments. I think, let me state my thought, right? I think you have been a very valuable partner with providing valuable input into the report. You've given several suggestions that were very critical to several task force members that, garnered support, for those amendments. So thank you for your time.
Yeah, okay, do you want to ask the question again?
So let's repeat the question again that I posed, right? This is going to be focusing on the report itself. There is no 4 terms or anything. This is the question. At this time, is there any reason why the task force shall not submit this report in order to meet the charge of the task force given by the legislature? Anybody has any thoughts, you can raise your hand.
I'm seeing Shannon Estanos, Miss Estanos.
Yeah, I just have a question with respect to how the question was phrased, because you've, Mr. Secretary, you phrased it differently this go around. I think you're being responsive to the anxiety you're hearing on the meeting. I think that how DOT characterizes the sense that it'll be important for how DOT documents or characterizes the feedback they're getting from at the end of this from task force members. And personally, I'd like to move away from this support, don't support, refuse, whatever the 4 boxes are. And the report is just complete. It's just complete. That's it. The task force has finished its report, and the word consensus can be in there, in my view. So I think it matters how you guys characterize.
So Shannon, I'm going to repeat the question again. I think that's where the question lands. So the question is, does the task force see any reason for us to not to submit this report? That means what we are asking is, do you see any concern with the content of the contents of the report for us to submit it to the legislature? I could ask it in a more positive way, saying, you know, are you concurring with the contents of the report for us to submit to the legislature?
So Shannon, your hand is still up. I don't know if you're thinking and you want me to go to others.
No, you can go to others.
Okay. Gary Ritter.
Yes. First of all, I want to commend FDOT staff, commend all the task force members on all the work that they've done over the past months on this report. I agree with what Shannon just said. I think that this report is a good one in that it provides FDOT guidance. And I think it's got the best of all of our thoughts on the task force. And in that respect, as a guidance document for you to move forward, and I think there's enough information in there that FDOT will make good decisions, hopefully. I'm being optimistic here. We'll make good decisions based on the information and guidance that this task force has provided you all. And in that respect, you know, we support the document. There are areas in there that, you know, our membership would not like to see done in terms of maybe new toll roads and things like that. But I think there's enough guidance in there that would lead you away from that direction. So with that said, as a guidance document, we would support this.
Thank you, Gary. Commissioner Taylor?
What about wording like this, that the task force supports this document as it was created on consensus, but it in no way implies that the task force as a whole endorses the road, the road. And what I'm trying to do is and my wording is, you know, my wording is a 13-hour meeting, but what I'm trying to do is separate, trying to get to the crux of it. And, you know, I support first of all, I support the work we've done, and I certainly support FDOT's support and extraordinary patience and perseverance in this, and just technical expertise. You've just done an outstanding job. But I just am so concerned that by saying that we support this report, it will imply that we support the whole program. which I cannot do. So what if we put that caveat in there? Is that possible, Secretary Madam?
So thanks for your comments, Commissioner Taylor. I think we need to focus on if there is any concern or any reason why we should not be submitting the report. If we don't have any reason, we just go forward with submitting the report as a outcome of the task force efforts.
Taylor, your hand is still raised. Did you?
Okay, so we just have to narrowly decide on you've given us the boundaries from our decision. There's no nothing else to be attached to it, correct?
Yes, we're just going to focus on the content of the report, and if there is no concerns with the content of the report, we're going to go support, submit the report to the legislature as requested.
Thank you.
So Shannon, Stenos?
Yeah, so that's kind of what the thought I was having was that why do we individually have to be characterized in some way as blessing the report or supporting the report? I mean, as far as I'm concerned, the report is done. And DOT is in the possession of DOT. DOT answers to the legislature. DOT will transmit it to somebody in the legislature. And it should, I would strongly advise against a letter of a transmittal letter. I would, that in any way characterizes, because what you're hearing here is a lot of anxiety. And you're hearing voices who stuck with this process despite deep-seated skepticism about the process itself. That's what you're hearing, I think. So I think what I would feel most comfortable with is the report is done, it's in your possession, you have an obligation to transmit something. I would strongly advise DOT against characterizing the feelings of the task force about it, or even putting a letter of transmittal other than task force report attached. See enclosed task force report pursuant to statute, blah, blah, blah. And that's it. And then each individual group, it will be up to each individual member of the task force to characterize their own feeling about the process and the product. I've already mentioned that Everglades Foundation does not have any plans to, in any way condemn the work of the task force or be critical of the task force. But that's up to each individual member.
Give me a second, Commissioner. All right, so based on your comment, what I'm going to say is at this time, the task force agrees the report is done and shall be submitted to the legislature.
Speaking for myself, Mr. Secretary, I can agree that the report is done. That's what I'm willing to agree to, that it's done.
Thank you. So we got multiple comments coming up. So why don't we take comments from Gary, Ritter, and Dave?
Well, Mr. Secretary, we had said that we, in closing remarks, ask the task force members to give 1 or 2 key thoughts. Would you like us to do that now?
Yeah. Why don't we do that?
Okay, because I imagine that's why some of these people are weighing in. So we are going to ask all task force members to offer any kind of takeaways or other thoughts that you have on this process that you haven't had a chance to to do so far. And so I know we have some hands raised, so forgive me while I get my lists in order. I'll start with Dave Ravitch.
Hello, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I'd like to thank everybody for their efforts. This was definitely an educational experience for myself, hearing the different viewpoints. I think at the end of the day, on kind of the most recent comments, I support that a report was done and should be submitted in a, avoiding the words consensus, et cetera. And, at the end of the day, I still feel, if any individual, task force member or the organizations, their remedies, still exist for their ability to affect, change down the line, through the whole planning process. So I think that we should be, satisfied that we did get the report done. And, I do appreciate everybody's efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave.
So next up is Andrew Dickman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to ask you a couple questions. Did you have ultimate authority over everything that's taking place so far in the task force? Yes or no? Yes or no?
Yes, Andrew. Yes.
And are you in agreement with everything that's in this report? Yes or no?
Yes.
And does this report address sprawl, in your opinion? Yes or no, as defined by the statute?
I don't know if I can answer that question, Andrew. We gotta get our legal folks look at it.
Right.
I don't have enough information for me to address that.
Okay, so you can't answer yes or no like you're asking us to answer yes or no. That's my question to you. Yes or no? You can't answer the question, yes or no?
I've answered the question, Andrew.
Right, okay. Those are the questions that you've asked us, yes or no. And I find it just as unfair as I've asked you. And I think that the way that we leave this is that we've all worked hard and we're submitting the report as is. So don't put us in a box the way that I tried to put you in a box. And I won't interrogate you anymore or put you on the witness stand, sir.
And Andrew, that's exactly what I asked, is submitting the task force report, right? Thank you.
So Brian Starford, while we're giving final thoughts on the process, Brian?
Yes, I just wanted to say thank you for everything. I know this has been quite challenging from many respects for a lot of the people on here, and there's been, people have had it's very emotional for people, and I appreciate that, and I appreciate all the professionalism that has gone into this report. So again, just thank you for everybody, the task force members, DOT, the consultants, everybody who's been involved. I just want to say thank you very much. With that comment, if there are some on here who choose to not listen to additional comments and would prefer to go ahead and sign off, Mr. Chair, I would just wonder, you did say there were some you did say that there were some next steps. I was wondering if it might be appropriate for you to go through the next steps at this point in time, and then others who may want to stay on and give additional comments could do that as they will. Thank you.
So Brian, the next steps is basically for the department to submit the report, finalize the report through, make sure there's no Scrivener's errors, and then finalize the report and send it to the legislature as required by November 15th. That's the next step. We wanted to do some closing remarks from Wei and Will, but we're going to do that after. We're going to do that after the comments are done by the task force members.
So Commissioner Taylor, some closing remarks?
Yes, again, thank you very much for your support and for all the hard work Secretary Nadam, you and your staff have done. And I would support your suggestion that we just hand in the task force report. I think that's I think that's a good result to our work. I think that's the result that I was looking for. So thank you for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Gary Ritter.
Yes, again, thank you all for everything. And we also would support your final recommendation that the suggesting that the report is complete and submitted as is.
Thank you, Gary.
Jason Lauritsen. Jason.
Yeah, sorry about that.
There you go.
One of the reasons I looked forward to participating on this task force is because I wanted to avoid what Aldo Leopold sort of warned us about. When the logic of history hungers for bread and we hand out a stone, we're at pains to explain how much the stone resembles bread. We've had road building and growth that hasn't had a kind of deliberative process that brings such a different group of people together to try to hammer out a plan. And this has not been easy. I don't think any of us thought it would be easy. But I wish this kind of process had been taken up 60 years ago when we only had 5 million residents in Florida. Just imagine what we could have saved. So I appreciate every member of the task force doing their level best to pour themselves into planning and sharing. And I appreciate the invitation too from the FDOT and the state to seek our guidance. I mean, it's not often that environmental organizations get a seat at the table where we can lay out in black and white what we think should and what should not be done. And I've appreciated that chance to outline that, to identify opportunities to recoup ecological functions that we've lost through those past actions. And yeah, we're going to get things wrong at times, but this planning effort has resulted in a lot of actions that I think we can be proud of, because it's a far sight better than the guidance that really I think that the FDOT had a chance to follow prior to this. So it was a good effort. It was a hard effort, and I just wanted to say thank you to everybody who's stuck with this.
Thank you, Jason.
Mayor Pro Tem Birdsong.
I just want to say that I really appreciate the work that the DOT staff and the members of the task force. And I also would like to just say that from the very first task force meeting, in fact, the very first time that I heard about this was at a MPOAC meeting, and I thought I had it right. Then I thought I had it right when I went to Tampa, but I can now truthfully say that the process that we have gone through is giving the direction. I went into this process thinking that I was going to have a part in determining drawing the lines in the sand, so to speak. And I actually verbalized that in Tampa. But now I am very, very proud of the document that has been prepared that will lead and give the direction to the DOT. And it's so thoroughly done, in my estimation, that all of the things that we thought about and have been thinking about will give direction and make a real decision as to how the corridor is going to be developed and whether there are going to be new roads or, I mean, it's all there. And I wholeheartedly support submitting the document. And thank you all for all of the hard work that the staff and the task force. I've been an elected official for over 18 years. I've been a corporate executive for over 27 years. I have never, ever been in a meeting from 9 o'clock in the morning to 10:30 at night. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Birdsong. We are still not done, right? Okay. All right.
So Tom Grafe is up next.
Hey, Karen, Chairman, members, thank you very much. We appreciate the opportunity to participate in the task force and appreciate FDOT staff responsiveness, as have been mentioned by several folks. We have worked with FDOT for many years in all these processes, EDT, PD&E, and look forward to whatever the next steps are to help protect and enhance wildlife corridors and environmentally sensitive areas. Again, appreciate everybody's efforts for a long day.
Thank you, Tom.
So Dr. Bob Jones. We see you unmuted, but we're not hearing you, Bob.
We'll come back.
We'll circle back to you. So next up is Mark Futrell and then Don Scott, if you have any closing remarks to make. Mark?
No, just as a member of the Public Service Commission staff, appreciate the opportunity to work with everybody, and the professionalism of the DOT staff is commendable, and working through a difficult, challenging topic with multiple stakeholders. And so my appreciation to all the DOT staff involved. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mark.
Pam Johnson?
Yes, good evening. I just want to again echo the comments that have been made, the sentiments. Just well done by our fellow agency Department of Transportation and the staff and the task members and as a whole. As a strategic planner, this is definitely a document. I believe that we accomplished what we set out to do, and just really appreciate everyone's efforts and investment into making it as good a document as it can be. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pam.
So Don Scott, I apologize that I said I'd call on you and then skipped you. So Don.
That's all right. I just happy to be involved through the process and understand from the beginning that we weren't going to get all the answers we want. That's why it goes through the PD&E process. I do feel sorry for the members of your staff. They're going to have to do this another 2 days. Solid.
Thank you, Don.
Commissioner Bill McDaniel.
Yes, I like all the previous speakers want to say thank you to the department. And it's been an educational process. I've learned a lot. I know a lot of my colleagues have as well. But I truly want to say this. With this document, the DOT has an opportunity to go forward if the legislature and the governor in fact choose to construct the road. This is a formidable plan with guiding principles that are going to allow those decisions to be made. So I can't tell you how pleased I am with the document, not in its entirety by any stretch of the imagination, but I want to commend our Department of Transportation and my colleagues on this task force for coming together or not entirely with this document. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Chris Constance. I know you didn't turn your camera on, but I'm calling on you.
Yes, I'm sorry. You caught me off guard.
Okay, we'll circle back. Well, you're muted though. We see you, but we can't hear you.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you. No, I want to take the opportunity to thank everybody on the task force for their opinions, for their hard work, for the collaborative effort, everybody at FDOT. You know, again, I've heard comments from others, and nothing is going to be a perfect piece of work, but I think we spent enough hours on this that we've gotten as close to what we could do to mold a document that will try to protect our local municipalities and the environment while still looking at the future of Florida 50 years down the road. And we need to do what we need to do to make sure that we're prepared and resilient as a state. And this is our growth corridor. So, you know, it's what the legislature handed us. And I think that FDOT did the best that they could in working with us to help us to create as good a document as we could. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
So with that, Pat Steed, did you have any closing remarks?
Yes, I just want to thank you as well as everyone else. What I'm amazed with, and I've been on many multiple year task force steering committees through the years, and I've never seen so much data assembled in such a short period of time. And really the level of information you provided will be of use to us in many endeavors that we will take throughout these 9 counties. And I think this is a legacy document, and that is very much a testament to the task force members who have come forward and worked. And so I appreciate all of you for this effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat.
Katie Worthington Decker.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, Katie.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to say, thank you to everyone on the task force for your hard work. And I've learned so much from each of you through this process. And then especially, Secretary Nandum and the whole staff at FDOT have done an incredible job on this process and bobbing and weaving with it throughout the entire process. And much like any of the projects we're working on with the FDOT District 1 team now, this is just another highlight of how wonderful you all are and responsive you are. And having worked on a lot of government committees as a non-government person, the skill from this and being able to include everyone's feedback in the report is quite impressive. So, and to my own Mayor Pro Tem Nat Birdsong, if he's still on the call, I'll never complain about a commission meeting being too long again. So appreciate you guys sticking through this and doing an incredible job. So thank you.
Thank you, Katie.
So Bill Ferry.
Yes.
Any closing thoughts?
No closing thoughts. I support the document.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Bill.
Sherry Ambrose, any key takeaways, thoughts?
Oh, just thank you to everyone from the department and staff for all your time and support through the whole process.
Wendy Matthews.
Thanks, Karen. I don't have anything else to add to my statement I made about an hour ago now.
Okay.
Thank you, Wendy.
And that's a fair statement, just to say I'm good. So, Shannon, did you have anything further to add? Shannon? Yeah, there you go.
Yes, thank
Yep.
you. Only that this M-course process could, if it plays out in the way that I think imagine that it will reshape our entire state. And so it's been 15 hours or 14 hours today, but it was worth every minute of our time. And as we all come off of this task force, you know, my plan and our hope is that everyone will stay very engaged, because there are still a lot of decision points in front of us as a state as to how to deal with this program going forward. And our state is facing an economic situation that we could not have possibly imagined when this task force process began a year ago. So I've already said thank you to everyone. I'll repeat it. Thank you, thank you. And my biggest regret is that whenever I've served on a body like this, I've always enjoyed getting to know everyone, seeing them in person. That hasn't been the case for the last 6 months, but it's been nice to hear everyone's voices. Thank you.
I share the same sentiments, Shannon. It's unfortunate that we could not interact more in person, but I want to respond to your comment that the department will definitely engage with each one of you as a stakeholder as we go through the process. Thank you for your comments.
So Elizabeth Fleming, Paul, did you have anything, some takeaway comments?
Just, I guess to just reiterate, I'm very, it's been a real challenge that we've all done this together under some really strange circumstances, but I really appreciate everybody sticking with this, and FDOT and staff trying to understand our concerns and address them. And there has been a remarkable amount of work done in a relatively short time. And it's just, it's very overwhelming, this project, and the potential for what it can do. And I think we just have to remember that it does cause anxiety, and it's the largest road project undertaken in Florida since the 1950s. I mean, it will irrevocably change our state forever. So we don't take this lightly, and I've tried to do my best. I know I've created more work sometimes and asked you all many, many, many questions, but I appreciate the feedback and the effort of you all and the other task force members. And I do think that this is a good product at the end of the day, and I hope it will be read and utilized in a good way. So thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Like I said, our engagement with you will not stop here, right? We'll continue to engage with you throughout the process.
So Paul Gray?
Thank you. I already made my final speech, but I do want to thank you guys profusely for all the support, and Karen and Beth and DOT, and I have been happy to meet task force members and work with you guys. So thanks very much. I'm going to put on my pajamas now.
Okay.
All right, Dr. Gray, thank you.
And then I'm going to Hardy County Commissioner Mike Thompson. I delayed that so Mike could, yeah.
Yeah, okay. I support the document. I support building the road. My concern's a little different about the document. I think there's enough out that I'm afraid that won't get built before it's all over and said and done, which is probably unlike what a lot of folks are feeling. But I'm proud of the work that was done. I suppose it's when you have this many different opinions working on one document, it's a wonder we did as well as we did. I want to thank the department for the work they've done, and I think it's a testament to how important everyone thinks this is. That here we are at 10:53 p.m. and so many people are still hanging on and still here. But I thank you for the work you've done, and I appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Rick Wilson. With us, yeah. We're not hearing you. You're saying
We'll come back
anything.
to him.
Yeah, you can come back. Jennifer Carpenter.
Yeah, like many others have said, I just want to thank DOT and the staff. Really extraordinary work. And it has been impressive to see the level of effort, engagement, collaboration, professionalism, all of that, you know, especially under these extraordinary circumstances. And I second what Shannon and LK have said, would have preferred in person, but I think we did a great job with what we have been dealing with. And for Paul Gray, I already have my PJs on, so I'm set. When, thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Jennifer.
So Melissa Roberts. Any takeaways or thoughts?
Yes, good evening. I just would like to thank the FDOT staff. You guys have been amazing through this whole process, and especially today. It's been a very long day, and I'm sure you're all ready to wrap it up. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Melissa.
Stephanie Vick. She's called in by phone, so there she goes. Yeah, you may need to enter your PIN again, Stephanie. Yeah. So then Eric Anderson. Eric, you're unmuted. Okay, then we'll move on. Tim McGrath.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I just want to thank everybody and DOT for all the hard work. And it was a very learning experience for me, that's for sure. And I just want to thank everybody for their hard work.
Thank you, Tim.
Donna Doubleday. Oh, she's not pinned in. Okay, so Donna, I'm sorry, I apologize. Yeah, we can try Stephanie Vick. Stephanie? Yeah, we're hearing you.
Are you hearing me?
Yes.
Okay. So I wanted to thank you for including health in this whole process. It's been an enjoyable experience, and thank you for getting data whenever I asked for that early on in the process. I enjoyed working with everybody, and I do approve the report as it's being submitted. Thanks.
Thank you, Stephanie.
Tracy Hood from the Florida Department of Transportation.
Well, I just would like to say it's been great working with a group of people
that are so knowledgeable and so passionate. And I think you'll recognize in years to come the value of what you've been doing, maybe even beyond the MCOR's corridor and how transportation works in the Southwest Florida area. We should be able to find ways to use the great thoughts and ideas and concepts that have been brought up here for years to come. And my only regret is that LK was able to stay healthy the whole time, so I didn't have a chance to work directly with such a great group of people. So thank you all for what you've done. Well, that's a great wish there, Tracy. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
I'm muted. So Bob Jones and Rick Wilson, we weren't able to connect with you before. If you'd like to try again, raise your hand. Yeah, Bob Jones. Can we hear you? We're not hearing you yet, Bob. There he goes, Bob. Nope, guess not. And then Rick Wilson. Gonna try again. Rick is going to try again. Commissioner Wilson. Nope. Sorry about that, Rick. Ken Doherty. Thank you, Ken. I thought I checked everybody off.
Thanks, Karen. Just wanted to say thank you to all the task force members. It was a job well done. Mr. Chairman, great job shepherding this group. And I especially want to thank the staff members that assisted me and others with the various amendments that we discussed today. That, you know, with these amendments, you know, I think we've got a very, very good work product. And I look forward to watching this process unfold in the future. So thank you very much, Karen.
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner.
So Secretary, it's back to you.
All right. Thank you, Karen. First of all, I want to thank all the task force members who stayed the lengthiest meeting that I've ever attended. So I appreciate your patience and perseverance as we completed the task force report and for agreeing to submit the task force report to be sent to the legislature. So I want to first mention that today's presentation and the task force meeting number 9 recording will be posted on the website. The team will submit the final report to the governor and legislature on behalf of the department as a task force product by November 15th. The final report will be posted on our website, floridamcourse.com. If you have any additional questions or comments, please reach out to Marlon Becerra, our production lead. Now I'm going to ask Weiwei to share a few closing remarks. Weiwei?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have a large task force with members from diverse backgrounds. So throughout this process, we've learned what's most important to each individual task force member, and we've learned about each other's perspectives. I think what we could all agree on is that what we wanted is what's best for the state of Florida. So at the end of the day, literally, that's what we all wanted for our great state. I've gotten to know task force members, members of the public, industry leaders, and FDOT production team members through this process. The relationships established will serve us well in planning and developing a multimodal, multi-use 21st century transportation system for our great state. We're very excited about the opportunities for collaboration. Just to name a few of these opportunities, there's new ways for us to advance conservation goals, enhanced partnerships with local governments and regional organizations, including MPOs, and opportunities to bring about the many benefits of transportation investments. A friendly reminder to task force members that you're still under sunshine until November 15th.
So if you see each other on the street and it has not been publicly noticed, don't talk about MCORS. And I would like to thank you for your service to our great state and for your passionate hard work. And Mr. Chairman, back to you.
Famous word, you're muted. Okay, thank you, Wei Wei. Now I'd like to ask Will Watts to share a few closing remarks.
Probably heard me through somebody else's mic. All right, so thank you, Chair, for a few more days. I want to send a sincere thank you for all your hard work today. Certainly a very long but impactful day. It's been an incredible journey for the past 15 months. We've all learned a lot, but more importantly, we've improved many professional relationships. I want to thank you all for the guidance you provided to us, DOT, and your fellow Floridians to prepare for the future. The action plan outlined in your report serves as a blueprint for FDOT's planning phase. Your guiding principles and instructions will guide the department's decision-making every step of the way. Looking ahead, I want to recognize the importance of the needs evaluation and taking an early look at the financial analysis at the project level. This will include estimating all project costs and fund sourcing. We will build on the recommendations of the task force and use the best available data to conduct a robust evaluation of potential corridor needs. Following PD&E, we will evaluate the economic feasibility of the corridor at the 30% design phase, accounting for FDOT's contribution towards additional corridor elements related to enhancements and multi-use opportunities. You know, we've talked a lot about broadband throughout this process. Statutorily, we will have $5 million annually beginning in 22 and 23 for broadband infrastructure projects. We'll be working closely with the Department of Economic Opportunity to support their statewide broadband strategic plan while implementing the FDOT broadband program. The intent is to prioritize areas designated as rural areas of opportunity and focus on enhancing middle mile, last mile, as opposed to backbone or trunk line. We're also looking towards early phases of MCORS that will be including the enhancement portions that we've been talking about today. As we move into planning and PD&E, public engagement continues to be a priority and a focus of the department. We'll continue engaging our local and regional partners and the public. I want to thank everyone who has provided input throughout the task force process and encourage you all to stay involved. So thank you again. I'd like to hand it back to the chair.
All right, thank you, Will. So time for my comments. I sincerely thank you again for your hard work and dedication to this task force process. I know a lot of time and effort has gone into this process on behalf of everyone involved, task force members, the public, and staff. So thank you all. It is rewarding to see the outcome of all this work as manifested in the final task force report. Thank you for allowing me to serve as your task force chair. You have been very thoughtful and committed task force, and I've enjoyed working with each of you. Together, I think we accomplished a lot in our time together and learned some new things along the way with corridor planning, broadband, emerging technologies, land use planning, conservation, and the many other topics we've touched on. I sincerely appreciated all the advocacy to various topics that you're passionate about and how it got incorporated into the task force report. Remember, this is only the first step. The recommendations that you put forth here in the task force report through the high-level needs, guiding principles, instructions, and the action plan will set the foundation for future phases of the project. As we continue delivering the project, FDOT remains committed to engaging our environmental and community stakeholders, local, regional, and state agency partners. Engagement is a very high priority for the department, and we're going to live by that. We look forward to continuing working with many of you and your organizations as the program moves forward. So with that, I'm so glad to say that this final task force meeting is now adjourned. Thank you, and you all have a great night and take rest. Thank you.